Sir, can we start now?
Yes, we can start now, Sonika.
Okay, sir. Good morning, sir. On behalf of Daulat College and GAD-MMTTC, I welcome you to the first session on day 11 of the ongoing refresher course, Embarking on NEP, Research Methodology for Scientific Excellence. Our resource person for this session is Prof.Indrakant Singh. Sir is presently Professor and Head on Lean at Deshbandhu College, University of Delhi. Professor Associate at B.R. Ambedkar Center for Biomedical Research, University of Delhi, and IOE Fellow Faculty at Delhi School of Public Health. Sir has done a lot of postdoctoral research both in India and abroad. His specializations are molecular biology, genomics, proteomics, computer-aided drug design for glaucoma, cancer, and rare genetic disorders. He has been granted 5 Indian patents, 1 US patent, and 1 more under examination. Sir has developed 2 bioinformatics tools. He has more than 97 publications in international peer-reviewed journals. He's on the editorial board of Scientific Reports, Springer Nature, Chemical Biology Letters, International Journal of Biotechnology and Biochemistry, Journal of Computational Intelligence and Bioinformatics, International Journal of Environmental Research and Development. He has many more administrative responsibilities and a very big CV. It gives me immense pleasure, sir, to welcome you to deliver your talk on publication ethics.
Thank you so much, Sonika. These biodatas are just a formality. It's not my contribution. It's contribution of my students, my team. It's like getting medal by captain, but fight or, that is by all the Sipahi, right? Or army. So it's not my accolades. It's the accolades goes to all those students who has contributed and blessings of Almighty and parents. I don't know whether I deserve all these what you have said or not, but yes, whatever I learned so far and still learning, I'll try to justify and share my views, my understanding about the ethics in publication. Before I'll start, I must tell you that I'm from a lab where I did PhD. Getting a paper is like crossing ocean from one side to other side. And I don't have any hesitation to tell you that whole of my PhD, I have only 3 or 2, rather 2, I could say exactly if I count from registration to the submission of my thesis, I have only 2 abstract published. At that time, there is no mandatory bar like few years before we have to publish a paper within your PhD. But that, give me kind of ignition because my other fellow colleagues, many of them have, you can range from 1 to 10 publications during their PhD. So then I start realizing why I'm unable to get those publications, and during my Viva, my examiner told me that this thesis is not equal to 1, it could be have 2 PhD. But still, why you don't have any publications? So that is my starting point. I will, promise myself that one day, at least I'll publish 100 papers. There will be time will come that at least I must have 100 papers. Forget about 1. But that's not easy. We all know it. So then start working on that. And by God's grace and help of my students, I achieve those targets. And that target will always, increase day by day. So that's what my humble beginning. And everybody can do it. It's not the, like rocket science. Only thing is you have to change your priority, devote time and dedication. That's what we require for anything, right? So thank you so much, Sonika, for giving me this platform to discuss my views on ethics on publication. So in this session, we'll explore like topic, which is, very crucial for all the researchers and dear fellow colleagues. And we must explore the responsibilities, processes, and standard that ensure our research publications, right, which are credible. It must be credible, trustworthy, and of course impactful. That is very, very important aspects. So publication marks the final stages of research and is a significant responsibility of every researchers. Scholarly publications are not just formalities. They provide a detailed and permanent record of our work, serving as a foundation for new research and real-world applications. Because these publications influence both the research community and society at large. It is our duty to ensure that our work is honest, clear, accurate, complete, and of course, balanced. We must avoid any form of misleading, selective, or ambiguous reporting. Furthermore, journal editors also share the responsibility of maintaining the integrity of research literature guided by established ethical standard. Okay, so research ethics involves applying core ethical principles to all aspects of research, especially scientific research. This includes the design and implementation of studies involving human or animal subjects, as well as addressing issues like academic scandals and scientific misconduct, right? So, research ethics also covers the regulation of research to ensure compliance with ethical standards. While these principles apply to all fields, because I am from biological science or biomedical science or science, if I may take reference, I know there are many fellow colleagues are not directly from science, but all subjects are philosophically, they all are science only, okay? So to all field, they are most developed in context of medical research, right? So on this slide, we will explore what research ethics are and why they are fundamental to research process. Research ethics are a set of moral principles and guidelines that govern how scientific research should be conducted, right? So they define the standard of right and wrong in research, ensuring that our work is, I already mentioned in the first point, work is credible, responsible, and most important, respectful to all involved. So, research ethics provide a framework for responsible conduct. They guide us in how we design, carry out, and report our studies, ensuring that every step is done with integrity and care. So, some of the principles of research ethics includes, okay, so before I keep while you are on online talk, we are not getting continuous interaction. So I don't know what is the format of this lecture, but you can interrupt wherever you want. I will happy to interact also. Otherwise it seems monotone that I don't know whether you are listening, whether my voice is reaching to you. I mean, You
Yes,
are audible or
very much
not?
listening. Good morning,
Right?
sir. We are very much listening and attentive.
Okay. Okay. Thank you. But you can, in between, you can interrupt if you
Sure,
wish.
sir.
No problem. Thank you. So, some of the core principles of research ethics include, some of them are already mentioned in front of your slides, but some of things which I wanted to add here is honesty. And we all know it's not a, easy thing, honesty. It's cost, very heavy cost we need to maintain the honesty. But still, we must honestly report our data, results, methods, and procedures. This means avoiding fabrications, falsifications, or misrepresentation of data at all stages of research. Why some good people are also involved in these misinterpretations or falsification. The reason being, when we design some of the research or what we call the our plan, what we expect, we always wanted to have results as per our expectation. But what I feel that sometimes getting negative results is nothing wrong. That was our plan, that was our hypothesis. It is not necessary that all hypotheses will be in positive side on, right? And we all know how to design our experiment, null hypothesis. But what is important is to justify or explain or present that negative data with clear logic, because that negative outcome is also a research that other fellow will not venture into that domain, right? But that should be, you should know how to tell your story honestly with logical things. Then only people will accept. And I have done a few this kind of problems, because when you get negative data, the students who work with you, or when you yourself is working with me, but the assessors or the journals, usually we have problem to convince that part. I know it. That's why I'm sharing with you these things. So first I told you about honesty a little bit. Now objectivity. Okay. So it's crucial to avoid bias in designing experiments, analyzing data, and interpreting results. So objectivity ensures that our findings are reliable and can be trusted by others. And next, I could say integrity. What integrity we should expect here? We are expected to keep our promises, act with sincerity, and maintain consistency in our actions and decision throughout the research process. Carefulness, that is another things we must maintain while doing our research. This means avoiding careless errors, critically examining our own work, and keeping thorough records of all research activities. If time permits, I will take my own two publications story, if time permits at the end. Then I'll tell you. I have faced these problems and how important is to having your raw data, your the lab book with you, and how that will be helpful. That I will tell you at the end if time permits. Openness and transparency. Sharing data, methods, and findings openly allows others to scrutinize, replicates, and build upon our work. Okay, so transparency also means being open to criticism. That's very important. And new ideas, which is essential for scientific progress. Means, but here comes what is the, the length, or what we call the, how much transparency you should be. People say it's an intellectual right, confidentiality is also important, right? We are, very good, very true. We must protect sensitive information, such as participant data or unpublished research, to maintain trust and privacy. Okay. Respect for intellectual property, that is also very important. So, property, crediting the work of others, okay, crediting work of others, and not plagiarizing ensures fairness and respect within the research community. Okay. Now, besides this which I have already mentioned is like honesty, objectivity, carefulness. What I mentioned is openness and transparency, confidentiality, respect for intellectual property. We must include few more. That is responsible publications. We should publish our finding responsibly, ensuring that the results are accurate and complete, and that the publication process is free from the misconduct. That is very, very important. And beyond these principles, research ethics are also about protecting the right and welfare of research participants. That is very, very important. And that I could say that sometimes our country have these issues. This includes obtaining informed consent. That is very, very important. We all have all paper are ready on our table when we are doing it. But what I'm telling you, these things should be practiced very, very honestly. Obtaining informed consent, ensuring privacy, and minimizing any potential harm to participants. So, three fundamental ethics principles often cited are respect for the person, means treating individual as autonomous agents and protecting those with diminished autonomy, such as children or vulnerable populations. Okay, beneficence, doing no harm and maximize possible benefits while minimizing potential risk to the participant. And third, justice, ensuring fairness in participant selection and in the distribution of the benefits and burdens of the research. Okay, so here we'll discuss the ethical conditions that are essential in PhD research. Okay, and this I feel most important slide for if someone is recently started taking PhD students, or if some of the PhD colleagues are doing PhD this time. So ethical considerations are not just formalities. They are foundation for conducting. Again, my three words you may find repetitions. Conducting credible, responsible, and trustworthy research at doctoral level. Because this is what we now maybe we have in research in BSc and MSc, but in our time we usually do either in MPhil or PhD only. So that's why I say in PhD, this is very, very important to have this kind of awareness, this kind of practice. We must be informed. So informed consent and participation, right? Rights, which I have already discussed in previous slide also. So one of the primary ethical requirement is obtaining explicit and voluntary informed consent from all research participants. This means participants must be fully informed about the purpose of the study, the procedures involved, and potential risk, and their rights, including the right to withdrawal at any time without any penalty. Respecting the autonomy and well-being of the participant is the crucial for all for the integrity and validity of the research. But equally, this is also important: confidentiality and data protections. So researcher must ensure that all personal information and data collected from the participant are kept secure and confidential. I'm telling you, I have already given my genome, my own genome for research in two European countries as well as American countries. And every time when they do research, they take consent, they are sending me report, and they always say, you should not share these things even with your family members. Okay. So this involves using appropriate security measures to prevent unauthorized access or disclosure and anonymizing data wherever possible to protect privacy. Adhering to institutional and legal guidelines for data protection is essential to maintain trust and uphold ethical standards. Now, third most important, avoiding plagiarism and academic misconduct. Ethical PhD research required a strict avoidance of plagiarism, duplication, and all forms of academic misconduct. This means properly citing all resources. I'll talk more detail in later slides further. So citing all resources, acknowledging the contributions of others, and never fabricating or falsifying data. Researcher must also avoid self-plagiarism. Many of my students say, sir, ये अपने पेपर का ही तो है, इसमें डाल देते हैं, क्या प्रॉब्लम? डालिए, but आपको उसमें भी cite करना चाहिए. And ensure that their work is original and accurately represents their findings. Fourth, minimizing harm and ensuring benefits. PhD researcher must strive to minimize any risk of harm to participants, whether physical, psychological, or social. Right? The principle of beneficence means doing good, right? Maximizing possible benefits while minimizing potential risk. So this also includes being transparent about any potential conflicts of interest and ensuring that the research is designed to protect the dignity and the right of all involved. So, anonymity and right to withdraw means protecting the anonymity of the participants is often necessary, especially in the sensitive research. I'm not going to detail about the category of research, but you all understand, you all are experienced doing research and publishing paperwork. So participants should always have the right to withdraw from the study at any stage, and this right must be communicated clearly before participation begins. Right? And six, which I have already discussed, that is honesty, objectivity, and integrity. Right? So let's move to the next. Now, let's begin discussion on the publication. Right? What is publication? As per my understanding, the process of sharing your research with academic community and wider world. That is basically publications, right? So publishing your research is a critical step in your academic career. It allows you to contribute to your field, gain recognition, and open doors for future collaborations and funding opportunities. I could not tell you the name, or still this is in practice, the many of the lab which have all facilities, amazing facilities, but they thought that if they share information with the other fellow colleagues, or their students are, instructed, you should not talk about your research with others. I don't understand. Sooner or later, if you publish it, it will be at the public domain. People, of course, will come to know. And another part is, no lab is sufficient to have everything and all expertise in one place. So therefore, collaborations, inputs from your fellow colleagues, or the person who is working in the same field is very, very important. I know there are some unethical people are also there. They misuse it. But if I understand correctly, that if your research have depth, you have great idea, nobody can snatch your idea from you. The maximum copy one thing, but if you have proper plan, nobody can snatch from it. So according to me, it's my experience, I may be wrong, that collaboration is to do a good work. Of course, facility required, funding required, but collaborations is equally important, right? So the publication process typically starts with selecting the right journal. Choosing your target journal before you start writing is important, because it allows you to tailor your manuscript to journal's audience and requirements, increasing your chance of acceptance, right? So when considering where to publish, pay attention to factors such as the journal's aims and scope, its audience, whether it is open access, and its reputation in your field, because sometimes you don't have funding, so you should not choose open access journal. I know there are very few journals which are now available in hybrid mode, but still you could find. And it's my experience that publishing in maybe impact factor, rather I will talk later if time permits, but publishing in hybrid mode journals are a little bit more difficult, and they are very much choosy about that, in comparison to, I could not say that all journals, but yes, there are few. So remembers that publishing is not just about disseminating the findings. It's about ensuring your work reaches the right audience and contributes meaningfully to ongoing scientific conversations, right? So this is very important. Next comes when you talk about the peer review, the publication.
Good morning, sir.
Yeah.
Sir, can you name some hybrid mode journal name? Few of them.
Many of them, like I published in IJBM, a very good journal, International Journal of Biological Macromolecules. Okay, there are many journals. The best way, what you have to do is, while doing search, you just put your even selection of the journals, all 3 or 4 good publications houses like Springer, Elsevier, or what we call Wiley, all those, there are given icons where you can choose the suitable journals. So they will give you, depending on your titles, with AI will give you list of the journals, and where they clearly mentions which journals are in hybrid mode. So generally what they write, open access only, means they are not hybrid, but they say open access, and then they written subscription mode. So it means they are in hybrid mode, subscription as well as open access. Okay, so in this way you can have a lot of lists. Like I'm published recently with cellular and biochemical molecular biochemistry. That is again. So, but there are most of the like all MDPI, all Frontiers, all are open access journals. So, and I'm telling you one good way to, even if you want to publish, and if you have time and if you have interest in reading, how to publish even this open access journal free of cost. Because I don't have much funding. Just a few weeks before, I was working in a college where you don't have any fund for APCs, right? And many of us, we don't have much funding. Recent calls from ANRF, they have mentioned that we may have what we call the APCs charges. That project may have that separate funding for it. And people who worked in university just recently with the tenure of our present vice chancellor, they have given some token amount, not exactly that will cover the APC, but I came to know recently that university faculty, depending on the what we call the impact factor, this to this, you'll get this much amount, this to this, you'll get. So that, but I have, so far I have not availed that facility. So if we meet some other platform, we will discuss what is the nitty-gritty of it. What I'm saying is my experience so far. So what I was doing, I also published many of the paper in Frontiers as well as in MDPI. Later I realized that MDPI journals have not that good reputation. But the problem is, publishing from the college and having all those fundings are difficult. So what I was doing is, people may like or may not like, but I'm very honest about accepting my faults so that criticism always give me chance to improve myself. I used to review lot of papers. Sometimes, my family member also got irritated that I'm working during night or early morning. Why I was doing it? I'm very much selfish in that way. Is every time I review, I got some coupons. Okay. So sometimes if you see the price is very, very high for this open access journal, $3,000, $2,000, 3,000 CHF, 2,000 CHF. So once I able to review like 10, and I know in my lab, many of the students are working on a manuscript. First, I usually send it to our choice of journal, high impact journal. And if our work is good, at least I could get, rejection never hampered my progress. I'm telling you very frankly. Whatever time I failed, I say, okay, next time I'll pass. So that's the way I so far moving. So when they reject, then everyone get, disheartened. But when it goes to the review, and then I got rejection, I thought that 50% my rate is success, because at least I come to know what is the lacunae in that journals. So my strategy is, if I know this will publish at, for example, if impact factor is not good way to standardize the journal, but let it be like that. So 5 impact. I usually try to first send to the 7. And if it got reviewed, then I will never send back to because their expectation is very, very high. Now I do all what best I could improve that paper and send it to the next below that level. I'm talking about subscription. But sometimes we are in hurry. So I stored those coupons, right? So like 10, 20, 30 coupons I have. And I use is very कंजूस की तरह बोलते हैं ना, वो जमा करके मैं इमरजेंसी में रखता था कि अब कोई बच्चे का PhD होना है और they need at least few publications. Then I use those treasures, okay, now you need quickly, and that process is also a little bit comparatively fast. Okay, so then I use, so this is the way. I mean, I don't know it's fair or unfair, ethical, but yes, good part of this open access, some of the journal, I could not say all, that their review is very open. And sometimes you feel really irritated that you have answered 7 times. When you write something, the reviewer again asks question. When you write something, reviewer again asks question. So, and I'm telling you, the highest reviewer for one paper I have so far did is 9. And if I count the questions, review question they ask, I could say more than 200. And I answered. So sometimes, not People criticize open access journal, but I am not that school thought, because sometimes that is very good, that every time you are answering few questions and same reviewer have next set of queries. So you also learn where you are lacking, because sometimes you got irritated. Sometimes you may find that the reviewer is biased, but what to do? You are at receiving end. You have to, convince him with proper logic, with proper data. So you have two choices. Either you keep fighting or surrender. So that depends on my situation. I keep fighting. Sometimes I won, and sometimes I lose. So it's a real fact, I'm telling you. Okay. Okay. So let's talk about these things. So cornerstone of scholarly publishing is the peer review process, right? We all know it. And this is a system. You can see the flow chart which I have mentioned in the presentation. This is a system where experts in your field, your peers, evaluate your manuscript for quality, validity, and originality before it is published, right? So here you can see how this publications review process typically works. First, you submit your manuscript to a journal, right? The journal editors review your submission to ensure it fits the journal's scope and basic requirements. So that's called pre-review stage, right? So, or what we call the quality check stage, right? So it is passes this, if it is passes this stage, the editors send your manuscript to reviewers who are expert in your area of research. These reviewers assess the methodology, findings, and ethical consideration for your work. Reviewer provides the feedback and recommended whether your paper should be go for further revision or acceptance or reject, right? So you may be asked to make changes and resubmit your work. Sometimes outrightly they reject. They say not fit into the scope of your that particular journal, and sometimes going through several rounds of the revisions, right? We all face this music. Once accepted, your article is published and made available to academic community either through subscription or open access. The peer review process ensures that published research is reliable and meets the standard of scientific community. Next, let's talk about publications ethics a little more. The standards and principles that guide responsible research publications. Authors are expected to do what? Conduct research ethically and responsibly, complying with all relevant laws and guidelines. Present research clearly and honestly without fabrication or falsification or inappropriate data manipulation. Describe methods in details so others can reproduce and verify findings. Here, this word, what I'm telling you, I could not take the name, or sometimes you'll find many papers you must come across. If you follow that methods, not all, you are unable to reproduce, number one. And number two, even sometimes you are unable to understand the methodology. So I think this is not the correct way. Okay. People thought that if you write all the details, people can reproduce, replicate. What is wrong in it? Ultimately, why we are publishing our data if someone is not going to continue? So you can find that's why, and sometimes, it's not good. Sometimes I have to answer many questions by the interview board when I'm facing it. Why I'm moving from this field to that field to other field to other field. I say the problem is I can't work in the same direction for a long time because I start losing my interest, and which may not be a good idea. There are many researchers who work in one area from 40 years continuously, right? So And another important why I'm doing it is every students, I don't want to impose that no, if you have joined my lab, you have to work only and only in this area. That's another reason why I'm shifting to different diseases or different area, because I know the ultimately as a supervisor, I'm not the only person who is contributing to that research. Ultimately, that group of my students who are doing it. And if they are not interested to work in a part, yes, but there must be some domain, right? So within that domain, for example, I'm working on health informatics or bioinformatics. What does it mean if I work on cancer? What is the difference if I work on glaucoma? What is the problem if I work with some other rare genetic disorder? Ultimately, I have to follow the same expertise. But sometimes I need to, answer a lot of difficult questions from the assessors. But anyway, that's a part of game when you are in this area, and you cannot justify everything and you cannot satisfy everyone. And we are not here to satisfy everyone. If you like it, if you are honest, you are doing your work, you must continue whatever you like it, right? So ensure that all the submitted work is original, not plagiarized, and not published anywhere. This is the basic thing we all must follow. Take collective responsibility for submitted and published work with authorship accurately reflecting each individual's contributions. I may take few more minutes here. Many of the labs have practice. I'm not the right person to comment wrong or right. It's you who could, who can take the decision or decide. If a PhD students are working in a particular topic, and that is part of their thesis, according to me, first author should be that students. Being a mentor, I must be involved in all stages and I must be the corresponding author. Because I have already reached to academic career in a level that even being corresponding, whether my name is the last or anywhere else, doesn't matter. But being a young student who has, they have to start their career, this should be at the first position, lead author. But I could tell you, you just come across, you may see that the mentors are first author also, corresponding authors also, and the students who contributed most, they are for second, third, fourth, or somewhere else, which is not justifiable according to me. That's why if you see my list of publications, hardly you will find where I worked on my bench continuously for majorly, you will find me at the first position. But most of the work, most of the publication, you will find my students are the main author, first author. And that is it's my way of, but everybody have their own justifications, which I can't comment. I'm not rather qualified to comment on that part. But because we are talking about ethics, that's why I mentioned my experiences. So disclose all funding sources and any potential conflict of interest. That's very, very important. Reviewers and editors also have ethical responsibilities such as maintaining confidentiality, declaring conflict of interest, and providing objective, unbiased assessment. It's mentioning these things, I could say, much easier. But sometimes your experience may not matches what I'm telling you or mentioning here. Okay. But still, we have to follow this, which which is the only option we have. Upholding these ethical standards is essential for maintaining trust in scientific literature and protecting the integrity of research process. This is very, very important. One more thing I would like to add. Being in college, I have many collaborations outside India. I'm telling you very honestly, that I have not approached or write to them for collaborations. By God's grace, all the collaborators approached me to work together. In that way, I am fortunate. And the reason being, I don't have the great paper. I'm not published very, very high impact. Very simple, mediocre papers which I published from the college with the limited facility, limited, expertise what I have. But even sometimes, you may not realize, but the people who have great experience, have great vision, they may find your work interesting because that is now available in public domain. And that's what I got all the collaborations and got exposure to work with them, send my student to different places. So I believe if someone have unethical, it's up to them. I will follow my way of work. And I could not say there are something I lose also, but a lot of things I gain also. Right. So finally, let's address the question. What makes research publishable? Right? What will be your answer? You all know, not all research is ready for publication. Before submitting your work, ask yourself, have you discovered something new, interesting, or unique? So these questions you should ask yourself. Next, is your work relevant to a current hot topics in your field? Have you thoroughly checked the latest research and demonstrated how your work adds to or challenges existing knowledges? Have you provided solution to significant problems? And are findings comprehensive and well verified? Have you used appropriate controls and methodologies to ensure your results are robust? Research is typically published in format such as journal articles, conference paper, reports, or books, depending on the type and scope of the work. So not all your work is suited to journals, not all your work suited only for the report, not all your work suited to book chapters. Although it's all choice of the what we call the authors, choice of the editors. I could not comment much on it. But ultimately, publishable research should be original, methodologically sound, ethically conducted, and contributed to the advancement of knowledge in that particular area or in your field. You should know that the authorship is more than just having your name on a paper. You all know in Delhi, our university, this is, race is going on for getting those 10. I don't go in that detail. So it signifies that you have made a substantial intellectual contribution to the research and you are willing to take responsibility for the content of the publication. Sometimes, just to help our peer colleagues, I could not say that I'm 100%, I have not done or I have not experienced in that. Just to add your peers, friend to get help. And sometimes we have to do. Okay. So being listed an author bring credit, but also remember, not if you add the name, it's not credit, but also accountability. This has important academic, social, and even financial implications. Authorship can affect your reputation, career advancement, and eligibility for grants and promotions. There are many examples you can see in Google. People have to, they have to retrieve their paper. They have to lose their positions. They have to, write the, what we call the, accepted their faults, apologies. So they are available, everything. Now nothing is hidden. Everything is online. If you wanted to search, you can check. There are several types of authorship roles. First author, which I have discussed in a few last slides also. Usually, usually the person who did the majority of the research and wrote the first draft of the manuscript, he or she must be the first author. Middle authors, those who made significant contribution but were not the lead person. Corresponding authors, the individuals responsible for communication with the journals and managing the submission and peer review process, and this person also involved for the conceptions since the start, and this person ensures all authors approve the final versions and handle any post-publications query. It is crucial that anyone listed as an author understand the responsibilities and agrees to be accountable for that work. Okay, so according to widely accepted guidelines, such as those from the International Committees of Medical, because I work on a little bit of medical side, so I'm just mentioning it, but you can find everywhere. Right, Committee of the Medical Journals editors like ICMJE, a person should be listed as author only if they meet all 4 following criteria, and those criteria are substantial contribution to concept or design of the work, or accusation, or analysis, or interpretation of the data. So drafting the work or revising it critically for important intellectual contents, and final approval of the version to be published. So these are the important aspects. Then only people should be author. Agreement to be accountable for all aspects of the work, ensuring that any questions related to accuracy or integrity are properly addressed. If someone contributed only by providing funding, collecting data, or offering general supervision, they should not be listed as author technically, but may be acknowledged elsewhere in the paper. These criteria ensure that only those who truly deserve credit and can take responsibility for work are recognized as author. This helps prevent unethical practices such as gift authorship, adding someone who did not contribute, ghost authorship, failing to list someone who did contribute, right? It is important to discuss and agree on authorship early in the research process to avoid misunderstanding or dispute later on. That's why I have more international collaborations than national collaboration. The reason being, using a sophisticated machine, you may have to gift them as a corresponding author. In our country, taking a kit, a small kit for particular experiment when you don't have funding, they expect to be the equal authorship. Yes, these are the problems which I have already faced. Okay. So anyway, you all have this kind of experience, but that is the problematic thing. Technically, they must be acknowledged, but expectation is very, very high from the lead author. Now, let's look at the authorship writing process. How role and responsibility are assigned and documented during manuscript preparation. The process should be begin with a clear discussion among all the contributors about who qualifies for authorship, what each person's role will be, and the order in which author will be listed. And each author should participate in the drafting or critically revising the manuscript for important intellectual contents, review and approve the final version before submission. So be prepared to take a public responsibility for their contribution and, if needed, defend the integrity of the work. It's not good that you are the guest author, you are the host authorship, you have the gift authorship, but when the problem arises, you simply say, I was no note person, that main person is going to answer. So it's not good, When you are getting benefit, you are the part of it. When there is a problem, you are out of it. And that is not justifiable, but it happens, right? So guest authorship means authorship based solely, solely on an expectation that inclusion of a particular name will improve the chances that a study will be published or increase the perceived status of the publication, sometimes. And I also have many offers like this. Sometimes I deny, many times I denied rather. And sometimes I say, okay, you give me the paper, I will contribute something to it, I will change to it. If you are able to accept it, then I may be the part of your team. Otherwise, if I have not contributed, and if you need my help, you can just give me my lab or me as an acknowledgement. That is the best thing. If you don't want to venture unnecessary for any troubles, what you contribute, get the acknowledgement, be happy. But people, what they do? Okay, this is a big name. I'll put, if I will add them as a corresponding author or as a co-author, this work may publish in a good paper. That is also common unethical practice is going. Gift authors. An author is added to a paper when they have not actually made any, contribution to the work, perhaps to reward a collaborator, return a favor, or for some other gains. I don't ... You just understand, including PhD supervisors or HODs or directors. That's called gift authors. According to my understanding, ghost authors. This usually refer to professional writers, often paid by commercial sponsors, whose role is not known. Okay, that's called ghost. I mean, most of the thing, it's not my word. I have also done the research. On webs, finding those information, putting it together. I am also learner. Did mistake. If I have done some mistake, I try to improve. We all should improve whole life. So that's the real things. Presenting work or ideas from another source as your own, with or without consent of the original authors, by incorporating it into your work without full acknowledgement, right? So this is very bad. All published and unpublished material, whether in manuscript, printed or electronic form, is covered under this definition. That's called plagiarism, right? As is the use of material generated wholly or in a part through use of artificial intelligence, AI, save when use of AI for assessment have received prior authorization as a reasonable adjustment for students' disability, right? So plagiarism can also include reusing your own work without citation. I'm repeating, plagiarism can also include reusing your own work without citation. Under the regulations for examinations, international or reckless plagiarism is a disciplinary offense. The best way to avoiding the plagiarism is to learn and employ the principles of good academic practice from the beginning of your university career. Avoiding plagiarism is not simply a matter of making sure your references are all correct or changing enough words so the examiner will not notice your paraphrases. It is about deploying your academic skill to make your work as good as it can be. Okay, so here you can have some breakdown of these common plagiarism types. Okay, direct plagiarism. This involves copying text word for word from a source without proper attributions. It is also known as verbatim rather, or clone plagiarism. Okay, example, directly copying a paragraph from a book into your essay without quotation mark or a citation. This is called direct plagiarism. Paraphrasing plagiarism. This occurs when someone rewrites a source text in their own words without providing proper citation. Even though the words are different, the idea or a structure is still taken from original source, but you have not cited because you changed the sentence or words. So example, summarizing an article and presenting it as your own work without mentioning the original source. This is second one. Third one, mosaic plagiarism. There are many types of plagiarism. I'm also, while preparing this, I have also come across many new things. So thank you for the organizer to giving me this chance and learn a little more about it. Mosaic plagiarism, also called patchwork plagiarism, like mosaic word itself. This involves what we call borrowing phrases or sentences from multiple sources and blending them together, often without proper citation. It can also involve changing a few words while keeping the original structure and meaning intact. So combining sentences from several articles on the same topic without citing them properly to create a paragraph. Self-plagiarism. Fourth, this is when someone reuses your own previously submitted work without proper disclosure or permission. It is also known as recycle plagiarism. Example, submitting the same essay for 2 different courses without informing the instructors. Another is global plagiarism. Global, this involves submitting an entire piece of work that is not your own, such as buying an essay or copying a paper from internet and claiming it is your own. It's also known as complete plagiarism. Example, downloading an essay from the website and submitting it as your own work. Okay. So before you say anything, I could tell you the whole presentation, nothing is of my research. It's all done by some others. I'm declaring here again in between my talk. This everything is I have taken from, this is just passing the information. I could not take credit of all these things. Okay. Source-based plagiarism. This occurs when a source is not cited accurately or fully. Even if the writer is trying to give credit, this can include incomplete citations, incorrect information about the source, or using a source without properly citing the original author. Sometimes you're using cross references, but we have not mentioned that because someone have given, you just take the cross reference, taking the sentence from that particular paper, taking the cross reference, but you have forget the original author. So that is again source-based plagiarism. Another is accidental plagiarism. This happens when plagiarism occurs unintentionally, often due to poor paraphrasing or forgetting to cite the sources. Sometimes it also happens by human error, but not always. Last is whatever I could able to accumulate from different sources. Idea plagiarism. This involves using someone else's ideas or concept without acknowledging their contributions. Okay. Now, know what counts as plagiarism. Plagiarism, I told you, include copying, paraphrasing, or using someone else's ideas without proper credit, whether it is text, charts, or concepts. So what to do? Always cite your sources. Use in-text citation and include full references for direct quotes, paraphrased content, and summarized even when ideas are restated in your own words. Otherwise, organize and track sources carefully. Maintain detailed record of your sources during research. Use tools like Jotaro or EndNote and avoid copy pasting even while taking notes. So that will, you have the library of those resources, and wherever you take, you just have your EndNote library. So chances of getting error will be less. Paraphrasing properly. True paraphrasing means fully rephrasing ideas in your own words, not just changing a few terms. Compare with the original to avoid unintentional copying. Another way, use plagiarism detection tools wisely. Tools like Turnitin or Grammarly can help to detect issues, but should complement, not replace, through citations and writing practices. Next important aspect is understand what needs citing. Common knowledge does not need citations, okay? But unsure, always cite. There are a few things which are very common. There you don't need citation. But if you don't think, oh, citation needed or not needed, better to cite. When in doubt, give credit to avoid any kind of accidental plagiarism. That is the best. Okay. Now, we all aware about these rules. I just, because I was from, we all are from university, I thought it must be in your front of you, just to recall or remind that what is the permissible plagiarism, or the what UGC have decided penalties in case of the plagiarism in academic and research publication. If level 0 or similarities up to 10%, it's a minor similarity, no penalty, right? When we increase from 10% to 40% similarity, it's asked to withdraw the manuscript. And same in front of you, then level 2 is similarities above 40 to 60%. And if in front of you, you can see how difficult or hard punishment are available. And last one, similarities above 60%, there is no scope, should be asked to withdraw the manuscript, shall be denied right to 2 successive annual increments, or shall not be allowed to supervisor or any new master's, MPhil, PhD students or student scholar for a period of 3 years, right? There are more to this guidelines. That is even you should not do this simultaneous submission to different journal. If you are in hurry, you thought that people will not come to know, but nowadays most of the good journals are using AI, or they have the tools. If you have submitted to different place, they could detect and they will revert your paper, or if not, even if they detect in letter also, then both the journal will reject your paper. So duplication and redundant publications, that is another problems, that you just have one paper, you wanted to make it 2, just copy, pasting, self-plagiarism, doing all those paraphrasing, is try to escape from there, and then you do those things. And that is what we call the slicing publications. Again, slicing single study into multiple fragments and develop multiple papers out of it and submit it. These all are the guidelines from the UGC. That's what we must avoid it. Then the general, what we call the list of misconduct, publications misconduct, because I have already described all those things I'm just mentioning here. Okay, these are like what we call the key examples are plagiarism, fabrication, falsification, inappropriate authorship, duplicate submission or multiple submission, overlapping publications, or salami publications. What I told you, like chop off salami में होता है ना, slice करके इसने नाम दिया इसका salami publications. People are, if non-veg people will know. Okay, so finding, पहले सलामी बनाने के लिए पहले मिक्स करते हैं सारा चीजें, फिर एक रोल बनाते हैं, फिर उसको स्लाइस करते हैं. तो ये इसलिए नाम बहुत अच्छा दिया है इसका. जनरली ये बहुत होता है अपने यहाँ, just to increase the number. So people, we must avoid it. And the next is the common unethical research and publication practice and retraction of the literature. You can see this in front of you, the data which I find out from the this websites. The source is mentioned below, right? That unknown, others, copyright issues, fake reviews, authorship dispute, errors, mistakes, the fake data, maximum, and plagiarism. That's why I say this topic is very, very important to understand. We must avoid plagiarism. Maximum, you can see the maximum, retrieval is retraction is because of the plagiarism, 34.4%. Imagine. and then fake data around 30%, and then comes duplicate publications more than 10%, and unknown, that is reason is around 7.5, and rest all in front of you, it is listed, right? So next is called the what we call the conflict of interest, or what we call the competing interests. Okay, so this is also important. So conflict of interest occurs when a researcher, author, reviewer, or editors has a personal, financial, or professional relation, and that could compromise, or be perceived to compromise their objectivity, judgment, or integrity in conducting or reporting the research. This means that even the appearance of conflict, not just actual bias, is important to consider. So type of conflict of interest can be financial. Example include that receiving funding from the companies with a stake to in your research results, owing a stock or patents related to your study, or accepting or consulting fee or honoraria from the relevant organization. That is the financial. Non-financial, this might involve personal relationships such as close friendship or family ties with the participants or co-authors, holding positions on boards, what we call receiving gifts or special access to the resources, or even having a strong personal, political, or academic opinion that could influence your work. Institutional conflict of interest. Sometimes your institutions may have a vested interest in the research outcome, such as when a university receives funding from companies that could benefit from the positive results. So this kind of thing. So now the question is, why does it matter? Right? So conflict of interest are not inherent, unethical, or a sign of wrongdoing. However, if they are not disclosed and managed, they can undermine the credibility of the research, lead to bias, and erode public trust in science. Transparency is therefore essential. That's why when we are working on a particular project from the government funding, we must say, journal ask, what is the funding source? Right? So we must disclose all this conflict of interest. So author must declare any personal, financial, or professional interest that could have affected because of the publications. Reviewers should disclose any relationship or interest that could bias their assessment of manuscript. Therefore, there are many manuscripts when I receive and it is of my close friend. Sometimes I say no, it's very, very close and I may be biased. So I refuse. I say I'm not available. Why should say sometimes to save these things? I say I'm not available or will available after 2 months. Then journals removed from my reviewer list. Editors are also required to declare and manage their own conflict of interest as well as those of their editorial staff and board members to ensure unbiased editorial decisions. Okay, so these are the important aspects we have to take care of. And sometimes nowadays many of the journals already have the tools, and they could find that the particular person or name you recommended as a reviewer, you have some conflict of interest, so they will not going to send even for the proposal submission. And now many of the funding agency have that kind of things, so they are not going to send. Maybe may not be, but I could now start looking that there are these kind of cases which I could say that they are not sending to the person who is conflict of interest, and they could search through AI or through software. Now let's address two most serious form of the research misconduct, that is data fabrication and data falsification. Do you think I need to describe this data? Everything is in table, like what we understand. We all are I think faculty members, so we know what we mean by data fabrications and data falsifications, right? And these I have, let's like in the form of definition, nature, impact of trust, what we call the validity and reliability, and policy implications, prevention measures. So everything is in front of you. So that's why I'm escaping these slides. And here are, again, the concise summary of the publication ethics checklist. So you must do approval and they give your consent. You must see data integrity, like avoid manipulation or fabrication. You must, before submission, you must see the plagiarism and take the permission if you need to take from somewhere else, or the images or anything else you have used from others source. Submission ethics is do not submit same manuscript to multiple journals. Okay. And authorship, again, ethics, which we have already explained in detail, that include all genuine contributors in agreed order. Sometimes people have expectation more, you put in different places. When it got published, they write to the journals, look, I have main contributors, but they have not given the due credits. That again comes into problems, right? So conflict of interest, again, clearly declared. If there is any financial or personal interest, that may influence the study or outcome. Okay. So you can see these are the UGC stand on predatory journals. UGC have taken that based on received complaints. UGC constituted a standing committee. They remove almost more than 4,000 journals from the UGC list, and directories for the finding right journal you can see in front of you. I think Dr. Neha asked me. So these are the place where I could, and you all are experienced. You have published many papers. So these are the only options we have to check, and we should not come the part of the predatory journals. And now the question is, why UGC introduced this consortium or academic or research ethics, or what we call UGC care, because these are the things which comes in the social media, and then UGC have to take the decision. Okay. So now question is how to predatory journals. So do you have to check, stop publishing in predatory journals, use the appropriate indexing database to select the good journals. And if you see, you'll find the impact factor is this much, but when you see clearly, they will write universal impact factor. So always go for Claviate, a good assessor or good database who mention the list of good the good resource or good journal list of database. So always prefer to avoid predatory journals, and beware of the fake journal metrics. They have their own metrics. Someone say advanced science index, some say Cosmos impact factor, global impact factor, index Copernicus, international scientific. What we are following is Scopus. What we are following is Web of Science, but they have different, international science indexing. So try to, when you are start doing little bit of more searches on web, you will have very clear-cut idea where we should, submit these journals. So these are the best way to avoid these predatory journals. Okay. So predatory journals, how to spot? Predatory journals are global threat. They accept articles for publications along with author's fee without performing promised quality check for issues such as plagiarism or ethical approval. You just pay the fee, and within a week they will give you acceptance as whatever you have. Even they will not change the full stop or comma or anything. You just whatever you say, your way. That's say they will say that our journal is accepting your paper your way. Like nowadays kids are saying my life my way. So then journals are now is like this. You just pay and you'll have paper in your hand. So it is up to you to decide. So verify with think, check, and submit the checklist. That is very, very important. So I've mentioned the website. You just see there as well. So there is also called the global predictions. If you talk about this country, and they say a sample of more than around 2,000 papers from 200 suspected predatory journals are analyzed to determine the country of origin of the authors. India, unfortunately, India leads in number. India accounts for highest number of papers published in predatory journals, despite being middle income country. Now we are not middle, I can say top, because now in financially we are the fourth economy of the world. UGC response. India University Grant Commission released a list of recommended journals to combat these issues, but still there are a lot of lacunae. Contribution from high income group. United States has the high number of predatory publications also, not only India. followed by Japan, Italy, UK, everywhere there is this nexus is going on. Other middle income group have also, like Iran, Turkey, China, everything is good. So key insight is to over the half of the authors publishing in predatory journals are from higher income or upper middle income countries because they are paying capacity, and highlighting a global issues of this academic publishing ethics. It's, very alarming signal to all of us. And major international organizations involved in search and publication ethics, each playing a key role in promoting this integrity, transparency, and ethical standard in scientific publishing. Here is the brief explanation of this. Each, what is called COPE, that's called Committee on Publishing Ethics, which provide the guidance and resource to editors and publisher of all aspects of publication ethics, handles issues like plagiarism, authorship dispute, and research misconduct. Then is the next stage, World Association of Medical Editors, a global non-profit organization that support medical journal editors, aims to improve editorial standard and promote ethical practices in medical publishing. Then International Committee of Medical Journals, again set uniform, requirements for manuscript submission in biomedical journals. Council of Science Editor, promote editorial excellence and integrity in the scientific publications. And European Association of the Science Editors, which support editors and authors across the discipline to enhance the quality and ethical standard for scientific publishing. And these organizations together form a backbone of global publication ethics, ensuring or try to ensure research is conducted and reported and disseminated responsibly. So there are some more major research reporting guidelines that's called PRISMA, Preferred Reporting Items for Systematic Review and Meta-Analysis. The main purpose is to ensure transparency and completeness in reporting, systematic review, and meta-analysis. So CONSORT, that is Consolidated Standard for Reporting Trials, improve reporting of randomized controlled trials by standardizing the structures, right? Interventional clinical trials. Okay, STROBE, that is full form is like strengthening the reporting of the observational study in epidemiology. So purpose is to enhance the clarity and transparency in observational studies like cohort, case control, cross-sectional studies, etc. SRQR, which guides clear and comprehensive reporting for qualitative research, okay? Interviews, focus group, thematic analysis, researcher reflexibility, or sampling strategy, etc. MOOS, their work is to, purpose is to standardize reporting for meta-analysis of observational studies, which include search strategy, heterogeneity, study quality, effect size. And there is STRAD, they ensure complete and accurate reporting of the diagnostic accuracy studies, and include index test description, reference standard, sensitivity, specificity. So these are, some of the major research reporting guidelines. So now we must have understood the importance of the publication ethics. So ethics are fundamental to research because they are ensure the, again, credibility, reliability, and integrity of the scientific process. Ethical standards protect the rights, dignity, and safety of research participants, promote honesty, transparency in the data collection and reporting, and foster trust between researchers and public. So by adhering to the ethical guidelines, researchers support values essential for collaborations such as accountability, fairness, and respect, and help to prevent misconduct like fabrication, falsification, plagiarism, etc. So ethical conduct also ensure that research outcomes are socially responsible, beneficial, and what we all say aligned with the broader moral and legal standard, and ultimately maintaining the public support and advancing knowledge in a responsible way. So India's policies intervention on the research ethics are as follows. There are ICMR guidelines, there are UGC initiative, there are promotion of research integrity, there are National Academic Depository, NAD, DST and DBT ethical oversights. Not only that, INSA and other professional bodies also promoting this publication ethics, and you are also in that queue that you want, you also wanted to create awareness among all of us. So like this kind of FDPs or the teachers training centers, they all are contributing their part, So, and key objective is to what? To prevent the scientific misconduct, ethical review system, responsible authorship, ensure transparency and accountability, and public trust in research. Okay, so let me know if you want this turned into slide or tabular format. So anything, it's the same. This is just a tabular format of the same thing. So yes, these are some of the impact when the COVID time on a scholarly communication. You can see the COVID accelerated the trends of relevance of science in everyday's life. Open science, they have accelerated data sharing, data interoperability, rapid and open access to research findings, and of course, independent trend, that novel research matrices, artificial intelligence in publishing. These are, so there are pros and cons of, कई बार अब जो कहते हैं ना कि जो मुश्किल होती है उसी टाइम में बहुत सारे न्यू इन्वेंशन भी होते हैं, वो फायदेमंद भी हो सकते हैं और नुकसानदेह भी हो सकते हैं. सो हमने भी कोविड के टाइम में लैब बंद हो गए तो क्या करते, सभी लोगों ने कोविड में दिखाया, देखो कितने सारे जर्नल्स के इंपैक्ट्स इतने हाई हो गए, कोविड फिनिश हुआ तो नीचे आ गए. सो these are pros and cons. So ओपन साइंस प्लेटफॉर्म, अभी आपने कहा था कुछ चीजों को इसका बेनिफिट भी है, लाइक प्री प्रिंट है, ओपन डाटा, एटलीस्ट इससे आपकी जो है ना, कहने का मतलब एट IPR इंटेलेक्चुअल part जो है that could be saved by using this open science platform, and you will get a lot of comments for your improvement, criticism for your improvements. That are also good for. So what is the, I say what is the benefit of this preprint? Preprint is a complete draft of a scholarly or scientific papers that is shared publicly before it has undergone formal peer reviews and publications in scientific journals. So researcher posts preprint on a dedicated online platform known as a preprint server, where they are freely accessible to anyone interested in the research. And key points about the preprint server, like purpose, open access, feedback, and collaborations. People come to know, even if it is not publishable, know that you are working in this particular area. They may contact you or they may suggest you some changes. So even sometimes people start citing also even in the preprint stage. So even it's not peer review, but you will get a lot of and this disciplinary differences also people come to know through these preprints. Okay, so the preprint benefit, I will just put it in the bullets. Rapid dissemination of the research, early feedback form from the peers, and establish research priorities. You can increase visibility and citations, transparency and collaborations, support career progressions, and of course, no cost to readers. So it will be freely available and promoting knowledge equality and access in low resource settings where you have. So this is much so far I have for you today. And I'm sorry if I have taken much time. And what I like always about these things, about the science, which I always try to, I believe that I quote by the Albert Einstein, they say, most people, say that it is intellect. आप बहुत इंटेलिजेंट हैं, आप बहुत बड़े साइंटिस्ट हैं, बहुत अच्छा काम करते हैं, बड़े सारे पब्लिकेशंस हैं, बड़े सारे एक्कोलेट्स हैं, तो आप बहुत अच्छे हैं. बट अकॉर्डिंग टू मी, आई डोंट want to be that great scientist. Simple is important is, but according to I am always agree with Albert Einstein. They are wrong. It is the characters that matters. People will say whatever they wanted to say, especially country like us. We have power to abuse anyone, any place, anywhere. But if it comes to us to work, it is very, very difficult. Very, very difficult. Thank you so much, Dr. Sonika and team from Daulat Ram, to give this opportunity. I'm now open to any questions and query if you have. If I miss some points, I'm always happy to.
Thank you, sir. Participants, you can, if you have any queries, you can unmute and ask.
Should I stop this presentation?
Yes, sir. You can.
Yes.
Does anyone want to ask something or discuss something? Sir is here.
Sir, what are the limitations in the current methods and tools that are there for, to judge whether a journal is predatory or not? Are there some limitations, something else that can be done that you feel to prevent?
Just few slides before, ma'am, I have given you a set of database, and that is standard database, the Web of Science or Scopus. There are few more. So that is the best way to find your correct journals. Okay. Otherwise, if there are many journals, they have their own indexing. So don't trap to those indexing or those impact factors. Always better to, go for the those I have given the list. If you want, I could share. This is nothing hidden information here. It's everything is given by, I have taken from other sources. So I will share. I mentioned all those lists of the database that will be helpful to decide your journals.
Okay,
I
thank
hope
you, sir.
Dr. Kaur, I am answered your query.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Yeah.
Sir, I am also having one question. Can you please give more insights on preprints, which you just talked? Preprints.
Yes. Preprint is like, sometimes you have doubt that your paper will, published or will get a chance to publish or not, right? But you wanted to disseminate this information, or you are in hurry that, I don't know, I have shared this paper with someone and someone must have copied it from, or my idea or my things. But when you leave this information, this is a very good database. If you submit to the preprint mode, and nowadays that if you submit this any paper to any journals, the pop-up will come. Do you want to put it in preprint mode? The good part of I will share that details also. I have given there, that the people will start reading those preprint, because how we search anything. If you need, we just put in Google those keywords, and that keywords catches your preprint also. So people will come to know that, look, Aarti is working in this area and she have done very good work. That it doesn't, if you put in preprint, doesn't mean you are not going to publish it. But while publication took maybe 6 months, maybe a year, maybe 2 years, many journals took a lot of time. But while those periods, your data can be available for scientific community. And also you have declared that this is your information, right? So nobody can, then your intellectual right is there. Okay. Yeah, Aarti, anything else?
Right, sir. So what is the website name preprint server, sir?
आप just डालिए, Google में preprint आ जाएगा.
Okay, sir. And it will be giving unique some different DOI
Yes.
for the same as you talked now.
Right.
Okay. Thank you so much, sir.
Sir, good morning.
Yes, मीनाक्षी जी बताइए.
Sir, जैसे there are predatory journals. आजकल एक बहुत ज़्यादा, our spam box is getting filled with predatory conferences.
Very true.
How to spot that, and मतलब इतने invitations आते हैं सर, कुछ समझ ही नहीं आता.
बिल्कुल सही, बहुत अच्छा क्वेश्चन आपने पूछा. मैं चूंकि ये बात जर्नल पे थी, तो कॉन्फ्रेंस के नहीं आई, मैंने बताया नहीं. हम भी इसके शिकार हैं, और इसका बहुत इजी तरीका मैंने जो चूज किया है, मेरा अपना तरीका है. आप देखिए, टॉप कंट्री से आते हैं. सबसे पहले उस कॉन्फ्रेंस को आप प्रेफर करें जो किसी न किसी साइंटिफिक बॉडी, और वो साइंटिफिक बॉडी जो एटलीस्ट 10 years ओल्ड रहा हो. मतलब एक सोसाइटी अगर कोई कॉन्फ्रेंस कर रही है, उसका बैकअप एक सोसाइटी या एक यूनिवर्सिटी है या एक एकेडमिक इंस्टीट्यूशन है. एक पहला फिल्टर आप वहां से कर सकते हैं. दूसरा, वो आपको कहेंगे कि आपको हम रहने का और 50% ट्रेवल फ्री देंगे. ठीक है, क्या देंगे फ्री आपको? 50% ट्रेवल देंगे.
Yes, sir.
ओवरनाइट रहने के लिए देंगे. आप उनको कहिए, मैं जो करता हूं कि ट्रेवल तो मेरी सरकार दे देगी, आप मुझे रजिस्ट्रेशन फी पूरे माफ कर दो। उसकी जो रजिस्ट्रेशन फी होती है वो है ट्रैप। अब फॉर एग्जांपल, अब जनरली आप देखेंगे इटली, फ्रांस, चाइना और छोटे छोटे अफ्रीकन कंट्री और यूरोपियन कंट्री, जो जर्मनी से कम मिलेगा आपको, अमेरिका में भी बहुत मिल जाएंगे आपको, ऐसे कंट्रीज से आपको मिलेंगे, आपको इजिप्ट से मिल जाएगा, ऐसे कंट्री से मिलेंगे आप उनको ये कहें कि थैंक यू सो मच फॉर योर इन्विटेशन, आई एम हैप्पी टू पार्टिसिपेट, but only thing is I have my own funding to travel, and lodging I have my relation or my near and dear one in that city, that will be accommodated, but only thing is you have to provide me is 100% waive off of registration fee. आप बिलीव करिए वो दोबारा आपको नहीं बोलेंगे, फिर भी आप बोलेंगे आपको कि 50% मैं आपको रजिस्ट्रेशन फी माफ करता हूं। आप बोलिए भाई ट्रेवल आप मत दो ना, मुझे ट्रेवल तो मैं खुद कर रहा हूं, हमें लोकल टूर भी नहीं चाहिए, आप बस रजिस्ट्रेशन फी माफ कर दो। फिर वो आ जाएंगे कि आप एक काम करें कि आप ऑफलाइन मत आइए, आप ऑनलाइन आइए, केवल $50 दीजिए और आप एब्स्ट्रैक्ट कर लीजिए। तो आप समझ आएंगे कि जब ये सब नेगोशिएशन हो रहा है तो वो प्रेडिटरी कॉन्फ्रेंस। ये मेरा एक्सपीरियंस।
ओके सर, थैंक यू सो मच, थैंक यू।
आप करके देखिए, फिर आप मेरा याद करेंगे मेरा एक्सपीरियंस सही है गलत, जज तो तभी होगा।
हाँ जी सर, थैंक यू।
जी।
Anyone else? I think, sir, there are no more queries.
Thank
Thank
you.
you so much for this enlightening session. I want to express our deepest thanks to Dr. Indrakant for taking the time to share his valuable insights on publication ethics. This is a topic that impacts all of us. And academic and research, integrity is very, very important. So you've highlighted on that. Your talk has emphasized on that. We are very grateful for your contribution, sir. Thank you so much.
Thank you all the participants, and I'm always ready to answer your any query up to my understanding. I'm also learning, I'm amongst one of you, so it's not that I'm a great person and I'm not very senior, but yes, trying as best as possible. And now just recently I shifted to ACBR. We all are common fraternity, same fraternity. If you have anything, if I could be of any help, you are most welcome. I'm still struggling to have new nest, which I have prepared last 15 years in this Bandhu. I have to prepare another one. I hope I will make it. Thank you. Thank you.
Yes, sir, definitely. All the very best to you, sir. And thank you so much for agreeing to come to us.
Thank you. I'm
in this
always happy
refresher
to
course.
discuss and learn from all of you. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. So participants, our next session is at 11:45. So we can take a quick break and rejoin.
Should I leave, Sonika ji?
Yes, sir. Sure, sir. Thank you. Okay, sir. So you have been made the co-host. You can try to present your slides now.
Sure. Can I share my slides now?
Yes, yes, sir.
Sorry. Is this visible? Is this slide visible?
Yes, sir, it is visible.
And can you check, is it moving?
Yes, sir, it is moving.
How many total participants are there?
So we have around 55 participants.
Okay, okay, okay.
Okay, so yes, maybe start now.
Yes, yes, we can.
I welcome you, sir, on behalf of Daulat College and GAD-MMTTC to this ongoing refresher program on embarking on NEP, Research Methodology for Scientific Excellence. So our speaker for today, I will introduce to the participants is Professor Ramesh Kumar Agarwal. Sir is professor at School of Computer and System Sciences and professor at School of Engineering, JNU. He has a long list of administrative appointments. He has a teaching experience of 30 years approximately, and his research areas are data mining, machine learning, pattern recognition, and medical imaging. Sir has, supervised 20 PhD theses, 5 are ongoing, and a number of 38 MTech dissertations too. He has a long list of publications, more than 70 publications he has. And today he is here to talk on the topic Artificial Intelligence in Research and Ethics. Talk.
So thank you, Dr. Sonika, and Dr. Anju also. Okay, so who introduced me. Okay, so
Yes.
it's always my pleasure to come back. Maybe it's the online mode, but I'm feeling that I am at University of Delhi, from where I have done
Yes, I
my
forgot to add that sir has done his PhD from the
okay.
University of Delhi.
And it's always nice to be with my colleagues. Okay, and when Dr. Ranju approached me to give a talk, I grabbed the opportunity with both the hands. Okay, I thought, why not? All right. So I'll be talking about artificial intelligence in research and ethics. Okay, and the outline of my presentation will be, first of all, I'll show you different applications of artificial intelligence. I think if you give me the opportunity to speak on application, I can keep on talking for more than 5 hours. So many applications are there which are actually demonstrated the powerful yeah, applications, okay, usability of artificial intelligence. So I will not introduce jargon of mathematics because I know there is a heterogeneity within the participants. Okay, but as a black box, I'll just introduce what is neural network. Okay, then I'll be talking about deep learning. I'll discuss how deep learning is different from neural network, because most of the advancements which has taken place in AI is because of successful of deep learning. And then I will talk about how AI can be used in research. And then I'll be talking about what are the ethics which we look into while we are using AI in research. Okay. So if we talk about what is there in this picture, so I think each one of you can tell that there is a person riding a motorbike. Okay, so it's not difficult, we can recognize. Now, similarly, if I play an audio clip, and if it is a of audio clip of some well-known personality, let's say Amitabh Bachchan, okay, or Shah Rukh Khan, or Amir Khan, okay, or some other your favorite actor, and if I play a clip without any video content, each one of us can recognize that this audio is of this particular person. Now, similarly, if I show some piece of content, a text content, each one of us can tell that it is a good piece of text or bad piece of text. So we all humans are born intelligent. Okay, but what we want, that can we develop machine which can think like human, which can take decision like human, which can recognize like human. So that is the objective of artificial intelligence. And machine learning is one of the, you can say, subdomain of artificial intelligence. So we are able to successfully develop machine learning models where if I ask the machine what is there in this clip, in this image, machine can tell that there is a motorbike or there is a person in the image. Now, if I similarly I play a audio clip, machine will be able to tell the speech of who is the person in this audio. Now, similarly, I think all of us are using one or another email service. So you may have been noted that there are many folders in your email, and one of them is your inbox and another is your spam folder. So what you may have noted that all the valid emails that are directed to inbox and the mails which are not good in terms of content, they are being directed to spam folder. So there is a machine learning component sitting in your email service. Based on the content, it is able to decide that this mail should be directed to inbox or to spam folder. And you may have also noted one thing, that maybe 1 out of 500 emails are wrongly directed to inbox or spam folder. Most of the directed mails in inbox or spam folders are in general, they are good enough. So you can see the power of machine learning, that it is able to recognize based on the content which one is your correct mail or which one is not a valid email. Now similarly, now we have biometric system based on faces, where your machine can recognize who is this person. Means identity of a person can be established, okay, or verified. Similarly, you have based on your fingerprint, you can be recognized. And you may have noted these days, most of the offices, they are using this fingerprint-based recognition. And you may have noted in the bank also that these days, your officers, along with the username password, they are being asked to give their fingerprint. And if this fingerprint is recognized, then only the officers is able to access that system. Now, similarly, the way we can recognize characters A, B, C, D, similarly, machine can also recognize A, B, C, D. Now, you see the power of machine learning. Let's say you are given a satellite image. Now, without actually visiting the place, just based on color, texture, intensity, you can find out, or machine can find out, that this is your road and this is your habitat area. This is your green belt, okay, or this is your water body. And at this place you have mica. At this place you have coal. So just without digging the soil, without digging the rocks, machine learning algorithm based on the satellite images can tell what are the different kind of contents present. Now, if I show this picture to you and ask to describe what is happening in this image, you will say that there is a man who is playing guitar. So now, similarly, you give this image to the machine, and machine can tell that there is a person playing guitar. Or there are two girls playing. Okay. So you see the power of, only very recently, just for regular checkup, I went for ECG. Okay. And along with my ECG report, there was another output, and it was telling that your ECG is normal. So you see that now, earlier what used to happen, that you used to take ECG. Now doctor will look into the patterns, it will take some time, and then finally he'll say that, okay, you are normal or you're not abnormal. Okay. But now machine is telling, based on your ECG pattern, that you are healthy or you're not healthy. Now, these days, most of the metropolitan cities are using surveillance system, where there are cameras installed at busy area like market, airport, railway station, okay, and your movement of your peoples are recorded. And if they find that there is some suspicious activity, it raises the alarm. Okay, so let's say somebody has left a bag at one of the corner of airport. So now there is a surveillance system. It will see this abnormal activity and will raise the alarm. And now the officers who is there at airport can go and find out whether this bag contains some threats. Okay, all right. So now these days we are you're talking about robotics, and now you see the application of robots. I'm talking about only few years back. There was a big fire in US multi-storied building, and the fire was actually controlled by robot. So now in the process to control the fire, is what was possible that we may have lost few of our fellows. But now they have employed robots, okay, and they're able to successfully control the fire. Now in the process, if they would have lost few of the robots, it's not a big problem. Because for us, the life of a human is more important than the cost of the robot. Now, we are talking about self-driving cars. So all these are applications of AI. Okay. Now, we are talking about these days, we are trying to understand behavior of humans. Okay. So you have, we all are connected through some social, you can say, platform, say Facebook or Twitter or Instagram. Okay. Now, we have now AI component which analyze and find out a different kind of patterns. Okay. And you can find out potential people whom a company can target for their business, or you can find out that who is the person who is involved in the fraud. Okay, so different kind of analysis can be done with the help of AI. Now, AI has also been used in health sector, where you find that we are trying to analyze brain with the help of MRI data. And then based on this MRI data, we are able to find out whether you are associated with some kind of disease. Say you are suffering from Parkinson disease, Alzheimer's disease, or dementia, or schizophrenia. So all these can be understood by analyzing your brain anatomy, and it is possible through now artificial intelligence. Now these days, okay, we are able to quickly find out a drug for a given disease. Earlier, we used to do a lot of experiments, and then after many years, we used to find out a drug corresponding to a particular disease. But these days, without wasting time and using less resources, we are able to find out quick solution for a particular disease. Okay. Now, these days, AI has been used to understand your different molecular behavior, functional behavior of genomes. Okay. And we want to understand protein-protein interaction. And again, your AI is playing a very important role to understand various functionality or various kind of disease associated with a particular person. Now, when you talk about your Google Baba. These days, we all use Google Map. And you find that this is also using AI technology. Now, let us see what is, if I have to introduce, what is this AI? Okay, so there are many components in AI, and one of the component is your machine learning, where we learn from the data. So to understand how machine learn from the data, let's understand how we have learned. So at least I remember that when when I was very small and I went for my nursery class, okay, you can say a beautiful madam came to the class and introduced to all of us that this is bachon, this is one. And the whole day we tried to learn this one. And she was coming to each one of us so that we will be able to write this one, because it was very difficult to write one. Okay, putting straight line was very difficult at that age. Okay, and on the whole day, we have tried to remember that this is 1. Through many examples, she has introduced this is 1, and then in next class, again she introduced this is 1, but then introduced this another character, and she said this is 2. And with great difficulty, we are able to write this on our, you can say, duster. वो हमारे पास होता था ना या प्ले. अब मैं नाम भी भूल रहा हूँ. Okay, तो उस पे when we used to write down this, and it was then we have learned and we started differentiating that this is 1 and this is 2. And then with time, we have started learning 1 to 9. And then we have also learned with the help of examples. Madam introduced that this is A, this is B. So we are learning with the help of exam. We have learned with the help of examples. Okay, we have learned many things with the help of examples. Okay, that we were introduced that this is apple, this is banana. And now we try to understand when a particular fruit to be said apple and when it should be said banana. And how we started learning, we started seeing, okay, whenever the fruit in color and ellipsoid in shape, okay, then that fruit is apple. While when the fruit is elongated in shape, yellow in color, then we will say that this is your banana. So we are learning with the help of example. And over the period of time, we have learned many things with the help of examples from our teachers, from our, you can say, parents. We have also learned from our parents, we have learned from our relatives, we have learned from our brothers and sisters with the help of examples. Okay. So we also learned B for bat, C for cat, D for dog. Okay, so we are seeing the picture and we are trying to understand, okay, when it looks like this, then this is bad. And when it looks like this is cat and dog. Okay. So now, what do you mean by your this learning? The way we have learned, we are saying this is your supervised learning. Learning with the help of example, learning under the guidance of teacher, learning under the guidance of parents. So anything which you learn with the help of examples under the guidance comes under supervised learning. Okay. So this is a very powerful technique which has been adapted in machine learning. Okay. So how machine can learn? So now we are talking about in supervised learning, machine can also learn from the example. So how machine can learn from the examples? So what we will do, we will introduce to the machine and tell machine, suno, yeah, this is mango, this is banana, this is apple, this is banana, this is mango. So we will show many examples of mangoes, apples, banana, guava, and all other kinds of fruits. And now machine has to start learning from these examples. When a particular fruit is said to be banana, when a particular fruit is said to be mango, when a particular fruit is said to be apple. And then the way we can arrive with a set of rules, the machine can also arrive with a set of rules. So it will learn a relationship between the description of the fruit with the name of the fruit. So this learning is possible by machine. And machine can learn that, okay, when the fruit is red in color, elliptical in shape, then that fruit is apple. When the fruit is yellow in color, elongated in shape, then that fruit is banana. And once it is able to learn these rules, next time you show a fruit. So now what machine will do? It will find out what is the color, what is the shape. Oh, if the color is yellow, shape is elongated, then that fruit is banana. So then machine can give answer of the questions. Okay. So this is what happens in your machine learning, which is one of the important component in AI. So let's say similarly, I want to develop a machine which can tell whether the person is healthy or not healthy. So how machine can learn? So again, let's say I'll show some examples to the machine. I'll tell a person with this height and this weight, let's say the person is healthy. Similarly, this person with this height and this weight is healthy. So I will show many examples of healthy and not healthy to this machine. And now machine has to learn. So how machine will be able to learn? So let us see. So let's say now I'll ask a question to the machine. Machine, tell me this example belongs to healthy or not healthy. So what machine can do? Okay, it will see and it finds that this new sample is very much similar to this sample. Okay, so since this sample is very much similar to this sample and this sample is healthy, so it looks like that this sample, new sample, is also healthy. So this is one of the machine learning algorithm. I'll not go into the details of mathematics and coding and all, but I'm telling you the logic. Now, similarly, what can be another way? The another way can be that machine, if you can find out a decision boundary which can separate these two class of data. Means this data is healthy data, this data is not healthy data. So if we can create a decision boundary which can separate these two class of data. So once you are able to know this decision boundary, then next time if you ask the question that this sample since belongs above this decision boundary, so it means this is healthy. While if this sample lies below this decision boundary, it means not healthy. So as we think about a boundary between two countries, so across this side it is India, on this side it is Pakistan. Okay. So similarly, you think about on this side of the boundary, healthy people, on this side of the boundary, not healthy people. And what machine has to learn? Machine has to learn from the given training data a decision boundary. And that's what we do in machine learning. So what we do, so there is a neural network where you have many neurons, where the input is given at this input layer of neurons, and then we know what should be the output. And to learn the relationship between input and output, we learn the weights and bias associated with this neural network architecture. So how we learn? So you just think about that you initially don't know these weights and bias. So you start with some random weights, okay, and bias. And now what happens if there is, you give some input and machine will give some output corresponding to a given set of weights and bias. And if output is not correct, what you should do? It means you should change the weights and bias. So it is a human philosophy that what happens? We prepare a cup of tea. And let's see, if you find the tea is not good, then what you do? You analyze why tea is not good. Whether you have taken more amount of water or more amount of milk or more amount of sugar, or you have used more amount of tea leaves, or you have used more amount of your masala. So weights, what are the weights associated with what is the amount of water, milk, masala, sugar and tea leaves? So if any one of these go very high or very low, the quality of tea will not be good. So then what we do as a human, we analyze, oh, the tea is too sweet. So that's why tea is not good. So next time what we do, we use less amount of sugar. So similarly here, what we can do, we have to adjust weights and biases. And there is a process through which we can change weights and biases, and we'll be able to learn the relationship between input and output. Okay. So in machine learning, we can learn the relationship between any given input and a given output. This is such a powerful machine learning algorithm. And the power of this has further increased when we have started using more number of layers, and we say deep learning architecture. So you have one input layer, you have one output layer of neurons, and in between you have many hidden layers of neurons. So again, we don't know what are the weights and biases associated with the network. What we can do, we give the training data where we know the input and corresponding output. And from this, we can adjust the weights of the network so that we learn the relationship between input and output. And the next time when we give an input, it will give you the desired output. Okay. So I'm not trying to introduce the mathematics or code associated with this. I have thought that let me introduce what is the basics underlying principle which is being used to learn from the data. And now this deep learning architecture has become so powerful that now it can learn very, you can say, most tedious tasks. Okay. So along this line, there is another deep learning architecture which we talk about convolutional neural network. And it is suitable for images where this architecture can tell that what is there in this image. So in this image, it contains A. So machine can tell that this image contains A. If the image can show a dog or cat or tiger or lion or some mango or vegetables or some activity, this CNN architecture can recognize what is the object present in the image. Okay. Now, so your machine learning is one of the component of AI. So there is another component of AI which we talk about natural language processing. So in this natural language processing, what is this? So it is one of the AI component where computer science interacts with linguistics to allow computers to understand and process human language. Means the way I can understand your language, if you say something, and if I know that language, I can understand what you are saying. So you think about that, but let's say if you know English and the other person does not know English, and let's say the other person's know German, then what happens? You use an interpreter in between. So what interpreter will do? Your English sentence will be first understood by interpreter. Then interpreter will convert into German language, and then it will tell it to the other side. Then other side will tell something in the German language, and then you convert that German language into English, and then you tell it to the first side. So you think like this, that the way we understand language. So similarly, natural language processing is one of the component in AI where it can understand, machine can understand, help machine to understand the meaning of a sentence based on the words which are there in a given sentence. Okay. Then since these days we are talking about chat GPT. So let's see what is your chat GPT. And for this, you have to understand first what is your large language model. So basically, these large language models are built using deep learning, which I have already talked about. So you have deep learning models which enable them to understand the different kind of sentences which are present in a given text. So if you have a large corpus of data and they try to learn the relationship between the different words. They want to learn relationship between the two different sentences, and so they learn from a corpus of the data, and then you can use this learned model for future prediction. So this can be used for converting from one language to another language. Okay, it can be used to summarize whatever you are writing. Okay, you can find out the abstract associated with it. You can say the whole chapter. So you just give the chapter, the content, the whole content. It will give you the abstract of them. Now, the next component is generative AI. So in this generative AI, basically using LLM, we want to predict or we want to generate new content. Now this new content can be text, new content can be image. So now we can generate new content. Now we can generate images, we can generate videos, we can generate audios. Okay. So let's say if I want to generate hundreds of images of one person. So I can give that image of that person's, and it will generate hundreds of different images corresponding to that person. Okay, so that is generative AI. So now how these large language models are being developed. I'm just giving you pointers. And I'll not explain the whole model. So first, to develop a large language model, you require a vast amount of data. And then you require a very powerful machine also. And then what it does, it divides every sentence into tokens. Tokens means words. And then it learns the relationship among the tokens. And once it has learned the relationship among these tokens using some model, then what we do, we pass on this learned information to a human. And then human will look into that what has been predicted correctly and what has not been predicted correctly. So based on this feedback, okay, so we provide this feedback of humans to the machine, and the machine tries to improve. Means machine will be able to rectify the errors. Okay, so it will adjust its network parameters, and after many iterations, it will be able to have a model which can now start predicting correctly for any new data. So how this your chat GPT has been developed? So I'm talking about your GPT-3, which has been developed. So this GPT-3 has utilized 65% data which are available on the web. Okay. And then 22% data which were available with web text too. Then 8% data it is utilizing from books 1, and similarly 8% data is utilizing from books 2, and then 3% data it has taken from Wikipedia. So utilizing this large amount of data, it has developed GPT-3. And what is GPT-3? GPT-3 is not generative pre-trained transformer, version 3. So when you talk about that OpenAI is a company, it has developed first generative pre-trained transformer in the year 2018, and they have named as GPT-1. Then in 2019, they have developed a better version, which they named as GPT-2. Then they developed in 2020 GPT-3. And then in 2021, they have developed this generative pre-trained transformer model which is suitable for images. Then in 2022, they have developed another GPT, which they have named Instruct GPT. So in November 2022, they have developed Chat GPT Star. And in March 2023, they have developed Chat GPT Plus Star. So there are basically many now version of this. So let's see what it does. What Chat GPT does. So let's say if you, as our teacher used to give a question, fill up in the blanks. So now this fill up in the blanks can be answered by this AI model. So what it does, so the student studied in the dash. What should be the next word? So it gives you many possible answers, and it also tells what is the probability associated with this next word. So it is telling you that the next word can be part watermark, and this probability is your 1 by 100. Well, the next word can be attic. The probability is 7 by 100. Well, it can be bedroom. It is your 50 by 100. Or it is library. It is your 99%. Okay, so this tells you what will be the next word. And it also tells you what is the probability associated with this. So now you can see this chat GPT. You give you write a question and it will tell you the answer. You write a question and it will give you the answer. So now you ask a question. How to prepare pav bhaji? So it will tell you how to prepare process of preparing pav bhaji. You ask a question how to prepare you can say pulao. So it will tell you how to prepare pulao. So you ask a question and it will tell you the process. It now it can do coding also. You give a problem and you ask ChatGPT that what will be the code for this particular problem. It will generate a code. Okay. Now, if you give a question and you'll ask, and you give a text and ask whether this information is correct or wrong, it will give answer. It can summarize some of the sentences. So now let us see how we can do it. How this can be used for our research purpose. Okay, and for this, we talk about prompt generation. Now you will be able to generate a proper answer of a particular problem. And for this, what is important that you should provide good questions to the machine, and you provide good prompts to get good responses. That's what we say. So now these days, there is a separate course on this. And now we are talking about prompt engineering. Prompt engineering is a course which tells you how to use these AI models for your problems. Okay. Now, so if I have to suggest you that how you can use these AI models, chat GPT models successfully, then I suggest you a framework. And this framework is named as CLEAR. Okay, so what does this mean? This first C stands for concise. Your prompt should be very concise. Okay, that is first point. The second is that the prompt should be logical, corresponding to a given problem. And then the prompt should be explicit, what exactly you want. And the fourth component is A stands for adaptive. So first C stands for concise. Second character L stands for logical. The third character E stands for explicit. And the fourth character A stands for adaptive. So if you find that you are not getting the output what exactly you want, so then you have to change your prompt. So you have to means that it should be adaptive. And then R stands for reflective. So I think I'll explain this with the help of example. So in concise, what I mean, you have to be very specific. You have to use a very simple language. You don't have to be cryptic. And then you prioritize your critical information. Means you sometimes your question can have multiple parts. So you have to divide into many parts, and you start with your you can say most priority information that is corresponding to your given problem. So let me say, if we want, so what causes society to change? It's a very vague question. Okay, but if you actually mean that what are the most significant social factors during the Industrial Revolution. So then you may ask, list two of the most significant social factors during the Industrial Revolution. So the question should be very specific, in a very simple language, and if you want, you have to give many prompts, then you must order them appropriately. Then another important item, logical. So I think when we prepare any vegetable, let's say we prepare aloo ki sabji, so there is a particular order we have to follow. So that order should be logical. So similarly, while you are giving prompts to this chat GPT, there should be a particular order. Okay, and we as a teacher, we also introduce subject in a particular order. We don't introduce the very complex things and then we introduce your simplest possible content. So the order of the input to this chat GPT model should be very important. So it is a conversational. So since we are saying chat GPT, so means you can chat. You keep on giving the question corresponding to the problem which you want to solve in a order. So the order is also very important to get the best output. Then establish context and relationship. So then you also know means what to decide the order. The context and relationship should also be known to you. And then avoid too many instruction in a single prompt. You don't try to overload the content in terms of question. So let's say I want to know the details of Eiffel Tower. So what I can do? So first prompt I can think about, let's say, tell me about the history of Eiffel Tower. So it will give some answer. So then I can, since I want to know how actually this has been built. So then my next question can be, were there any major controversies surrounding the project? Then when I get the answer, then what major construction materials were used? Tell me about its design and designers. Tell me about its significance. Okay. Also, can you give me what was the budget associated with? So there should be order, should be, you don't, your first question should not be explained its significance. Now, your chat GPT won't understand. You are talking about significance of what? But once you have asked this question, then ask later on this question, then you'll understand that its significance with Eiffel Tower. Okay. Then third is explicit. Define instruction, set reading levels, output formats, assign a role for chat GPT to play. So let me make you understand with the help of example. Say so what you can do, you can first sometimes as a teacher, when we want to introduce a thing to our students, what we do? We consider certain things where we say that imagine the situation or imagine that you are given this. So similarly, what you can do, you first of all, you start with this. Imagine you are a public relations representative dealing with a social media crisis. And now, then my next question is draft a press release that acknowledges the issues, explains what actions your company is taking, and reassures the public. Okay. Now, the next is your adaptive. Be flexible. If you are not getting the desired output, because we are intelligent humans, we can understand that we are not getting the desired output. So what we can do? So it means your prompt is not good enough. So you change your prompt and keep on rephrasing, restructure, so that you are ultimately you are able to get the desired output. So try different approaches, be more creative with prompts. Okay, this is, so I'm telling that these days a new course is being designed that is your prompt engineering. Now, next, reflective. Don't think chat GPT will never ever be wrong. We all know that wife can never be wrong, but it's not your chat GPT is not your wife. Okay, so chat GPT can also make error. Okay, so for this, it is important that carefully evaluate AI responses. Whatever output you are getting, you must evaluate, must apply your mind, identify areas for improvement. Okay, and it takes some time. Use insight to further refine strategies for engagement. So you must use a one thumb rule that assume all responses given by this chat GPT are incorrect. Unless and until you start feeling that they are now they are giving correct enough out. So now let us see the advantages of these AI models. Okay. So when you are talking about these days, these chat GPTs are used by students, by researchers, by almost all sections of societies are using now these chat GPTs. So this can be used to generate ideas. This can be used to brainstorm research topics. Okay. Earlier, I remember that when I was doing my PhD at University of Delhi, okay, every day I was following a routine that I'll be going to science library for an hour, and then I'll browse the new magazines, journals corresponding to my area, and also look into the old journals also, and keep on recording. But now most of the contents now is available on web. Okay, so now identifying research topic is not that tough. The kind of toughness we have faced now, that is not the situation. But at the same time, now the quality of research is being compromised. I'll tell you how little later. So now you want to change citation styles because there are different kind of citations. You want to do editing. You want to do proofreading. Do you want to find out related research work? You want to do literature review. So how you can do it? You can go to the chat GPT. You want to correct the grammar. What you can do in inverted comma, you write down, correct the grammar and write down the paragraph. So it will give you the options. And then you decide whether it is the correct option or not. Now, similarly, on one particular topic, you want to find out what are the research gaps in the literature, it will give you the option. Okay. Now, through these systems, we can explain complex concepts. Okay. We can summarize information. Okay. We can practice second language. Okay. Now, let's see an example how it's possible. So let's say you don't know what is your transformer. So then you can ask a question. Can you explain transformer in simple terms? And then it will give you a piece of paragraph, and you can go through and see that whether you can understand from that or not. How about using an analogy to describe it? Please summarize or insert book name by author and provide the top 5 important themes. So you can learn through ChatGPT. Now, what are the limitations? First, it is using limited knowledge. Still, all the data information is not on web. So it is relies on only available web repositories. And it is also may not be using the whole web repositories. Okay. Second, it may sometimes give you misinformation, because it has been seen that many authors has written the paper utilizing this chat GPTs, and this chat GPT has generated fake references, and no such references was available. After cross verification, it was found that no such references exist. Similarly, I'll tell you one incident that has happened in US, that a judge asks to a lawyer in US code that you are citing some section, but that section does not exist. How can you cite this section? So then lawyer admitted that, sorry, due to limited time, I had used ChatGPT, and ChatGPT has talked about this section which I have not verified. And then he has tendered his apology that, okay, I'll be next time I'll be careful. So sometimes it gives you wrong information also, misinformation also. So what I'm saying, sometimes ChatGPT makes stuff up and called hallucination. So let me give you one example. Let's say you ask, when did Leonardo da Vinci paint the Mona Lisa? And the answer, once it was generated, was Leonardo da Vinci painted the Mona Lisa in 1815, which was not correct. Okay. Now, another problem is that this ChatGPT is associated with some biasness also. So why biasness exists? Because they have used the data for training. And that data itself, in some way, sexism or racism, homophobia, okay. So it's a bias. So most of the data is now taken from English content, and since it was developed in US, so you can see that the most of the content are focused to Western country, and not enough information on certain types of content in the data set. This all the data is not being utilized. So I give you one example. And what has happened? Facial recognition systems have historically shown racial bias. And in multiple cases, police reliance on false messages from AI-generated images combined with flawed photo lineup has resulted in wrongful arrest. Okay. Now, ethical concerns. So, copyright. Okay. So now, if you are generating content using this AI tool, so what about copyright? Whether what kind of references you are going to associate? Okay, who will claim that whether this copy's right will be associated with that machine which has developed the solution, or you will say that no, I have given the solution with the help of machine. Another concern is that low wages to human training ChatGPT, and another is too much dependency on AI. And I'm talking about what has happened because of ChatGPT. In 2023, one of the Samsung engineer unintentionally leaked confidential source code by passing it to, because he was looking for some solution using ChatGPT. So he typed that source code looking for the solution for troubles to resolve some kind of problem associated with the code. So in the process, they have shared that code to the whole world. So now, most of the top companies, they have restricted that you are not going to use ChatGPT. Or what they are doing now is that they are developing their own ChatGPT model. Okay. Now, so if I have to conclude, so I'll say use AI models, AI systems, but use it judiciously to get its maximum benefit. And please don't forget to use your brain to analyze the output generated by that. Because otherwise, you will think that your AI models are always correct. The models generates always the correct output, which is not correct. Okay. So with this, I would like to conclude. And I think let's have some time for some question answers if you have. These are the questions. And thanks. Thanks to all of you.
Queries. Thank you so much, sir. Participants, if you have any queries, you can raise that and discuss with sir.
Ma'am, may I? Ma'am, may I? Yeah. Sir, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Uh, Sir, what we are doing, I'm so surprised to know this course, this prompt engineering, a course in
Mhm.
itself. On the
Yes.
other hand, we at times say that the students, the children, even elder people like us, if we depend on AI, of course, our creativity will go down.
Okay.
Because, for example, we can see if we give too much homework to the students, and जब हम भी छोटे थे तो कई बार last day पे ही होता है homework, ऐसा कुछ अनोखा नहीं है कि we were very regular and punctual. It is a norm. But now if there is a pressure, तो children they have an option. We didn't have an option, तो शायद हम friend से पूछ पाछ के book से देख के करते थे. तो एक तरफ हम prompt engineering जैसा कोर्स शुरू कर रहे हैं जो prompt को भी better करना सिखा रहा है आउटपुट लेने के लिए. And on other hand, we are saying कि it will decrease the creativity level of the users. Sir, aren't these contradictory?
Dr. Shivani,
जी sir.
you see that in science we have given many products which has its two sides. Do you agree?
Sure sir.
Okay. You talk about your nuclear reactor. It's based on what?
Yes.
Again, it has its advantage and disadvantage. Okay. On one hand, you are generating lot of energy. Yes or no?
जी जी.
Okay. On the other hand, we are always in fear कि भाई
Right.
ईरान किस समय बम ब्लास्ट कर देगा. Okay. So we all humans has to use the technology judiciously. I say this. Okay. But what is problem is that we elderly persons, then definitely we can be little careful, and you use this technology with the application of our brain also. But the question is that the students who are younger age students, okay,
Right.
because it gives you the platform to do things very fast. Okay, you are giving some assignment and then they can prepare the you can say answers of that assignments using this chat GPT. Okay, so now we also as a teacher, okay, we have to be more intelligent in framing our assignments and questions. Okay, and then we have to see that in how we say that so that these young people, or not young people, even we should also use this judiciously. See that today, all those they rely on their mathematics of calculations. Okay, they are very good in doing computing. But the one who starts using calculator from the nursery class itself, their mathematics goes very bad.
Right.
Okay, so we have to. It's a very tough, you can say, situation for both as a parents, for the teachers, for researchers, for government. Okay, on the one hand, it provides, you can say, technology where we can take a lot of benefits. I am telling you that let's talk about a drug discovery. Okay, so what is your background, Dr. Sivani?
Sir, I am from physics.
Physics. Okay, so I'll give you example of physics. Okay.
Right. Sir.
So we want to talk about, we want to characterize some materials. Okay.
Fine.
So what we actually do, we create some thin films. Okay.
Right.
Then it takes some time. Then we have to use different kind of instruments to understand what is the resistivity associated with this, what is the band gap associated with this, all this. Okay.
Yes, sir.
So then it takes a lot of time. Okay. But then there was a theory, okay, which people started using, that using that you don't need to do all those experimental work. Before you synthesize the material, you use AI tools and see that by combining those metals, whether you'll be able to get that resistivity or not. whether you'll be able to get that band gap also or not.
Right, sir.
So what has happened? It is giving you are able to save your resources. You are able to save manpower.
Hmm.
Okay. But now you cook up the story. What you do, you use this technology and compute certain kind of what is the resistivity band gap, and you simply code that result without doing actually experiment.
Possibly.
So tell me what to do. So
Yeah.
you have to balance it out. All right. Okay.
Right.
Uh,
Thank you. Sir, so in future we can say that the jobs which only require mathematical calculation, I don't know whether I am right or wrong, I'm asking, which do not require human intervention, for example, statistics, statistics, maths related things, they be overtaken by AI?
I think no one can replace human.
Right.
Okay.
Right.
Because we are too intelligent. Okay. We know when to attend a class, when not to attend a class. Okay. We know to how to fool your husband. Okay. तो हम मतलब ना वो सारी चीजें जितने नए नए चीजें हम इजाद कर सकते हैं शायद एआई को समय लगेगा. Right.
ठीक है सर, to
Okay.
every
So
solution we have a new problem then.
what I say, we have to be more intelligent always than this AI. Okay, because we are giving the logics to this machine to do things. All right. So we'll keep on developing better and better models and using them for betterment of the society. All right.
Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you so much, sir. Any other queries?
Sir, I have one query. As
Yes.
we are saying that AI can help us like in the drug discovery or for the identification of the material also. So
Yes.
don't you think it will decrease the scope for computational modeling? Those who are working on computational modeling. Now everything will be done by AI.
No, see.
So who
See.
suppose I am
No, then you have to
working on
verify it.
experimental
Aarti,
part of the drug
Dr.
discovery.
Aarti, I got your question, but then you have to verify it. It's not necessary that, let's say, your AI model is telling that this, see, I'm talking about drug discovery. Okay. What happens? We do many experiments. Okay. And after many experiments, we find that few of these, what we thought of compositions of molecules, materials, is not going to give what we desired. And at the end, we get that result. Okay. So what this AI model will tell you, instead of doing 1,000 experiments, if it suggests that these are the 10 possible experiments you do, and that may, out of these 10, there is a high probability that you will be getting successful outcome. But you have to actually then verify it. No, I have already told that your AI models is not that always will give you the correct solution. Ultimately, experimentally, theoretically, we have to verify it.
So sorry, sir, my internet went off. I don't know when. Is my question clear, sir?
Your question was clear, and I have given the answer also. But
Sir,
if you want,
actually my internet went off in between.
sorry, should I repeat it?
If possible, sir.
So what I am saying that it allows you, it will reduce the number of possibilities which will give you favorable outcome. Instead of trying thousands experiments for a drug discovery, now you can try only 10 potential solutions where there is a high probability that you'll get a solution.
Right, sir.
And ultimately, you have to experimentally verify it, which one is giving actual good solution. And then you have to look for because as a scientific community, we would like to know the reason also. Why it is giving better performance? No. So our logic will be keep on helping us to develop better and better solution.
Okay, sir, but this is what computational modeling scientists do. They also give an idea that yes, these many, suppose I have an idea of making this particular drug via these many steps or via these many processes. So that person will be giving me an idea, okay, out of these 100 processes, you should try these 10.
So what is that? That process is also AI model.
So now what is the role of the computational modeling scientist if the same work is done by AI?
No, the computational scientist, what exactly means by computational scientist? You are talking about statistician?
Yes, sir,
Statisticians has to
theoreticians who
analyze
are
those
working on
data.
this computational modeling.
Statistician has to analyze the data.
They are having specific software like QSAR, SAR, via which
I
they
know, SPSS, okay, SAR, but ultimately, I don't think that what people are predicting that this AI will take up all the jobs. No, okay, for you can say placing these AI systems in your system also requires huge resources. Not everyone can have such kind of AI systems available in the system. At present, few of these solutions are available at free cost, but soon you have to pay a price for this. They will be asking money for you that you want to use ChatGPT, you have to pay 10 rupees
yes, sir,
per
it's
query.
like it.
Okay.
Okay, sir, thank you so much.
Okay.
Any other queries? So I think we can conclude. I extend our sincerest gratitude to Professor Agarwal for an incredibly insightful and thought-provoking presentation on artificial intelligence in research and ethics. So your talk has emphasized on the clear prompts to be used in generative AI and to get best outcomes, and the conclusion that the AI has to be used judiciously for best results. Thank you so much, sir, for sparing time and talking to us in this refresher course.
Thank you, Sonika.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
So
And thank you all of
participants,
you.
we'll take the lunch break now and rejoin. Please rejoin by 1:55 for the next session at 2.
Okay, ma'am.
Thank you. Good afternoon, sir. May we start now?
I hope the participants have joined.
If not, all have not rejoined, but in another 5 minutes, maybe we'll have more, but we can start. Hello, sir. I think there's some problem at my end. I was not able to.
Yeah, your video was almost.
Okay. It was stuck. Okay.
Yeah.
I don't know what happened, but it's okay. So I think we can start, sir, if you permit me.
Okay. Oh yes. Then. So good
So,
afternoon.
good afternoon. Sir, let me introduce you first, and then you can start.
Okay. Okay. Teacher instincts.
Yeah. Okay. Let's follow the protocol, what it is, sir. So, good afternoon, everyone. Welcome back to the second session on day 11 of the ongoing refresher course on research methodology, embarking on NEP, research methodology for scientific excellence. So I, on behalf of Daulat College and GAD-MMTTC, SGTB Khalsa College, welcome our speaker, Dr. Rabbind Singh, to this to deliver a talk on Indian funding system and opportunities in research. Dr. Rabbind Singh is an associate professor at the School of Life Sciences, Devi Ahilya University, Indore. After completing his PhD from Madurai Kamraj University, he has had several other positions like a postdoctoral fellow at a university in France for 5 years, following which he was associate faculty at Arvind. He joined the Center for Genomics, Jivaji University, Gwalior as Ramalinga Swami Fellow, where he was there for 5 years. Then subsequently, he moved to the University of Allahabad, and currently he is at the Devi Ahilya University in the more than 20 public, and he has been very active in research all these years. So I welcome you, sir, to talk about the Indian funding system and opportunities in research to our participants.
Thank you, Dr. Sonika, for your kind words of introduction. So, with this, I begin my. Foreign sources. We will be discussing one by one, and let me begin. Oh, Dr. Sonika, it has stuck somewhere. Okay, fine. Developed countries as well, the budgets are shrinking, and because of this shrinkage in the budget, most of the researchers are being forced to seek external funding. By shrinking of research budget, I meant the institutional budget, because most of the institutes and universities have their own internal budgets, and the requirement is about writing a good grant proposal. So, writing a grant proposal itself is a kind of skill which you gain over a period of time. So, this particular writing a proper grant proposal helps you gain insight into the way decision makers evaluate and assess the research proposals. So, in this topic, we will be addressing fulfill or achieve the particular activities. It is also very important to understand that the goals of funding bodies and their grant programs. So before you apply for the grants, you should understand what a funding body is going to fund, which funding body is going to fund your research proposal. So most of the decisions on the grant are made on the but there is someone who wants to give you money to pursue your research interests. So before and when you begin to write your grant proposal, you should also consider the long-term goals of your institution. So whether the major question which you should ask is whether this grant which I am going to propose, will this help my institution in some way? What are the ways which we can imagine how a grant can help an institution? Every institution which has no grant can be a never-ending process. Every grant proposal should have a plausible end. So before you imagine a grant proposal, start with how this particular grant proposal will end, or a particular project will end. And the next important criteria is identify yourself and your strengths. The grant which you are trying to if I propose something to do something on maybe Arabidopsis or rice, I wouldn't be working on my strengths. So that itself will turn out to be a weakness when my proposal is assessed. So identify yourself, identify your strengths, and based on those strengths, write a grant proposal. So before you even write, you should have a comprehensive plan, not just a
Sir, there's a request if you can, put your video off. Maybe that will improve because the signal, because there is some issue with the voice tracking and we're not able to hear you properly.
Okay. So can I move ahead?
Yes, sir, please.
I don't know where the network issue is from. Slide is also not changing. Okay. So before you, once you have decided all these points, you should do your homework. And that homework is what is the research which you are proposing and the prospective funding bodies which you are targeting for your funds. So you should have the in your mind which would be your funding source, and that funding source should have interest in your organization and also the program which you are trying to implement. So before you write, you should have answers to these following questions as to what are the current trends. So let us say, for example, genome editing using CRISPR and Cas9 is currently in vogue, So those are the recent trends. If you propose anything on editing genomes of any particular organisms, if you happen to incorporate CRISPR and Cas9 into your grant proposal, that would be following the current trend. So if in the same proposal, if you happen to use some age-old technique of genome editing, that won't be following the current trend. So you should understand what are the current trends which are in vogue and try to incorporate them in your proposal. You should also understand what would be the current limitations of your proposal, and also what would be the technical restrictions which might restrict you in your
So you're not audible.
Once you know their future plans, you can align your research proposals according to the plans of the funding agencies. You should, by visiting the website, you can also get to know who will be the decision makers and the assessors of your proposals. What review process these funding agencies follow? Most importantly, what are the deadlines for submission? Most of the PIs are they get stuck up during this submission process. People who wait for the last day of the deadline, they are always stuck up due to the portal might lag, internet connections, network issues. Most of these problems are commonly encountered, and so stick to the deadlines for submission. What is the process of submission? Well, how much time this process of submission will take? The proper approach towards a grant. You can also get to know from the websites of the funding agencies as to how many people apply for a particular grant each year and what percentage of those people get the grants. So by that, you can have a rough estimate as to whether your particular grant proposal might pass through the initial filters or not. So all these answers to all these questions you can find from the funding body's website. Your so-called mentors can also help, and most importantly, the annual report and the future plans of the funding bodies, which is easily available on the websites. You can get a lot of information from these documents. So most funding bodies, they look for good and consistent researchers. So if you happen to have a very good academic record, very good scientific record, you can expect. Basically, why funding bodies look for good researchers is that they are potential investors in your ideas. So they will always look for people who are good enough. And by your proposal, you must be in a position to sell your idea. You should also be enthusiastic about your work. Talk about your work wherever you find people, wherever you meet people. And you should also try to sell yourself and tell them that you should fund this grant. And it is almost like working from the funder's point of view. And also, although you are asking for a grant, but you are not begging them, right? So you have the ideas and they have the money. Let both the funding body and the researchers come onto a common platform and move ahead. So getting to know relevant people in the funding body helps quite often. You should also work along with the finance officers of your institution on matters related to the staff cost, travel, overheads, etc. You can even seek professional advice on other restrictions on publications, confidentialities, liabilities, and dispute. The best people is talk to your seniors, talk to your peers, talk to your supervisors, mentors. They most often help in these issues. So now the issue is, how do we approach a particular proposal? You should always remember that the proposal which you are submitting will be read by 1 or 2 experts in your field, but there might be others in the panel who won't be experts in that particular field. So your proposal should be written in such a way that the not just the direct experts, but also the non-experts also are able to follow the proposal. The best thing to overcome this issue is talk to a lot of people who might help you in improving your proposal. All these issues, this point, the second point comes up when you are writing your first proposal or a second proposal. The most important component of any proposal is that the first page. It is the first page which contains the summary of the entire project proposal, and that is what is brings you to the make or break situation. If you can convince the reviewers and the experts in that first page, they might be forced to read the subsequent pages and take a decision. It is almost like first page is almost like an advertisement. It is almost like a pitch which you are making for your grant proposal. So once you have overcome all these, then you sit down and try to organize the grant proposal. So you should ask as to like what are the objectives of a particular project and also some expected outcomes. So once you have decided on the objectives, you can also particularly come to narrow down to certain outcomes. In every proposal, you address a well-formulated problem. And you should also be able to justify whether this is a research problem or is it just a routine application of a known technique. Most applications of known techniques don't get funded, but research problems do get funded by the funding agencies. So once you have proposed a research problem, you should also address this question as to, is this really an important problem? Or whether the solution which you are trying to propose, will those solutions be useful enough? Is this problem require special funding to solve this problem, or any special grants to solve this problem quickly enough? You should also know that the proposers should have a very good idea on which to base their work. You should also be very clear as to the proposal, clearly what you will be working in this particular grant proposal. The grant proposers or the authors should also know that whether is there any relevant work related to this particular proposal has been done by others. So this requires a comprehensive literature search. Track record of the proposals is a very important aspect of whether a grant proposal will be accepted or rejected. So track record of good research and track record of good publications. And implications of this particular grant and how will these implications be taken up for further use. There are many other criteria, but one of the important criteria is that the good track record of the proposer. Funding bodies also prioritize new researchers in the field. So once if you are new to the academics and new to the academic research, you have recently joined, maybe you can expect your initial grant proposals to be taken up by funding bodies for funding. So funders generally prefer to offer a reasonable balance of support to the different research areas, right? Multiple research areas, funding agencies have their own research interests, so they will try to fund most of the research areas. If your proposal has some industrial interest or industrial inclination that has a striking potential for future exploitation, if it is there, this will help you in getting a positive feedback for your proposal. Most people ignore certain shortcomings. I have tried to list those shortcomings. One of the major shortcomings is that the proposal written is not very clear. The research questions which are proposed to be addressed are not so very clear. The questions being addressed are sometimes ill-formed. Sometimes it is not clear why the questions are worth addressing. You might be proposing a research question, but you should also have a justification why this research question is important. A proposal which is just a routine application of a known technique will not be funded. So don't focus on the technique, focus on the purpose. Industrial link project are positively taken up. If you happen to propose something very similar, other proposers have failed to succeed in that. So proposing something like that won't be helpful. So try to propose something which is new. If you have some new idea, but you don't have insufficient technical details incorporated in your grant proposal, that will not be taken up. If you propose some unrelated research to the funding agencies, proposers might not, the funding agencies might not take it up. If a proposed research has already been done, and if you happen to propose that, it is not going to be funded, be sure about it. So do your literature search accordingly before you begin to write your proposal. If your proposal is badly presented, if it is not written well, if it is not comprehensible enough, those proposals like this will get taken out in the initial stages only. Amount of funding which you are asking, if it is not correlating with the objectives, then the funding agencies might not take it up. And the time scale also. You should not be over ambitious in your proposals, right? Proposals, the objectives should be in line with the time scale of the project which you are proposing. If a proposal is too expensive for some probable gain, if you happen to propose something which is too expensive and there is not much to be gained out of the proposal, it might not be taken up. The initial proposals which new faculties take up, they don't propose the personal requirement in the grant proposals according to the requirements of the proposal. They somehow think that they will be able to do a lot of things by themselves, and they don't propose a manpower. Explaining the staff requirements in detail and ensure that it makes sense to the funding bodies. If you happen to ask a project fellow, JRF, SRF, RA, project scientist, whatever, you should be in a position to justify that. And don't take it upon yourself that you can do most of the experiments. That is not possible. It is also essential to provide brief details of the relevant qualifications and experience of the staff. So if you happen to propose a project fellow, JRF or an SRF, you should also include that these are the qualifications which will be expected of the manpower who will be hired for a particular project. If you happen to propose a lot more than required manpower, funding agencies sometimes phase out the staff requirement. They will strike down the requirement. Budgeting, a very critical part. Every application should include an itemized budget, setting out the cost year by year. So when I say itemized budget, you should have a budget you should have cost included for every component which you are going to use in your particular project. Even if it is a simple reagent like cell culture media or fetal calf serum commonly used in cell culture application. You write down what is the cost of that particular item and what is the usage of the item. So by doing that, you are also telling the funding agencies that you have done your homework very well. And by doing that, you will be able to budget your cost year by year. A cost justification for each item should be given. The budget which you propose should be exhaustive. Item-wise budget is always impressive to the funding agencies. If additional funding from other sources is sought for a similar project, then you should make it clear. If you happen to have overlapping projects and if you have some overlaps with the project and you want to get funding from both the funding agencies, then you should be in a position to explain. Most common scenarios which we all encounter is the duplicacy of the instruments. You might have proposed a centrifuge in a grant. A similar centrifuge, you want to buy a second centrifuge for a laboratory. So once you happen to ask for a similar instrument, the funding agencies will expect a justification. You will have to justify that this particular centrifuge which I got in the earlier project was for a specific purpose, and this will be used extensively for a different purpose. So then that is why you are asking for a alternative similar instrument. Timing. The tasks which you have proposed in the project should be timed very well, and those tasks should be arranged logically in a sequential order, and you should allocate realistic durations. It is not like you simply say that I will perform the task A within 30 days. People sitting in funding agencies and the expert, they know very well that similar task cannot be done in 30 days. So you should always project realistic durations. And you should have a detailed reasoning for the individual tasks. So coming on to the methods which you propose in the project, every method which you propose to apply, you should also include what would be the aims of that particular method and what would be the methodology which you will be using, and try to describe the methodology in detail and clearly, connecting with your research questions. You should choose the methods sufficiently, and those methods should be rigorous enough to produce clear answers. Your research question using those chosen methods should come up with clear-cut answers. The timeline should be realistic. So with all this information, then you should decide as to what would be your type of proposal. Are you proposing an program implementation? Are you proposing a program development? Or is your proposal suitable for an applied research, which is hypothesis-driven, theoretical, or experimental research? You should also be able to categorize your research into whether it is going to be a clinical intervention, treatment protocol, trial, and all that. So you should have a broad category of what your proposal is going to be. So once you have categorized your proposal, then you begin to begin your preparation for the writing the proposal. So once you begin to write, you identify the agency and get the guidelines and deadlines of that particular agency. So for example, the currently ongoing project by ANRF, ARG is an ongoing proposal. We know ANRF is going to fund, and everyone who is interested in applying for ANRF, ARG, they will download their guidelines and identify that the deadline for ANRF, ARG currently is 15th of July. So once you know the deadline, well, you begin to work on the project. What we mostly do is, whenever we find time, we particularly the people in the universities and who are into teaching, we don't find enough time during the academic session. We all try to squeeze in some time during our summer vacations and other vacations which we get, and we sit and try to organize project during that time. So once you have defined the project, conduct a thorough literature search, find out whether a particular funding agency will fund this project or not, basic requirements for a project, whether my institution has those basic requirements, find out what are the application procedures, whether it is an online application or an offline application, download all the supporting documents from the funding agency's website. Don't download the supporting documents from the any other common websites. Always go to the funding agency's website and download the supporting documents and their formats, because sometimes funding agencies tend to modify the formats from time to time. So you should be having the updated supporting document. Stick to the deadlines. You should also know what would be the process which is followed by the funding agencies for granting the funds. read the eligibility conditions. So before you even apply, you should understand whether are you eligible or not. But in most case scenarios, faculties who are in a government institution in a regular position, they are eligible for most of the funding grants, except for certain situations like contractual faculties, ad hoc faculties, or situations like people who are on Ramanujan Fellowship, Ramalingam Swami Fellowship, Inspire faculty. So you should check whether you are meeting the eligibility conditions before you even apply. Always have the contact person for a particular funding agency or a particular grant call handy. If you have any query or something, you can always email them at any point of time, and they usually the program officers or the scientists who manage a particular grant proposal, they respond positively. So, some tips for getting funded: be specific with your research. Don't wave around. Be specific. Be strategic. Small cost of projects have more chances to be funded. Don't be extravagant in asking for funds. Very carefully formulate your objectives, formulate your methods, and design your project. And proposal should be honest, and your good idea should be convincing.
So you're not audible.
I sent it to multiple friends. I sent it to seniors to read my grant application and give a feedback on that. You can involve your friends. And ensure that the project idea matches perfectly with the open call. More publications in international journals indexed by Scopus, Web of Science, and the number of citations will help the researchers or faculty members to fetch the grant. So whatever publications you have, try to publish them in Scopus index journals, and particularly the journals which have impact factor, and make sure your articles are cited. The more the citations, better the chances of you getting a grant. So once you have applied, if there is any query, you can always ask for replies for your queries. If you have any questions, you can always ask the funding agencies. There's nothing to be afraid of. And most importantly, if a particular grant proposal is getting rejected, modify it, try again. That's the only way out. So once you have passed through all this, you sensibly ask yourself that what funding mechanisms makes the most sense for your research. Like I apply to DST, DBT, and all those ICMR. I'm more into disease-oriented research. There might be someone who is into ecological research. They can try something from funding agencies like Ministry of External Affairs and Ministry of Environment and Forests. So I will be discussing all that as we move ahead. What are the sources of funds seem most applicable to my work? If my work is disease-oriented, health-oriented, maybe I should try ICMR or DHR, right? What is the type of proposal which I will be writing, whether it will be an exhaustive one or whether it will be a startup grant, something like that. And identify who might be interested in my work. There are other alternative strategies to get grants. You can attend conferences which are organized by funding agencies. In those conferences, you can network, discuss your research with your potential funding agencies. Conferences sponsored by funding agencies provide a great opportunity to interact with agency program staff while learning about emerging trends and priority ideas. You can always ask the funding agencies as to this is what I'm planning, this is what I have. Is there any call coming up in future or not? Apart from conferences, talk to your colleagues who is funding them. अगर उनको कोई fund कर रहा है तो they will also fund me. Another alternative is that you might be doing a comprehensive literature search. When you read the articles, refer to the acknowledgement section of those published articles. Those acknowledgement sections, you will get to know the funding agencies who have funded similar works. Some funding agencies also display the awards and abstracts on their websites.
So you're not audible.
Best catch which I have, like if you have something in your mind, talk to people who are already established in that field, bring them on board, collaborate with them, and try to apply grants together. You can talk to the program officers of the funding agencies. There was a study which says that this is from US, where they get 10,000 federal proposals, but there are once you have spoken to the program officers, the chances of success might increase threefold when you have already established your contact with the funding agencies. Contacting the program officers also gives you an opportunity to introduce yourself, discuss your research with a potential funder, and gain valuable feedback. These program officers can direct you. They might tell you, like, "Yaar, is call pe mat apply karo. There is another call coming up in another 2 months, 3 months. You try to apply in that call. It might not be fitting this particular call, but that call which is coming up in future should be a direct fit for your proposal." The important question, we always have this kind of hesitation as to should we talk to people, what they will think of us. No, let them think whatever they like, but all we want is funds to pursue our research interests. Approach them, be prepared, have a summarized research proposal written down in 1 or 2 paragraphs, and you can also talk to the program officers and get their feedback as to whether your project will fall within the program's current priorities. Always remember that developing effective strategies and methods in finding suitable funding opportunities takes time, practice, and patience. We all have slogged. We would have written multiple proposals, but not every proposal got funded. Some people have a very hang of it. They apply for a grant and they happen to get it. So all this comes with how much time you have spent in organizing proposals, what is your experience which you carry, and how patient enough you are. So make sure your research interests align closely with the program and agency's interests. So like if you are proposing something to ICMR, it should have something to do with health research. If you are proposing something to some other funding body which is going to fund plant sciences research, it should have something to do with plant sciences. If a project is not funded, that doesn't mean it is a failure, right? The funding environment is quite complex. Further funding, but you can always ask for their feedback as to what was the comments which I got on my proposal. Funding agencies will be more than happy to share the comments. So getting those comments help you to improve on your proposal. Most proposals get rejected because of the equipment, and the demand for equipment and personnel are unrealistic. So you should ask for equipment which is directly required for the project. You can't ask for it. You should not ask for an equipment just for the heck of it. You should ask for the personnel and the manpower in that particular project, which might be required. Research grants to the investigator are it should be proposed in such a way that the budget is adequate and to cover up the scope and the amount it can cover the proposed research. So with this in mind, we will discuss as to what are the various funding agencies and the schemes which they have. So me coming from the university system, University Grants Commission is a bread and butter. So most of the faculty would have begun their research careers by getting some kind of a grant from University Grants Commission, UGC. So UGC funds a lot of programs. They fund something like Faculty Development Program, FDP, FIP is Faculty Improvement Program. They also fund short-term visit of N faculty members to reputed institutes. So if you have a particular research interest and you can propose to the UGC as to I want to visit this institute and gain some experience on this particular technique, tool, or whatever it is. UGC also funds travel grants, minor research projects up to 5 lakhs for science and 3 lakhs for social sciences, arts and law. And they also fund for organizing conferences and seminars. Although I would say that UGC last 2-3 years has not been, 2 years or something has not been funding this particular 5 lakhs usually given to newly joined faculty as a startup grant. In future, they might come up, but currently this is not there. So apart from UGC, so let me clear, most of the funding agencies which I will be touching upon in this presentation are something to do with science. There are certain examples as to non-scientific funding agencies also which I have taken up in this. So DRDO funds projects. It funds research to the academic institutions under the extramural project proposal, and these extramural schemes also support the instrumentation requirement of institutes and the DRDO laboratories and establishments. So if you have some instrument or detection method or detection technique or identification measurement method, you can always propose to the DRDO. DRDO funds a lot of varieties of grants. They also fund conferences, symposia, seminar, workshops. So if you have any research interest in your mind, which can fit into the mandate of defense research, you can always try this extramural project proposal from DRDO. CSIR, one of the major funding bodies, it provides funds for promoting research in the field of science and technology, which includes agriculture, engineering, medicine. CSIR funds are mostly multidisciplinary. They also have interactive programs with university faculty. CSIR also funds emeritus scientists, apart from JRF shape, SRF shape, RA shape in the form of CSIR, RA, SPM fellowships. Shanti Swarup Bhatnagar Award is given to very senior people, CSIR Young Scientist Award. They also provide travel grants to research scholars, faculty training program, and like that. So you can visit the CSIR sites and look time to time. So, Department of Atomic Energy funds research programs which are connected to nuclear science and technology. So their R&D projects which foster research capabilities and manpower development in research manpower developments in universities and similar institutions. So it is not like DAE will not fund universities and colleges. If you have an idea which fits into the nuclear science and technology area, you can apply to DAE to fund. DAE will fund. DAE funds faculties in universities and other similar institutions. They also fund symposium, conferences, workshops for various disciplines. DAE also has an Hello, is there any network issue?
Dr. Vikas, please mute yourself. I think some participant has got unmuted, sir.
Oh, okay. Fine, I'll continue. So DAE has Young Scientist Research Award as well, and they also have various research associateships and senior fellowships. DAE also funds PhD fellowships. Department of Biotechnology for Life Sciences, it is one of the major funding bodies which funds projects in agriculture, bioinformatics, biotech product and process development, medical biotech, bioresources, basic research, human resource. I will be touching upon major aspects as we move ahead. So AICTE also has a research component. You can apply for research and institutional development scheme of AICTE. So once you have a requirement of a particular facility,
So you're not audible.
they will fund technologies which are patentable technologies. So if you have any idea which can be patentable in future, you can write to AICTE for grants. Department of Ocean Development will fund research in the areas of marine research, marine geology, geophysics, coastal ecology, marine biology, marine microbiology, and all that. So you can apply to this assistance for research project in Ocean Sciences scheme of Department of Ocean Development. And you can also ask for manpower training for ocean research and management. Right? So if you have some research project in your mind and you want your manpower to be trained in a particular technology, you can approach the Department of Ocean Development for your funding ideas. ISRO funds a certain research projects. If your research project is in line with the requirement of space science, application and technology, the ISRO will fund the PIs in universities and academic institutions in the country. So ISRO's research program is called as Respond, and also there is another program called Space Science Promotion. So you can also try in ISRO for funds. So Ministry of Communication and Information Technology will fund if you have any proposal to develop a new software or an hardware, areas of developing electronics, photonics, nanotechnologies, any new technology for rural application, health and biotechnology. All these, if you have any ideas in these areas, you can also approach the Ministry of Communication and Information Technology for grants. People having interest in the area of Ayush, the Department of Ayurveda, Yoga, Naturopathy, Unani, Siddha, and Homeopathy, or Ayush, has extramural research support scheme. So you can, if your project has something to do with herbal formulations, herbal medicines, you can always try in these Ayush for grants. They fund quite a lot of projects. Why I put up this is like if anyone is working in the areas of developing Ayurvedic formulations, applying to Ayush will be a specific
So you're not audible. Participants, are you able to hear, sir?
No, ma'am.
No, ma'am.
apply in Ayush rather than.
Yes, ma'am. Now.
So your voice is dropping out several times in between. We are not able to hear you.
What I'll do is I'll connect an headset. So let me see.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Am I audible now?
Yes, you're audible.
Okay, so let us do it with this. Fine. So, if you have any proposal which has to do something with herbal medicines, herbal formulations, Ayush should be your target department. So, Ayush supports a lot of grants, and the principal investigators who are experienced in their in the areas of herbal formulations, plant sciences, so they can apply. Ayush funds reputed institutions, organizations, universities, and laboratories. Apart from these funding agencies, there are science academies also fund academic research. So you can try various funding bodies. I have just put up one slide for Indian National Science Academy. So these are certain out of the league options which people can try to ask for funds. Department of Biotechnology is one of the major funder for people in the area of life sciences. DBT has a lot of verticals, and there are so many scientific directorates within the DBT. So this particular directorate, which funds, which is technology capacity and partnerships. This particular vertical funds individuals student fellowships by through this program. DBT supports junior research fellowship, RShip, postgraduate teaching programs, and also skilling program, DBT biotechnology industrial training programs, Corona programs for scholars, and DBT training programs. So the reason why I put up is that most of us are from academic institutions where we can always guide our students to target these programs to and get fellowships for themselves. DBT fund
Not audible. So you're not audible.
in 1 year, they can apply for this fellowship. DBT funds extravagantly for this particular program, and it's quite a flexible fund. And apart from that, there is also a young researcher fellowship. There is also a data innovation fellowship for seniors, and Hargobind Corona Innovative in Biotechnologist fellowship. So this is all. These are all grants which you can target and try to fit in. DBT also funds the departmental research resources, service facilities, and creating platforms. So you can try proposing something to DBT Sahaj program or the DBT Builder program, by which you can ask for funds from DBT to strengthen the PG programs which are being conducted in your department. You can ask funds to improve your infrastructure facilities. You can ask funds for teaching programs very well. People who are from colleges, they can opt for this DBT Star College program and all. People from colleges and PG teaching programs, they can advise the students to apply to DBT for this biotechnology industrial training program, and through this DBT liases with the biotechnology industries, where students can get the opportunity to go and work there for a few months and gain some experience. There is an important vertical which DBT has is emerging frontiers in biotechnology. Application calls for this particular scheme open twice a year, and you can apply this through. Through this call, DBT supports biomedical sciences, biological sciences, and also interdisciplinary sciences. So if you have any idea on basic and applied science which is connected to health and human disease, apply to the biomedical sciences vertical. If you have something, some idea in your mind which is related to plants, agriculture, biotech, bioenergy, and all that, you can apply to the biological sciences vertical. And if you are trying to merge both biological sciences and any other science like chemistry or physics, you can apply for interdisciplinary sciences. So DBT will fund approximately up to 1 crore in this particular vertical in emerging frontiers in biotechnology. So apart from that, there are variety of programs which DBT has. One of the most interesting one is the health and wellness, where people who are interested in working with human diseases, they usually target this particular vertical. People who are working with plants target this vertical of biohealth and biosafety and all that. So DBT supports industrial research through the organization called BIRAC, which is Biotechnology Industry Research Assistance Council. So there are many initiatives which have been taken up by DBT through BIRAC, which is the SBIRA, which is Small Business Innovation Research Innovative Initiative. So this SIBRI objective provides support to the early stage pre-proof of concept. So if you have a concept in your mind and you want to generate data for that particular concept, you can apply to this particular call through BIRAC. They will support new indigenous technologies, particularly those related to societal needs in healthcare, food, nutrition, agriculture, and many other sectors. They will nurture and mentor innovative and emerging technologies. So you can submit your proposals, and particularly since this is a small business initiative, this proposal can be submitted in partnership with a company. So both people from academic institutions like partner institutions like universities and institutes, along with the company, they can apply to this particular grant. There are 2 calls for proposals in SIBRI initiative every year. So they call for twice, you can apply to these grants. There is another initiative which DBT has. It is called TACE, promoting academic It is called TACE. So DBT funds academic innovation research, and they support a variety of projects. It can be proof of concept, proof of principle, and this project should lead to a development of a prototype of a product or material. Months, and they have a budget limitation of 50 lakhs. So you should, again, they call for proposals twice a year, and you can apply this. The Biotechnology Ignition Grants Scheme is the flagship program of BIRAC. So it supports young startups and people with entrepreneurial.
So you're not audible.
And if you want to upscale the technology and validate the proof of concept of a particular technology, then you can try this. This particular grant encourages researchers to take technology closer to market. So if there is any idea which you want to take it up the market through a startup, this is the particular scheme which you should be targeting. And they call twice a year. So along with DPT, DST has a variety of to do with mental
Sir, would it be possible for you to check your network because your voice is dropping off in between several times? We are not able to hear you.
Let me check. Am I audible now?
Yes, sir.
Nahi?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. You are audible.
Okay. So, in this initiative called CSRA, DST fund individual. Again?
Participants, please keep yourselves muted. Dr. Avneet.
Yes, sir. Hello.
Yes, sir. Sir, you can continue. Actually, one of the participants is unmuted, so the disturbance is coming from there.
Oh, okay, fine. So, through this initiative of Cognitive Science Research Initiative, DST will fund individual R&D projects also. They can also fund multi-centric mega projects. They also fund postdoctoral fellowships for up to 2 years, and they will support schools, training programs, workshops, and conferences. So,
Dr. Avneet, please mute yourselves. You're causing a lot of disturbance.
Yes, ma'am. So, voice is breaking again?
No, sir, you are audible. No, sir, your voice
Okay.
is clear.
So, FIST is one option where you can ask for ask DST to apply for improving the infrastructure in your institution. There is a specific scheme for university research.
Sir, you are not audible.
देख लो कूड़ादान ये तो आदिया कितनी वैल्यू बढ़ गई.
Okay. So, am I audible now? I've tried all my options, but still there is some network issue, I think.
Yes, sir. Voice is breaking.
Sir, are you using an external mic?
I was using, now I have stopped that.
Yes, I think it is less because of network, because the voice clarity is there. Maybe the mic itself is properly not connected or the connection is fluctuating. Let us see now. Because external mic, maybe some wiring problem is there. Let us sir, now see now. Thank you, sir.
There is this scheme called Stuti, which they will fund the human resource programs, And there is also a scheme for the upgradation of the existing instruments which we have in our institutions. So if there is any sophisticated instrument, we can apply to DST for the scheme Supreme, where they will fund for the upgradation and maintenance of the existing instrument. DST also has national mission programs on National Mission on Interdisciplinary Cyber Physical Systems. They also have a mission program on National Quantum Mission. They also have a National Supercomputing Mission and Climate Change. Graduate level. So if there is an individual who has excelled in his or her PG studies, through Inspire Fellowship, DST supports 1,000 fellowships every year for bright students in the age group of 20 and 22 and 27 to pursue PhD. There is a scheme for Inspire faculty as well. It is called the Inspire Faculty Fellowship, where 100 individuals are funded every year who are PhD, and they fall within this bracket of 27 to 32 years. They will be funded for 5 years, and they will get their
So you're not audible. We can't hear you.
who are in the senior positions, and they can take up this program. And there is a scheme called WINS, where Women International Grant Support. So women who are in academics and who have their some inclination towards research, they can apply to this program and take up research in the international research lab. So if you happen to find a research lab which interests you, you can get funds through this scheme called WINS and spend some time in those research labs and academic institutions. DHR is one of the major funding bodies. DHR funds research
Excuse me, sir, you're not audible.
which are
Sir,
translational.
not audible. You are not audible for so many times in between. I don't know what is happening. I don't think anyone will be able to follow that ways, because
What I'll do is I'll stop the share. I'll log out and log in once again, right?
or maybe yeah, you can do that. Sorry for this. We'll have to wait till he rejoins.
Dr. Sonika, allow me to share this.
Yes, sir. Just give me a minute. So you can present now.
Okay. Is the screen visible?
Yes, it is.
ICMR again is an important funding body. It will fund research related to health sciences. So ICMR takes up a lot of variety of funding, which is short-term studentship, ad hoc research, JRF-ship, ICMR visiting fellow, postdoctoral, and apart from that, various task force projects as well. Basically, ICMR grants fall under three categories. One of these is the investigator-initiated research proposal small grant, investigator-initiated research proposal intermediate grant, and a grant for Center for Advanced Research. So, in the small grant, you can apply up to the project maximum limit of 2 crores for funding, and they will fund for 3 years. In this particular scheme, preference is given to multidisciplinary projects addressing priority diseases and conditions. So your proposal should address the priority disease areas like tuberculosis and all that. Any disease area which government has identified as a priority disease area. Additionally, research projects that build on finding from previous ICMR grants will be prioritized for funding. So let us say if you had a small grant from ICMR through which you have developed something and you have some initial results and you want to build up on that, you can ask for this ICMR through this particular called investigator-initiated research proposal. The next bigger grant is the investigator-initiated research proposal intermediate grant, where you can seek funds up to 2 to 8 crores per project, and the maximum duration allowed is 4 years. So these projects that will be taken up in this scheme will have to address the key health issues by validating or evaluating interventions with established proof of concept. So you should have something in your mind which is already established and you want to validate it. And that is why you get more time and more budget. ICMR also funds centers for advanced research. They will fund up to 15 crores per year per project for 5 years. So they will fund the Center for Advanced Research along with the experience. They will support the advanced studies by
Sir, you are not audible.
MD, post-MD and post-MS holders in the areas of basic science, communicable and non-communicable diseases, as well as reproductive health. So apart from those funding agencies, people who are interested in the area of environment, they can ask for funds from Ministry of Environment, Forest and Climate Change. If there is any proposal which proposes something on biodiversity, conservation, socio-economic issues of environment and sustainable development, conservation and management of landscapes, climate change, pollution prevention, remote sensing and all that, you can apply to Ministry of Environment, Forest and Climate Change through the scheme called ERDP. The scheme is called Environmental Research and Development Program. So there is a funding body called Wellcome Trust, which has collaborated with Department of Biotechnology, and it is this funding agency is called India Alliance DBT Wellcome Trust. So they fund basic biomedical research fellowships through individual fellowships called early career fellowship, intermediate fellowship, and senior fellowship. These are quite prestigious fellowships, and the amount of budget given is quite substantial. So in the early career fellowship, they will support the postdoctoral scientists who wish to undertake high quality research and establish themselves as independent researchers in India. Intermediate is for researchers who are already have established an independent laboratory with high quality research program in India. Senior fellowship is given to individuals who have already demonstrated their ability to lead an independent research group. So you can try one of these fellowships through DBT Wellcome Trust India Alliance. So India Alliance also apart from the basic biomedical scientists.
Sir, your screen is not visible.
Screen gone?
Screen is not visible.
Fine. Let me. Someone changed the host. I am no longer the host.
So your co-host, you will be able to present.
Was it? So, are you able to see the screen now?
Yes, sir. Yes.
Fine. So, apart from the basic biomedical research fellowships, India Alliance also supports clinical and public health fellowship. This is basically for mostly for clinicians. So, so apart from these funding agencies, there is a funding agency called Board of Research in Nuclear Sciences. This is part of Department of Atomic Energy. They also fund basic science research in universities, institutes, and national laboratories. They have two schemes called Relevant Research Projects and Collaborative and Coordinated Research Projects. You can try in BRNS. So any project which has something to do with advanced reactor technologies, hydrogen generation storage, nuclear agriculture, nuclear facilities, lasers application in biomedical, biophotonics, food preservation, and all that. All these are the thrust areas of BRNS. If your project falls into one of these thrust areas, you can apply to grants to this agency called Board of Research in Nuclear Sciences. ANRF
So you're not audible.
is part of the ARG grant, and it supports grants which are from mathematical sciences, theoretical sciences, and quantitative social sciences. There is another scheme specifically for researchers belonging to scheduled caste and scheduled tribe. It is called the Inclusivity Research Grant, where you can take up all the research in the areas of science and engineering. This is specifically for scheduled caste and scheduled tribe individuals. People who belong to these castes can target this particular grant of ANRF called Inclusivity Research Grant. They will fund up to 60 lakh for a period of 3 years. JC Post grant is for senior scientists. I'm not going to dwell too much onto it. There is a scheme called MAHA, which is referred to as Mission for Advancement in High Impact Areas. So ANRF time to time will identify high impact areas. Currently, ANRF has identified electric mobility as the priority areas to focus under the program called MAHA. For early career researchers or the faculty who have newly joined, they can target this scheme called Prime Minister's Early Career Research Grant. They fund substantially, and this is specifically for researchers to initiate their research career in a new institution. The budget is quite flexible, and the amount is also quite good. There is an age capping for this. I think it is 42 years is the age cap. So anyone who is below this particular age cap can research grants as direct financial support to research projects taken up by social scientists. They will ICSSR also provides grants to scholars to conduct research. They have the categories both as major research project and minor research category. Indian Council for Historical Research has variety of schemes such as junior research fellowship, postdoctoral fellowship, senior research fellowship, research projects also. They will fund travel grants as well. And ICHR can also provide publication subsidy and also grants for conducting seminars, workshops, and conferences. Indian Council for Philosophical Research promotes research in the areas of philosophy to scholars, especially the young scholars in the following areas. There are other funding agencies from foreign countries as well, such as Universe Foundation from Japan and Ford Foundation, UNICEF, UNESCO, and all that. So these are various foreign funding agencies which you can target for your research. So apart from these government funding bodies, you can also opt for funding from corporates and their foundations. Most large corporates have their foundations through which they support the research environment in India. So there are certain advantages. Is that they have a significant source of support for faculty. They will fund research.
Not audible, sir. डॉक्टर मनोज प्लीज अपने म्यूट कर लीजिए.
Example which I have taken up is the Lady Tata Memorial Trust. If you have any research idea which has something to do with leukemia, heritable blood disorders, biology and treatment of cancer, you can apply to Lady Tata Memorial Trust for funds. So there is another private or the corporate funding body which funds research in the areas of bench to bedside research or the translation research project. This foundation is called Sri Padmavati Venkateshwara Foundation. It operates from Karnataka. They will fund up to 3 crore rupees for 3 years. So like this, there are a variety of funding bodies, and there are many research institutes which have been set up by large corporates like Center for Brain Research at Indian Institute of Science, set up by founders of Infosys. There is also the Tata Institute of Genomic Sciences, again set up in Bangalore by Tata Trust and all that. So with this information, I think I have to thank you all for your patience and attention.
Do you have any queries?
I would love to take.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you, sir. Anyone wants to ask something?
In one of the first slide, I have put up my email ID as well. If you want, you can email me anytime. I'll try to reply. I'm bringing up. Okay.
Okay, so thank you so much for your comprehensive overview of the Indian funding landscape and the opportunities that are available in research. And this session has been truly invaluable. Though there were, there was one issue that we all faced was the audio dropping in between. But I'm sure if it would be possible for you to share your slides, I could share it with the participants. So if whatever they missed could be gathered from your slides, if it will be possible for you. So.
And Dr. Sonika, thank you for this opportunity.
The pleasure is ours, sir. You've sincerely, made such a comprehensive presentation. You've included almost everything. So thank you so much for that.
Thank you.
Participants, we have to continue with the presentations now. So just give us some time. I don't know, maybe 5 minutes. And we have to restart again. Dr. Manoj, please mute yourself. Just give me a minute. I'll come back. So we can start with the presentations. Just give me a minute. I will make the presenters as co-hosts so that they can present. We'll be starting with Dr. Savita Bansal. Just wait for a minute. We will make you the co-host, ma'am. Okay, so it's taking some time for the technical team to make you all the co-host. So in the meanwhile, please, I would like to again remind you that the time limit that has been given to you is 5 minutes. So please stick to the 5 minutes that has been allotted to you. We have many participants, so otherwise it gets very late and difficult for all of us. So please stick to the time limit that has been allotted. And if there are too many queries from your fellow participants, then you can talk on a one-to-one basis later. Dr. Savita, you can start now.
Sure, ma'am.
And please don't keep asking for the attendance links. The attendance links are shared on time and they are stopped after 15 to 20 minutes. We stop collecting the data. So for session 3, we've already collected it. Now we will share for the presentation session only.
Ma'am, is this slide visible to all of you?
Yes.
Thank you. So, first I want to say thank you to Daulat College to organize such a wonderful induction programs. So today I am going to explain the role of advanced glycation end products, that is a new biomarker to study the progression of vascular complication in type 2 diabetes. Is it scrolling? Is it moving?
No. No changes.
Okay. Now is it moving?
Yes.
Okay. So as you can see in this chart that the rate of diabetes is increasing.
Kindly put on slideshow mode.
I'm actually on putting on the slideshow on moving my slides. It's not moving, I think.
Okay.
I'm changing my slides. Is it visible to all of you on changing the slides?
No, it's stuck at one slide.
Yeah, actually there is some technical issue. That's why I'm not putting it at a slide mode. So as you can see in this chart that the rate of diabetes is increasing day by day, and this is the data that was generated by the WHO and in Diabetes Atlas 11th edition of 2025. In 2024, the number of the diabetic patients have been noted around 589 millions, and which represent a rate of 45% increasing according to this data. This is the case of the cases which are diagnosed, but still the cases are there which are undiagnosed. And in India, 39 million of cases have been identified, which represent the 53% of the total undiagnosed cases. And the rate of the type 2 diabetes is increasing. Basically, it is more prevalent above the age of 30 to the age of the 60. So this population is at a high risk to develop the type 2 diabetes. The reason behind the development of risk of type 2 diabetes are many, including the economic development, increasing urbanization, sedentary lifestyles, greater consumption of the sugar-containing food product, processed and the red meat, and other unhealthy foods which are associated with the obesity. Asian population are more prone to the diabetes due to the certain factors which include the ethnic populations, genetic factors, low birth rate, and thin fat Indians, increased inflammatory markers in the Asian population, increased abdominal obesity, visceral fat, and these are the some important factors which make the Asian population more prone to the type 2 diabetic type of the situation. If the hyperglycemic condition is not treated, it results in a many type of the complication which affect both the micro as well as macrovascular complications, thereby affecting the eye, kidney, neuropathy, brain, heart, and peripheral system of our body. So early detection and management of the diabetes is very important to avoid the substantial cost related to diabetic complication. And there is a large amount of the data is available which says that the type 2 diabetes can be prevented or delayed if it can be managed at the early conditions. So the question is whom and when to screen to prevent the rate of these diabetes that affect the global population in a large manner. So this is the diagnostic criteria which is developed by the WHO and which include 4 important parameters. We should measure the fasting blood glucose level. We should measure a 2-hour postprandial sugar level. HbA1c is the one of the most important parameter to follow up the diabetes, and the random plasma glucose level. So actually the reason behind the undiagnosed cases that this disease is highly asymptomatic in nature. So the person should be very careful who are having any type of the pathophysiological situation associated with these types of the points, or those who have a BMI greater than 25, those who have a high race or ethnicity, those who have the history of the CVD, having the high BP, low HDL and high LDL levels, women with PCOD kind of the problems, physical inactivity. So any these of the factors, if the person is facing, they should go for the test of the diabetes. So hyperglycemia is the most important factor in the onset and the progression of the diabetic complication, but the exact mechanism how the hyperglycemia is responsible for the progression of the complications is still under research. And one of the important marker is the advanced glycation and product that is found under the hyperglycemic condition. This molecule is basically found when there is a high accumulation of the glucose in circulatory system or inside the cells. It start reacting with the proteins which form the Squish base. Then it form the amidori products which undergo the various types of the rearrangement kind of the reactions and form the different kind of the ages. And the most important ages which are basically estimating in various research studies the carboxymethyl lysine and the pantosidine. This reaction was first identified in 1912 by the Maillard. So this is also known as the Browning reaction due to the associated yellow-brown color of these products. So this is the flow, how basically the ages formed inside the body and how the ages affect the system. This is the most important question. So ages basically affect the system at the cellular as well as extracellular level. At the cellular level, it reacts with a very important receptors known as the receptor for the advanced glycation end products, and it is responsible to increase the expression of the various molecules that are associated with increased ROS productions, inflammation, and increased adhesion molecules productions, increased prothrombotic, increased plasmin activator inhibitors, and decreased NO productions, which leads to to the vasoconstriction and another type of the complications. At the extracellular level, it is basically responsible for cross-linking of the serum and the extracellular matrix proteins. It is also responsible for the oxidation and the glycation of the LDL. Thereby, it interferes the cell matrix as well as matrix interactions, leading to the decreased elasticities, increased stiffness, narrowing of the vessels.
Dr. Savita, your time is up. Please wind up.
Okay, ma'am. This is so my conclusion is that the enhanced formation of the age under hyperglycemic condition is a biochemical abnormality that need to be understood, and various anti-age therapies are being used to prevent the age's formations. Therefore, age is one of the important target for future diagnosis and prevention of the diabetes. These are the references from where I have taken all the data. Now, thank you so much.
Savita, thank you for your presentation. Now, is this work published?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Actually, I have published 4 to 6 papers, and these are basically the review. These are the figures from the review articles of my review articles only. And this is the data where I have basically, not me, many researchers have been identified the level of the ages are high in diabetic patients and more so in diabetes patients with the complications.
So how are AG is different from HbA1c? How is the
Actually,
what diagnosis different from HbA1c 1c
yes,
estimation?
It's a very good question, ma'am. HbA1c is basically, if you will see the formation of the ages, it is the amadori product basically that is not damaging to this is the HbA1c. At this level, we can call this is the HbA1c level. It can be estimated by the chromatographic methods. But HbA1c is not damaging to the body. It is act as a marker. And the
you're using these proteins also as a marker only, no? That's what your title says, right?
No, ma'am. It is marker as well as it is a risk factor also.
Okay.
But HbA1c is not a risk factor. It acts as only a marker, ma'am.
So have you ever used any of the techniques or any of the tools that have been, taught to you during the workshop, during the FDP? Have you used any of the tools in your presentation?
Yes, ma'am. Actually, I have used the reference management by the Zotero methods as well, ma'am. If you will see, the sir explained what is the qualitative methods, what are the quantitative methods, how we represent the mean, where we use the mean, where we use the median in our data. So which methods, where we have to use the ANOVA, where you has the t-test estimations. So statistical tools basically, and the reference management element Zotero basically, I'm basically used for my presentation, ma'am.
Okay, thank you, Savita.
Thank you so much, ma'am.
Next, Dr. Shelley, please present.
My screen is visible?
Yes, it's visible.
Good afternoon, everyone. Am I audible, ma'am?
Yes, you're audible.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. I am Dr. Shelley from Department of Mathematics, Daulat College. Today I am talking about radius problem in geometric function theory. Geometric function theory is my research area, and it is a branch of complex analysis where we study about geometric properties of some complex valued analytic functions. So here is the content of my presentation. Firstly, I am including basic terminologies or notations which I will be using to define radius problem, and then I have included bibliometric analysis of contributions to the radius problem in last 4 years, and then I have included references. So let us start with some counts. By D, we are denoting the unit disk in complex plane, and by then we have a definition of analytic function. A complex valued function is said to be analytic in a domain if it is differentiable in the domain. Then we have class of analytic functions with the condition that functions are taking 0 to 0 and f dash 0 is 1. Then we have important class in geometric function theory. F is the class of all analytic functions which are 1, 1. And then I am going to talk about two geometric properties. First one is the class of star-like functions. Function is said to be star-like if its image is star-like with respect to origin. And by a star-like set, I mean a star-like set with respect to a point, I mean that all the line segments joining any point of the set E with the point W0 lies in the set itself. By S star, I'm denoting the subclass of this, which are subclass of S consisting of functions which are star-like. And similarly, we can define the class K of convex functions. By convex function, I mean a function whose image is convex domain. Convex domain means all the line segments joining any 2 points lie within the set itself. So now, what is radius problem? For any property beta and a set of functions m, the radius problem is about to find the largest radius such that every function of the class m possesses the property beta. To explain it with example, I have taken two functions f1 and f2 defined on unit disk. These are complex valued functions, and by Mathematica, I have drawn these images. And by first image, by image of f1, we can see that image of f1 is convex domain, therefore f1 is convex function, and it is star-like domain also, and therefore f1 is star-like also, star-like function also. And if we look at the image of f2, then this is only a star-like domain, but not a convex domain. So that means we have one example that every star-like function may not be convex function. So now from the figure, we have seen that f1 is both star-like and convex, whereas f2 is star-like function, which is not convex. So now the question comes, can we find subdisk of unit disk in which every star-like function possesses the convexity property? So this is the radius problem, and this was answered by Nevan Lina in 1920, and this is called radius of convexity of star-like functions. So basically, this is the radius problem, and then I have included bibliometric analysis of the papers on radius problem in the last 4 years. So this is the literature survey kind of in short. And I have just mentioned that there are various classes on which the radius problem have been discussed. So firstly, we have Ma and Minda classes. These are authors. They have generalized the star-like and convex classes, and many people have worked on these classes for radius problem. Then many work has been done for special functions, Bessel function, gamma function, etc. And there are also operator-based function classes and also classical ratio of functions in various subclasses. And these are methodologies used. So here, many papers have used differential subordination, convolution techniques, and various inequalities related to functions with positive real part and logarithmic differentiation. And then by the software BiblioShiny, which I have learned in this refresher course in the session of Pooja Goel Lab, I have made these graphs, and this shows the trend of the publications under review. And the review work, I have taken only the papers on various problems which were available on the surface. So by the software BiblioShiny, I have made this graph, and similarly many more. So this one shows the relevant authors, their publications under review, and these are the relevant sources, means journals, which are publishing the radius problem in the last 4 years, and only for the publications which are under review of this work. And then I can see that there are citations. This shows average citations per year, and it is going down because I have collected only recent. And this is collaboration network. It shows that how the authors are connected with each other. So various colors represent various different groups of collaborators. And these are the selected references. Right.
Thank you, Shelly, for your presentation. Now, because
Thank you,
I'm
ma'am.
not for this much, not from this domain, can you tell me if this this review, what translational value does it have, or what are the implications of the study?
Applications. You want to know?
Yeah, and
The
maybe
application. Then
yeah.
actually geometric function theory is used in fluid dynamics also to study the flow of fluid. I have seen this because I'm not working in the fluid dynamic direction, so I don't know how they work, but I've studied that it is used. This theory is used इन फिजिक्स ऑल्सो ऑप्टिक्स में यूज होता है, जहाँ पर लेंसेज के डिजाइन क्रिएट करने में ये हेल्प करता है। और कन्फॉर्मल मैपिंग भी होता है मैम कॉम्प्लेक्स एनालिसिस में, जो एंगल प्रोग्रामिंग मैप होती है, तो वो भी काफी यूज होता है, जहाँ पर हमें फ्लूइड डायनेमिक्स में काफी यूज होता है। वो इक्वेशंस को सिंप्लीफाई करने में काम आता है। और इसी तरीके से इमेज इमेज प्रोसेसिंग में भी यूज होता है, वहाँ पे इमेजेस को स्ट्रेच करने में काम आता है विदाउट टीयरिंग द इमेज।
Okay.
This I have
Thank you.
studied.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay.
Dr. Anvijay. Dr. Anvijay, please present your screen. Dr. Shobit, maybe you can start.
Okay, ma'am.
In your screen.
Sure.
Ma'am, I had missed his name, Dr. Shobit. You can add his name.
It was there in the list.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, all right. Is my screen visible and my voice is clearly audible to
Yes,
all
yes.
and one? Okay, very warm good afternoon to one and all present here in 2-week refresher course on research methodology, which is jointly being organized by UGC-MMTTC, SGTB Khalsa College and Daulat Ram College on theme embarking on NEP research methodology for scientific excellence. So myself, Dr. Shobit Ranjan, Assistant Professor, University Department of Zoology, Kolhan University, Chaivasa, Jharkhand. I'm going to present one of the ongoing one part of my work, which is ongoing currently on Epstein-Barr virus infection and its association with SLE, systemic lupus erythematosus disease. And this is a meta-analysis study. So next. Okay, so before proceeding, since this field meta-analysis might be new, so a few introduction background I would like to give on this, what is all this about systemic review and meta-analysis. And then we'll proceed with the main work in which we'll discuss about the background of objectives, material methods, result discussion, and conclusion part. So a systemic review, this is basically a rigorous, transparent method which is used for identification, evaluation, and synthesis of all the relevant research on a particular topic which you want to do. And meta-analysis is one of the statistical tool which helps us to quantitatively combine all those results from those independent studies. And basically, the objective of doing this meta-analysis or systematic review is to reduce the bias, enhance precision, and draw some robust conclusion from those heterogeneous studies which are already published. So benefits, there are lots of benefits, helps us to identify the research gaps in existing field. It is also used for clinical guidelines, policy making, and proposal grants. Then we'll look briefly what are the different main steps of doing this. So firstly, we define a research problem question. This is using a PICO format, which was discussed, I think, in yesterday's lecture also, population intervention comparison and an outcome. So this was discussed by, I think, librarian Dr. Santosh, University librarian Professor Dr. Santosh elaborately discussed in yesterday's lecture. And then after defining the research problem, we develop and register this review protocol in a Prospero. And then we perform comprehensive systemic literature search using the various databases, PubMed, Science Direct, Scopus. And then we used eligibility criteria for inclusion and exclusion of the studies. And then we extract the data, quality assessment we do, and then we synthesize the result, qualitative, quantitative data, and then present the findings using the Prisma flowchart and tables. This was also discussed by Professor Indrakant today, Prisma, preferred reporting items for systematic review. And this is one of the standard format for doing such kind of study or analysis. So I will quickly come to my work. EBV infection and association with SLE. So SLE, as we all know, this is one of a chronic autoimmune disorder. And what happens, our body cells, B cells and T cells abnormally fight against our own cells. And this is influenced by both genetic and environmental factors. So one of the environmental factors is the viruses, in which EBV, Epstein-Barr virus, is one of the common human herpes virus that infects 90% of the global population, and it persists in basically a latent state inside the cell or body, and can periodically reactivate, and this can cause lead to a multiple uh, uh, disorders, disease in the body. So SL is one of that getting triggered by because of this virus. So earlier studies have already many of the clinical studies we have found till to date, they have shown a conflicting results on the association of this virus EBV with the SLE. So for finding out that research gap and problem, we did a meta-analysis to find whether there is any relevant potential relationship or association between the two or not. So we proceeded this with the two main objectives. We took the EBV DNA antibodies prevalence in healthy controls. We try to find out this, and antibodies and DNA association with SLE patients. So for this, again, we followed this methodology in which firstly we systematically reviewed all the literature using PRISMA guidelines. Literature search was done using the different databases till this, you can see May 2025, all the literatures were pulled out, and then using inclusion and certain inclusion exclusion criteria, we sought out the eligible studies. Then we extracted the data for analysis, and we also checked for the quality assessment using the NOS scale, which is most prominently used in such kind of studies. And then we perform a statistical analysis, meta-analysis using the CMA for comprehensive meta-analysis version 4 software. There are other software also, tools also for doing this. So in the results, firstly, here you can see this is a standard PRISMA flowchart, which is showing the inclusion and exclusion, how we have filtered the studies from the different databases. And finally, we have included 28 case control studies for analysis, meta-analysis, in which 2,968 SLE cases were there, and around 4,000 control studies were, control subjects were there. And we got the outcome in the form of prediction interval, odd ratio, and this p-value with the 95% confidence interval. And heterogeneity, p-heterogeneity value was also being given by, these all values are being given by the software, but that needs to be analyzed by in person. That I will show you how we can do that. So in results, firstly, as I told you, our first objective was to find out the prevalence of this virus in healthy control. So mainly we took the two things. First was the DNA of this virus and antibodies of this virus that was found in the SLE healthy subjects and SLE patients. So this was the prevalence percentage of this virus in healthy control subjects. Then we find out the association of this virus in SLE patients, and this is being given in the odd ratio, which is basically telling this p-value tells whether this is again a kind of a statistical analysis. So we do the null hypothesis kind. So whenever the p-value comes 0.005, this we all know, then only the result is going to be significant. So after that, it shows 3.94 times this is EBV DNA or antibodies, whatever OR value is there. That much time it is going to be associated with that SLE. So this suggests that this is, since I told you this is one part of my work, we have taken 3 different antigens. So this is one of the antigen, viral capsid antigen of EBV. EBNA1 is one, which is prominently found in such cases, and EAD, which is already reported in literature.
It is more than 7. So please.
Okay, ma'am, I will quickly bind up, and this is the robustness and bias. 1 or 2 minutes, I will quickly bind. So these are the differences. So in such kind of studies, these are the pooled event rate which we used for calculating the prevalence. This is the association results from which we can derive the association, and this is the publication bias and heterogeneity analysis data by which we can tell ki whether the studies are robust or not, or there is any biasness in the study. So that all we can tell you. There are different parameters for if you want to know in detail.
So you can
then we
come
will
to the
probably
conclusion right away. You can come to the
separate
conclusion
lecture.
right away, right?
Okay, okay. So
Right.
this is the forest plot, and for this is basically the forest plot, funnel plot, and again one more sensitivity analysis data is also being generated. So this is a few part as I already, because DNA part I have shown, antibody part I have again skipped to make the slides smaller. And overall, by doing all these analysis, we come to know that there is this meta-analysis reinforces the association between the EBV infection and SLE, and this provides a more comprehensive understanding of this virus role in SLE pathogenesis. So this support that the particularly this virus, since it is found in latent, is a reactivate this EBV infection parameter can act as a reactivation markers, and this can help us to diagnose about the SLE development and progression in SLE patients. And of course, EBV, this is a potential environmental risk factor for SLE. And further research in vivo work is can be done to clarify the underlying mechanism, how this virus is actually causing this SLE and increasing the chances of SLE. And that's it all about. So this is basically the conclusion of these were the studies which we used for doing this meta-analysis, references, and many more are there. And that's it. Thank you. I'm open for the question if you have any
Thank you,
queries.
Shobit. It appears this work is published.
No, ma'am. This is since I told you this is the ongoing work. So similar, like we have published similar work with the different virus. CMV virus, we have already published similar study for this SLE, but this is ongoing. So this hasn't been. This is the unpublished work, and this is one part of that. So soon, by the end of this year, we can publish this.
So congratulations. I think it's quite comprehensive. Thank you. Yeah.
Thank you, ma'am.
Ma'am, I have a question. Can I ask?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, Dr. Shobit, I just wanted to ask you, is it compulsory to deposit in Prospero, or we can publish without that also?
You asked a very right question, but this is not compulsory, but it is in order to ensure ki, whether what study you have started, if you will register in Prospero, so you it's like that ki, no one else can claim ki he has or she has done earlier, because it will be public data. It will be shown in the public database, and from there you can claim that you have first started originally and whatever date you will start. So this is in order to, this is just like a Sodh Gangotri synopsis log earlier submit karte hain in order to minimize the claim ki I have started earlier or whatever. So that is not compulsory. That is for your own safety.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Shobit. Thanks.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Shobit. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Next presentation, please. Dr. Ranvijay. Is he here? Dr. Anju Jain. Ma'am, please present. Ma'am is here? Yes, Jyoti. Oh. My screen is visible? Yes, ma'am, it's visible.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. Myself, Dr. Anju Jain from Department of Zoology, Daulat College. And my topic is use of artificial intelligence in mapping the Drosophila brain. My slides are moving?
No, ma'am.
Now?
Now.
Okay. So the question arises, why Drosophila? So actually it has got 60 to 75% human disease genes which share the homology. And in the brain of the Drosophila, there are around 140,000 neurons and over 50 million synaptic connections. So as such, brain is very complex, and to understand the behavior, like it shows learning, memory, etc. In the case of Drosophila, the brain develops, say, within 10 days, though life cycle is for 28 days as such, but by 10 days, the brain is completely developed. And also it has got a genetic toolkit, which is referred as GAL4 UAS system, which can be used to understand the connections, all the physiological activities as such. And also we don't have any ethical issues. So manipulation of the neuronal population can be done very easily. And the term that is, my slides are changing.
Yes, ma'am, it's working.
Okay. So there is a term called connectomics. That is, connectome is a comprehensive synapse level wiring diagram of an entire nervous system. In simple terms, we can say Google map of brain. So you can imagine that with the help of this Google map of brain, we can navigate the complexity of the brain as such. Then whatever the way in which the information is going to flow, that will be like showing the connectopathies, or we can study the connectopathies, and by the effect which is called as the effectomes. So here the effectomes are those which will be like the effect of the neuronal connections and all. And the landmark or the historic achievement we have achieved in 2024, where the impossible work has been done possible with the help of AI. And this landmark research was published in special issue of Nature in the October 2024. What we have seen is this AI has, as Professor R.K. Agarwal, then Professor Singh, and so many other resource persons have been emphasizing that it should be, AI is a good tool, but it should be used judiciously. So in this particular case, it was, we can say that from impossible to achievable thing it has shown. Like to study a single brain, maybe 33% person will be included or scientists will be required, and they will be studying it for 1 year. And the data volume, accuracy, all this will be, it can be hampered because of the fatigue or any other reason. So higher reliability is there, scalability is there, and the scalability is exponential. Otherwise, for human being to do this work, it will be linear growth as such. And what wonderful human and AI symbiosis, I will say, has done, that it has accelerated the processing steps by 99%. And then what happens? Just 1% expert curation is required. In the next slide, this is the technical pipeline as such. I don't want to go in details because this is not my arena as such, but there are programs available where the study can be done. Now we can predict the behavior from the neuronal structure. That is one of the achievement. We can predict it, and the predictive success is very high. For example, in the case of this fruit fly or the Drosophila, what they have observed is sugar sensing, that is, it eats sugar, or the feed of this Drosophila consists of sugar, that leads to proboscis extension. And also they have observed that different type of connections will be following if antenna touches and triggers the leg cleaning. That means for every simple work or every simple job, there will be different types of connectomes, which is going to bring about different types of effectomes. The novel circuit discovery has been done, which is referred as the walk-off mechanism. In this, what they observe, that whenever the fly wants to eat food, it cannot fly. It has to stop. And this stopping of the fly will be done by inhibitory neuron. So that means it is going to stop and eat and then go. But at the same time, it has been observed that when it is grooming itself, when it is not eating, but it is grooming itself, then also there is a type of brake mechanism. That means again, the fly is stopping. But in this case, they saw it is not the inhibitory neuron, but it is the excitatory neuron which is going to lock the legs. So that means similar type of behavior, but different type of neuronal network is being utilized. So the future implications can be, after understanding, because this fruit fly shares more than 60 to 70% of the genes which we have. So the behavior based on the pest control strategies can be done. Biosensors which can be based on chemoreception circuits can be used. And also very interesting field which is upcoming, that is we can detect the pollution through the neural response patterns. So it has opened the field for more and more intensive research. That is the mapping of the brain of Drosophila. The complete Drosophila brain map stands as humanity's first glimpse, and also, hello? Hello?
Yes, ma'am, you are audible, ma'am.
Okay. Humanity's first glimpse into the complete wiring diagram of the thinking organism, and it is opening unprecedented opportunities to understand neural basis of behavior. Like already many scientists are doing work related to the brain diseases, Alzheimer's, Parkinson's, etc. You can't imagine that such a type of work can be done on human being. It is completely impossible. But yes, this tiny creature is helping us out to work further and understand the brain as such. Thank you.
Thank you, Anju. At least it appears like a science fiction, the connectomes and the effectomes, but it remains to be seen how actually AI can help us in mapping it and what tools can be used. I think at the present, it appears quite far-fetched. I don't know. Maybe let's see what the future holds.
No, last year, ma'am, I attended this FDP on AI in education, and somehow I got very much interested in this, and a lot of work is going on in this field.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next presentation, please.
Is my screen visible?
Yes, it's visible.
Good afternoon, everyone. Myself, Dr. Surashree Sharma from Bhagini Nivedita College. I am going to present an overview of cosmetics. Cosmetics, as we all know, it plays an important role in our everyday life as it makes one's individuals more attractive and boosts one's self-confidence. And what are the cosmetics? These are the products that cleanses, beautifies, and promotes attractiveness when applied to a human body. In pharmaceutical terms, it is a drug or a remedy which is used to cure or prevent some diseases when applied. And history, it was first archaeological evidence was in ancient Egypt around 4000 BC, and they used coal, which was used to outline the eye. And then after that, it was found in Roman and Greek. They used various types of oils, powders. In India also, in Kerala, this is chin musk, which is the most thinnest use of cosmetics in any history. Then classification of cosmetics, it can be on various bases: skincare, makeup, hair care, fragrances, perfumes, mist. Then in hygiene also, it can be categorized as deodorants, soaps, and then miscellaneous as eye preparations, eyeliners, insect repellents also it can be used. And various ingredients used in cosmetics are water. Water use should be of ultra pure, because if in that there is a chance of growing of bacteria. Emollients, then humectants, mainly it is used, glycerin is used as the humectant. Then many preservatives. Preservatives also have some side effects: surfactants, antioxidants, and many colorants. As we can see that nowadays various coloring of dye is there. Metallic color is due to presence of copper and brass. Then Then global cosmetic use market, it is by skincare. You can see that mainly it is used by skincare, and thereafter it is hair care, and after that it is followed by makeup and other reasons. There are many benefits of cosmetics. It reduces the appearance of fine lines and wrinkles. There are many growing field, the anti-aging compounds. I will come next to this. Improve the skin tone and texture, increase skin firmness and elasticity, brighten and radiance to the skin, protect against sun damage and environmental stressors. In sun damage, we can use we use sunscreen lotions or sunburn creams. And there are many risks and concern, that is allergy. It can be caused by many fragrances used, preservatives, parabens, formaldehydes. And there are many allergy in using of hair dyes also. Harmful chemicals are mainly, it was lead, mercury, which can cause skin irritations. And mercury, it was usually used in eye care products. And there are many misleading advertising. Environmental impacts means there can be allergic reactions, but it can produce many contact dermatitis. It is triggered by fragrances, preservatives, etc. And about the regulatory ethics, we should know about the symbols used in the cosmetic product, which are banned, then which animal testing bans are there, eco-friendly certification is there or not, and product safety standard. Then next, I want to come for anti-aging skin cosmetics. We can see that anti-aging, as we age, there is loss of collagen and elastin and many oily secretion of our face. And anti-aging aims to reduce or prevent visible signs of aging like wrinkles and age spots through topical treatments. They contain many ingredients like retinols, which stimulate the collagen production. Collagen means it gives the elasticity of the skin, it gives the strength of the skin. You can see here that with timing, this collagen, with aging, it breaks collagen. Then vitamin C, which brightens the skin, it protects our skin from sun damage and reduces the age spots. Hyaluronic acid is also used, it acts as a humectant. Peptides, which boost the collagen and elastin production. And elastin, which increases the elasticity of our skin. Many alpha hydroxy acids are used to brighten the skin. And in this diagram, we can see the aging process, how young skin, there is bouncy and elastic skin. Then after 30, it losses due to losses of breaking of collagen starch, and there is begins to lose the collagen and fibers. Elastin coils also break, and after 40, further proceeds more, and then after 50, and this becomes more and more collagen breaking starts, and our skin becomes more wrinkled and less fine. And we have tried in our lab the process preparation of herbal soap preparations, and we have used soap base. Then we have tried four type of soaps we have made, and this dark one is for neem leaves, and light green, this is aloe vera, this one is rose petals, and this is rice crafts soaps. And we are trying to making of more soap, preparation of more soaps, and we will add some anti-aging agents also, many fruits particles, and or haldi vagara, then ashwagandha, it can be also used in these preparations. And these are the references, pics, and these are our work, only work. Thank you.
Surashri,
yes,
what I find is that I wish you had focused more on the the methodology or uniqueness of your soap preparation rather than choosing a very common and not a novel topic of cosmetics. And can you tell me if any tools that you have used from tools that you have studied during the FDP program, and if any tools or any skills that you have learned? You have used anything in your preparation?
Ma'am, I have tried Mendeley and Jotero. I was able to do that in Word file. But in PPT file, I was not able to do, but definitely I will do it.
Jotero, you've not taken any specific reference. They're all sites that you have mentioned in your reference also.
Actually, ma'am, I have used books. I have not mentioned all the books, but I have used the books also.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
ठीक है.
My slide is visible.
Yes, it's visible. हाँ मैं कर लूँगी. ठीक है.
Good evening to all of you. I am Dr. Vidhi Chaudhary. I work as an assistant professor in Department of Botany, Daulat College. I will be talking about the green solution for smart agriculture, which can, just a minute, which can actually leverage plant growth promoting rhizobacteria and plant micro partnership for a sustainable future. So, I hope you can see the changed slide, right? It is changing, right? Right?
Yes, yes.
Okay. So, as this slide says that there are so many global challenges for agriculture. There is so much, pressure on the agriculture. Why so? Because there is increased population, climate change. There are a lot of pests and diseases, biodiversity losses. There are limited resources are there. Okay, so there is so much pressure on the food demand and on agricultural practices also. So here we can see that food safety that is related to nation's economy as well as society and environment. So this food safety factor is actually the very crucial factor for overall development. According to the special report of IPCC 2018, by 2050, climatic impacts on food security will be unmistakable. There are likely to be 9 billion people on the planet. Most people will live in cities and demand for food will increase significantly. But according to today's ChatGPT data, as of mid-2025, the global population is estimated to be around 8.23 billion people. This is the today's data according to ChatGPT. So what we need to do, we need to seek the major innovation in how we eat and form. We need to seek actually the option, and option lies in the PGPR, that is plant growth promoting rhizobacteria. Why I am saying so? So before going into the details of the PGPR, we need to see the basic see the basic information. As we know that plants are non-motile, there is so much biotic as well as abiotic stress on the plants. So it means there is constant war going on between the microorganisms. It means pathogenic microorganisms and the host plant. Okay, and this particular constant war determines whether there will be resistance or disease. Okay, so plants secrete various organic compounds which results in the nutritionally enriched environment which are favorable for the microbial growth. So here we can see that, yes, plants are colonized with a lot of rhizospheric microorganisms. Lot of microorganisms are there, right? So there may be two kinds of interactions. There may be positive as well as negative interactions. It means there may be few friends or few enemies for the host plant. So these are the benefits of the plant growth promoting rhizobacteria, as they can fix the nitrogen, hormone production, siderophores production, nutrient, they help in the nutrient uptake, and then ISR. So ultimately they actually increase the soil fertility. So before going into the details of the experimental data, here this particular slide tells you about the strategy behind the experiment data. Like, first of all, what we need to do, we need to isolate the particular rhizobacteria. Then we need to check the activity of that particular bacteria, rhizobacteria, whether it is having that antifungal or antibacterial activity or not under laboratory conditions as well as greenhouse conditions. Then we need to do the field trials. Then we need to check whether it will act individually better or in the consortia. After that, product refinement and toxicity analysis, if any is there.
then product formulation, and then we need to check we need to go through the steps of regulatory approval and certifications. Certification is also required. Then that product is marketed. So these are the few commercially available PGPRs, Bacillus is there, Trichoderma is there, Pseudomonas is there, right? Then these are the few factors which actually, these are the constraints actually, or the factors which affect the PGPR efficiency or ability. Like soil pH, soil fertility, host specificity, moisture, temperature, microbial competition, etc. So now I will take the case study, PGPR. It means like PGPR, they not only increase the yield of the plant, they actually help in the biocontrol also. So what do we mean by biocontrol? It means biocontrol is where we use actually the biological organism in place of the pesticide, chemicals. So we already know the benefits of the biocontrol agents compared to the chemical pesticides, as chemical pesticides are very toxic, and biocontrol agents, they are non-toxic. These are the few other advantages, like cheaper method, they are harmless to the human beings, they are easy to handle, multiply easily in the soil, non-toxic to plants, and very important, they are safer to the environment. Now we can not actually put the biocontrol agent, or your microorganism in the soil just like that. We need to add the carrier formulation in that. We need to prepare the carrier formulation. So for that, we need to choose the carrier material. That carrier material may be compost or maybe vermiculite, depending on the suitability, how it goes with the microorganism. So first we need to check it in the laboratory, whether it is working with these carrier material for their antifungal or antibacterial activity or not. Then how it works, how any biocontrol agent mechanism works. So maybe any biocontrol agent, they may release any lytic enzyme, or they may produce any siderophore, they may do any hyperparasitism, where one microorganism obviously that is killed by the another organism, or they may produce any antibiotic, or they may trigger the ISR. So this may be the possibility, or this is actually the mechanism of the biocontrol agent. Then these are the few fungal biocontrol agents like Trichoderma, Cryptococcus, Gliocladium, Glomus. Glomus is the very good example of endomycorrhiza also, then Verticillium, etc. So these are the target disease or the pathogens. Then now I will talk about the application potential, as we have already gone through.
Dr. Vidhi, can you please come to the last conclusion slide? Time is up.
Okay, so this is the example of the cyanobacteria as the biocontrol. We already know that this is the cyanobacteria. Now I have already checked the antifungal activity of these strains. Then we actually put the experiment in the National Phytotron facility, which is here we can actually put the experiment in under controlled conditions. Then microscopic
conclusions, Dr. Vidhi.
Yes,
come to the conclusion slide.
Okay. So microscopic observations were also done, and I concluded here as that cyanobacteria amended compost formulation, they showed significantly higher biocontrol activity against phytopathogenic fungi, besides enhanced plant defense responses and reduced disease severity. So such novel cyanobacteria fortified compost, they can play useful role as eco-friendly supplements in sustainable as well as organic agriculture. So these are the references and acknowledgement. Then this is the screenshot I took at the time of using Zotero for reference management. Apart from that, I have also used SPSS and then BioRender also for one slide.
Okay, thank you, Vidhi. Now, these growth promoting rhizobacteria is the concept is quite old, right? But what is the reason that they have not been brought on, large scale, and because their beneficial effects are known? So what are the factors that have prevented the use of these in a mass scale and increasing in productivity and growth of plants?
Ma'am, actually there are few limitations that chemical pesticides show very early results. So that's why there are few constraints also, and then few other constraints are also there, that we need to check the host specificity also, and then other like soil pH hai, temperature, and other factors are also there. So that's why this is the only thing, and they actually give you the result at the later stage, or slowly, gradually they give you the result. That's why. Otherwise, if we compare it with the chemical pesticides, so chemical pesticides, they give the results at very, their results, I mean, जैसे like ऑर्गेनिक फार्मिंग की भी अगर हम बात करते हैं तो उसमें सेम चीज है कि उसमें जो है वो बहुत प्रोमिनेंट अर्ली उसमें ही आपको बहुत दिखाई दे.
Response. Okay. Thank you. Thank you.
Okay.
Madam, I have one question.
Yes.
Hello. Madam, I have one question. What is basic difference between biofertilizer and biocontrol agents? Can biofertilizer and biocontrol agents
yes.
Can earthworm can be considered as a biocontrol agents?
Earthworms, they comes under the category of vermicomposting. Whereas if I talk about the biofertilizers, then if I take the example of cyanobacteria act as biofertilizers as well as biocontrol agents both. Why so? Because biofertilizers are those which can actually fix the atmospheric nitrogen, like cyanobacteria annabina can also fix the atmospheric nitrogen, but they can simultaneously used as biocontrol agent because they have few hydrolytic enzymes activity and few other such compounds activity which show the activity against the several phytopathogenic fungi. So that's why.
Okay, ma'am. Thank you.
Okay.
Okay, go ahead, Vikas.
Yes, ma'am. I just want to share the screen, ma'am. Just give me a minute.
Your screen is visible.
Okay, ma'am. Actually, I cannot see the screen, so that's why I was taking some time. Give me 1 minute, ma'am. So all of you can see my screen now, I think. Thank you, ma'am, for giving me the chance to present my presentation. I am Dr. Vikas Dhaka, Department of Mathematics, Daulat College, University of Delhi. And I'm going to present here one of the topic in my research, that is discrete time cost minimization modeling framework in software reliability. Basically, it is a quantitative technique. Quantitative research methodology I'm following in this particular paper, based on collection of bug removal data and mathematical formulating, and then we will use statistical tool to analyze on a particular reliability what is the cost to release a software and how to minimize that cost. This is the basic problem I have, and I've used my one of my ma'am, can you see the screen? Hello.
Yes, we can see.
Yes, okay, ma'am. Thank you. I have used one of my mathematical model to the problem that is based on discrete time. Basically, there are two times we take in this particular research. That one is continuous time interval based basically, and the other one is discrete time, for example day 1, day 2, and so on. So I've used here for the discrete time framework, and these are the assumptions during the first assumption is during testing test cases are executed. Basically these assumptions are made for the counting the number of bugs, data collection basically. Okay, and the results obtained are compared with the desired output. तो जो हमने लिया है डेटा कलेक्ट किया है उसको डिजायर्ड आउटपुट से हम मैच करके देखते हैं. failure rate in the software is assumed to the fault remaining in the software, and the software failure occurs at instantaneous repair effort starts. So there are some basic hypotheses are there. Fault content reduced by 1 with probability small p, and the other side is 1 minus p. During the fault removal process, the faults is removed successfully or not. New faults are generated with a constant probability alpha. This is basically called imperfect debugging, where we cannot remove the fault instantaneously or completely. So new faults can be introduced. So I have taken this rate also. This is a technique which follows NHPP, where the rate changes with respect to time. So these are the some assumptions, and this is my model development, which use discrete time framework. I have already told. Here are two difference equations I have taken. One is for the fault removal phenomena, and one is other one where MF n plus 1 is written. This is basically fault introduction phenomena, and both the simultaneous difference equations are solved with respect to these initial conditions. In the Maple software, I have solved these conditions, these equations. So I got these solution. Basically, we can say that mean time of failure or expected value of failure of a software. So I'm going to present optimal release policy now. Optimal release policy means that when to release the upgraded version of the software. Early release of any software product may hire its growth due to lack of respectiveness of users towards the expertise. Too late entry may lead to significant loss of opportunity, we can say. Therefore, there is a need of trade-off between conflicting objects of software reliability and software testing costs. तो रिलायबिलिटी एक पर्टिकुलर रिलायबिलिटी के ऊपर सॉफ्टवेयर कॉस्ट को मिनिमाइज करना है. सो कॉस्ट मॉडल में हमने 3 तरह की कॉस्ट ली है. वी हैव टेकन the fault removal cost, and after the release the unit cost of testing during the testing phase, and one is the C3 is basically we have used for resources, what resources we need in the fault removal process. So these 3 type of costs we have taken in particular cost formula, and using the mean time of failure represented above in the above slide, we got this formula using Maple software again. So my problem is to subject to this reliability function, where initial reliability is R0, I have to minimize my cost. So I have applied this particular problem to the real life data set, which is already in the literature in the 1996 book. Wood has presented this data. I have done yesterday this for this data. I have used the above model, and I got this these results where if we take 80% reliability, then I got the total time of releasing the release. Total time to take the release the software is 125 weeks, and for this I got the cost 18,083 rupees, which is the minimum cost. 18,000. Yes, 18,083 rupees the minimum cost. And when we plot the graph with respect to the reliability, I've plotted 2 graphs using Mathematica software in the college, and the graph shows that when we have about 80%, so our cost is minimized. You can see in the red graph, okay, and the reliability graph is the blue one. And in the 3D graph, I have taken the reliability as Cauchy characteristic. So this is a new area of mathematics where we plot Cauchy characteristic using some initial boundary conditions. So this is the my presentation regarding this. I've used 2 papers. One of my paper published in 2021, and the other one where from I got my data. Wood 1996. It is the IEEE के अंदर ये पेपर पब्लिश था, बट इनका जो बुक पब्लिश हुआ वहां से मैंने डेटा उठाया था. थैंक यू वेरी मच.
Thank you, Vikas. Actually, from a non-maths person, for me, when you're talking about cost of a software, what are the parameters are you taking just in terms of non-mathematical person? But for what cost are what are you talking about? What cost are you taking into account?
मैम एक्चुअली क्या है कि 3 चीज़ों की कॉस्ट है. एक जब हम टेस्टिंग करते हैं सॉफ्टवेयर की तो टेस्टर्स हमें चाहिए होते हैं. टेस्टर्स आर बेसिकली इंजीनियर्स, सो दे टेक द प्राइस. The second thing is
You
how
have
much
software
time.
developers also require, their
Yes,
cost is
yes,
also
yes, ma'am.
included.
In each and every software, we need software development cost. है ना? So software developers take this cost to develop the software. Okay, and when we comes to the reliability point of view, for example, there are some software we cannot afford to fail. For example, in airline system, in defense system, we cannot assume to be failed anytime. So the reliability is very important there. And 99.99% reliability they take to release that software. So it is a very interesting topic, and it can be
Yeah,
used.
another thing important is how easy it is to work with. Like maybe a non-technical person can also work with it.
Yes, ma'am. Definitely. Mathematical part is somewhere I can say it is technical, and the rest of the things each and everyone can do.
Okay, thank you. I think that was very interesting. Thank you.
Next, Dr. Virendra Kumar. Sir, please present your screen.
Yes, ma'am. Yes. Hello, Virendra Kumar. Ma'am, screen is visible?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Good evening to everyone. Just 1 second. Good evening to everyone. My name is Dr. Virendra Kumar, Assistant Professor, Department of Mathematics, Daulat College, University of Delhi. Today, I am going to present my one research paper, which is based on resonance. The title of paper is Resonance in the Motion of Geocentric Satellite Using Unperturbed Solution. Geocentric means when the satellite revolving around the Earth, that type of satellite known as geocentric satellite. Resonance means if the frequencies are commensurable, then resonance occurs in the motion of satellite. Unperturbed solution means if there are no perturbation in the motion of satellite, that is called unperturbed solution. These are the contents of the papers. This paper
Virendra, is this paper published?
Yes, ma'am. This paper is published in the Journal of Few Body System. The contents of the paper are description of the model and equation of motion, methodology, satellite lie on the equatorial plane. We have find the equation of motion and that solution. We have studied resonance in the motion of geocentric satellite and shown the effect of Earth equatorial ellipticity parameter, and we have shown the effect of orbital elements. Then we have drawn the phase portrait and result and conclusions. This is the introduction. Resonance play a fundamental role in any dynamical system. The phenomena of resonance occurs in the motion of satellite due to the commensurability between two frequencies. Commensurability means that if a ratio of frequency is in integer, a small integer, many researchers have studied the resonance in the motion of satellite in a solar system. However, they have not taken into account the effect of Earth equatorial ellipticity parameter. This parameter we have considered in our study. This parameter is very, very important because our Earth is not a perfect sphere. Because about the polar axis, Earth is flat, and about the equator, Earth is bulked. The problem one, this is one paper, this is the paper, this is our base paper, Resonance in the Motion of Geocentric Satellites. In this paper, Yadav and Agarwal investigated the resonance in two-body problem. And they have investigated time period and by the method of Brown and So. In our study, we have considered four-body problem: Earth, Moon, Sun, and Satellite. Satellite revolving around the center of Earth. The resonance occurs between these frequencies gamma dot and theta dot S0. Gamma dot means that dot represent the derivative. Gamma dot rate of change of Earth equatorial ellipticity parameter. Theta dot S0 steady state value of angular velocity of satellite. Alpha dot 0 steady state angular velocity of barycenter, and theta dot S0. Nu dot 0 is steady state angular velocity of moon around the earth, and theta dot S0. Steady state means average angular velocity. The effect of orbital element and coefficient of resistive force we have shown on the resonant curves. This is one example, simple example for the resonant curves. You can see here. At that point, resonance occurs in the motion of that problem when the ratio of frequencies omega A and omega 0 equal to 1. When they have taken delta equal to 0, this is the damping constant, then the oscillatory amplitude decreases when increases the value of damping constant. These are some research papers we have studied. All those papers are based on the resonance. These are some applications of geocentric satellites which have widely used in the communication. Geocentric satellites are widely utilized for the communication purpose. They are used to send data, voice and video signal over the world. In meteorology, geocentric are used to observe the Earth's surface for the space, providing information on climate, weather, and natural disaster. In the navigation, that type of satellite used for purpose of GPS also. This is our configuration of the model. This is our configuration of the model. In this model, we have considered four bodies: Sun, Earth, Moon, and satellite at that position. These are the coordinate axes. At the center of Sun, at the center of Earth, you can see small x, y, z, and z double dash in the yellow color, y double dash, and x double dash at the center of Earth. And at that center, CM is the barycenter. This is the center of mass of Earth and Moon. At that center, the coordinate we have considered x dash, y dash, and z double dash. This angle is the longitude of the satellite, phi s is latitude of the satellite, m dash is projection of the satellite on the Earth equatorial plane, p is the position of the satellite, and rs is the position vector from the center of Earth to the position center of Earth to the P.
So time up. Please come to the conclusion slide.
Okay, we obtained this equation of motion of the satellite in the vector form. And we reduce that vector form into the scalar form. We get three system of equations. We reduce these system of equations into a second order, this differential equation. From this differential equation, we get these oscillatory amplitude. These oscillatory amplitude depends upon the frequencies theta dot S0, gamma dot 0, and also other frequencies, so that the resonance occur between these frequencies. These are the resonant point. At that resonant point, the behavior of oscillatory amplitude tends to infinity. These are some resonant points we have here. We have mentioned here. The resonance occur at that point for the oscillatory amplitude A1, and similarly we have drawn for other oscillatory amplitude A4 and A14. Results and conclusions. We have determined the equation of motion of satellite in the spherical coordinate system under the gravitational force of Earth, Moon, and Sun. By using the unperturbed solution, the equation of motion of satellite are simplified and reduced to the second order ordinary differential equation. Resonance occurs between these frequencies at that resonant points. These are some selective references. Thank you.
Thank you, Virendra. So, in layman terms, what is the impact of the elliptical, the shape of Earth on the motion of the geosatellite?
Ma'am, resonance occurs in the motion of satellite due to Earth equatorial ellipticity parameter. This is very important parameter because about the polar axis, Earth is flat, and at the equator, Earth is bulged. So we get the angle that is parameter known as gamma, and that the rate of change and rotation of the satellite. If their ratio is in a small integer, then resonance occurs in the motion of satellite.
Okay. Thank you.
Welcome, ma'am.
Next presentation, Dr. Umesh Kumari.
Yes, ma'am. Map screen is visible?
Yes.
Yes. Good evening, everyone. I, Dr. Umesh Kumari, Department of Mathematics, Daulat College, University of Delhi. Today, I will be presenting a brief overview of my research and parametric analysis of machine repair model with vacationing server and impatient customer. My broader area of research is queuing theory. Before starting the presentation, I would like to give practical application in real world life scenario. All of you experienced at some point in your life as during.
Hello?
Ma'am, am I audible?
Yes, you are audible.
Okay. All of you have experienced at some point in your life, such as during billing at counter at shopping mall, or during the payment of toll tax. We all our customers make a queue or line, and after getting the service, we left the line and queue. Now my topic name is machine repair model. This is so it represents customer as a machine, failed machines it represents. Now this is the mathematical model. So we use some mathematical parameters like lambda and mu. Here the lambda represents the arrival of the failed machines, and mu represents the repair of the failed machines. 0 here represents the no failed machines. State 1 represents the one failed machines. Similarly, n, r, and mu. This is the basic state transition diagram of this model, and the machine repair model. This we can use in the toll. We can see on toll tax when we go for paying the toll tax. We made a queue. After that, after getting the service, we left the queue. This is the basic model, and I implemented some terminology like feedback policy. What is the feedback policy? In a machine repair problem, a feedback policy refers to a system where information about the repaired machine's performance after returning to a operation is fed back to the repair process. Now, these are the two basic parameters which I use, lambda and mu. Other parameters which I used feedback policy, working vacation, and the impatient customer. What is working vacation? Server goes on vacation sometimes if no failed machines in the system. And what about working vacation? Working vacation when the server works a slower rate rather than the normal busy period. Now the third terminology is impatient customer. Impatient customer means the three types of behavior impatient customer shows. First is barking, reneging, and joking. Barking, you mostly say कि मोस्टली एक्सपीरियंस इन कॉफी शॉप और एनी रेस्टोरेंट, जैसे लॉन्ग टाइम एट ए पीक आवर्स, impatient customers, you see some customers see the line and walk away. This is the barking behavior. And wait a bit and leave the queue. This is the reneging behavior. And third one is the joking, refers to when a customer switches from one queue to the another in hopes of a shorter wait. It happens on the multi-server system, means where the repairman more than one repairman present here. Best example is the toll booths or traffic lanes. Driver often switches lanes when one lane is congested, hoping for a faster movement. Now, how these are the customer behavior. Now, in my model, I use machines. So, how impatient used on the impatient terminology used on the machines. I want to give a real life experience you all have faced during the I don't know, मुझे बताना चाहिए नहीं कि फर्स्ट डे ऑफ इंडक्शन प्रोग्राम में जब प्रोजेक्टर हीट हो गया था तो वो शट डाउन हो गया था उस टाइम पे। तो वो जो ओवर हीट का जो टाइमिंग था उस टाइम में 5 या 10 मिनट्स, उस टाइम में प्रोजेक्टर ने ओवर हीट को कम करने का टाइम दिया उसको रिपेयरमैन को। अगर उस टाइम में वो जो उसका इशू था वो रिजोल्व नहीं हुआ तो वो शट डाउन हो गया। दिस इज द हाउ इम्पेशेंट वी कैन अप्लाई ऑन द मशीन्स, फील्ड मशीन्स। नाउ machines, we can here field machines, you can examples are like computer system in college, schools or universities. There are 15 computers, 25 computers in a lab, and one technician is present. If any of computer fails, repairman either repair this one or either computer shut down after some time. So this is the how impatient we can apply on the machinery system. Now, after applying this terminology, I made this transition diagram. Here you can see these are the stage 0, 0, no failed machines. 0, 1 represent the one failed machines. 2 represents the two failed machines. Lambda naught represents the arrival of the failed machines. And failed machine same as the customers in real life. Here and mu2 is represents the service of the failed machines. And Q here Q is represents the feedback after getting service. Failed machines can give the feedback about the how the performance of the machines. So this parameter represents the feedback of the after that. And here B represents the barking and tau represents the reneging of this. It means impatient behavior of the failed machine. This is the transition diagram. After getting this transition diagram, we made the differential difference equation. This is the arrival of failed machines is called the birth, and after getting service this is called departure, is called the death of the so birth death process. We use the in and out balance. By using this we form the steady state equations. These are the arrival, or here represents the after getting service departure of the failed machines. After making these steady state equations, we solve these steady state equations to find the parameters, values of the parameter probability, lambda 1, mu, eta. We solve these steady equations. We can solve these steady equations by using recursive method, also by the some software like MATLAB, Mathematica. And after making this model,
5 minutes over, please come to.
These are the performance measures we made from that model. After that, we made the cost function and we optimize our cost function to make the low cost and optimize our some parameters ki cost hamari low ho jaye. This is the cost function plot, optimization cost function graph. These are the references. Thank you. And I use the LaTeX, which I learned from the FIP session given by the Dr. Renu Verma. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Dr. Umesh. Very interesting. One thing I want to know as a person, that when a machine, like you say, breakdown machines, does the machine come to know that there's, can it pre-attempt a problem? Can it go for a recovery, preempt a problem that there's going to be a breakdown and prevent that breakdown? Can it do that?
Yes, ma'am.
Is there a parameter to account for that?
Yes, ma'am. Parameter like mu is आपने किसका रियल एग्जांपल अपने लैब में भी देख सकते हो मैम। वन टेक्नीशियन इज प्रेजेंट और हमारे पास 25 to 30 कंप्यूटर्स है। अगर कोई मान लो कंप्यूटर हमारा फेल हो गया तो जो टेक्नीशियन है वो तो उसको रिपेयर कर देगा कुछ टाइम के लिए, मगर उसको हम 1 आवर में मान लो उसको ठीक हो रिपेयर कर सकता है। अदरवाइज अगर 1 आवर का उसके पास टाइम पीरियड है तो वो ऑटोमेटिक शट डाउन हो जाएगा। तो वो फिर से उस वो एक तरीके से ये तो इम्पेशेंट बिहेवियर हो गया मशीन्स का। अदरवाइज वो क्यू इन द सेंस टेक्नीशियन उसको रिपेयर करेगा, अगेन वो फिर उसमें आ जाएगा, सिस्टम में आ जाएगा फॉर सेम वर्क के लिए।
There is some protocol maybe that is, suppose for example that no, a stitch in time says 9, so if you can preempt, yeah, this problem may come, some hints are coming, some hints are coming that this problem can come up and which can really shut down the machine, so we can preempt it and rectify it or repair it before it really gets in a total shutdown state.
Yes, ma'am. Reboot and recovery is also the one of the parameter we use for this. This is one of the terminology we can use apply on this model. This is the what are you telling, ma'am? Reboot and recovery terminology we use for this.
Okay. Thank you, Miss. That's very interesting topic. Correct.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Next, Dr. Usha Kumari.
Hello, ma'am, my slide is visible. Actually, it is not visible to me. Hello, Jyoti ma'am, am I audible?
Yes, you are audible. You are audible.
Ma'am, slide is visible. It is not visible
Not
to
to
me.
me. Not to me. Just a minute. Are you
I am not
sharing
able
your
to-
screen?
Yes, ma'am. I can see here. Stop sharing. Just a second. Again share. No, it is not visible to me.
Share entire screen, na?
Here it is the entire screen only. I'm sharing. No, it is not visible to me. I don't know. Ma'am, I think someone else screen is visible. Ma'am, someone else's screen is visible. It is a blender's screen. Therefore, my screen may not be visible.
Dr. Virendra, please stop sharing your screen if you are sharing. Dr. Virendra. Dr. Virendra. Yes, he is presenting, na? Dr. Virendra, please stop presenting.
मैडम एक ऑप्शन आएगा नीचे, शेयर एनीवे, वो कर लीजिए आप, उनका ऑटोमेटिकली हट जाएगा।
मैम शेयर एनीवे तो है ही नहीं, ओनली शेयर का ऑप्शन है यहाँ पे।
हाँ,
एंटायर
तो शेयर
स्क्रीन
आप करिए, शेयर करिए आप, अपने आप हट जाएगा उनका।
Is this visible? It is not visible to me.
I have called Dr. Virendra को कर रहे हैं अभी, हटा रहे हैं अपना स्क्रीन शो।
Thank you, Vidhu.
आप select करिए screen जो आपका आ रहा है. Just select it.
Yes, ma'am.
Usha, can you send this PPT to any one of your friends so she can present on your behalf? Meanwhile, we can take the presentation of someone else.
Okay,
Is
ma'am.
this fine?
Okay.
ठीक. So next presentation, Dr. Pratibha.
Yes.
Please present your screen.
Okay, just a sec. Is it visible?
Yes, it's visible.
My screen is visible?
No, your screen is not visible. You are visible. Yeah, you are
Okay.
visible.
Just a sec. I think some. Dr. Just a sec. Yeah.
Yeah, presentation was not there. Remaining everything. Yeah, now it's visible.
It's visible. Okay. Okay, now it's visible and I'm audible.
Yes.
Okay, good afternoon, good evening, everyone. I'm Dr. Pratibha, Assistant Professor, Department of Botany, Daulat College. So today I'm going to give a presentation on the role of the Arbusculum mycorrhizal association and its mass production as a potential biofertilizer in organic farming. Before I'll start with the what is Arbusculum mycorrhizal association and why it is used in a biofertilizer, let me give you a brief idea about what is organic farming. So when we talk, there are different institutions which gives different definition about, for the organic farming, but in a layman language, we can say that it is an agriculture system that emphasizes ecological balance and minimizes or avoids the use of synthetic fertilizers, pesticides, and other artificial inputs. So it basically focuses on the building healthy soil, promoting biodiversity, and using natural process to grow crops and to raise the livestock. So as we know that our conventional farming system is going good, we are having a good production when we are using the conventional farming system, then why we are moving to the organic farming? If you see your daily life, there are lots of health problems which people are facing nowadays, and most of the health problems you will see somewhere it is related to your food. So when we talk about the conventional farming, you will see that this farming system is basically economically oriented. What it means by the economically oriented here, people are more focusing on the quantitative production of the food crops instead of the qualitative. So because of that, they are using different types of the hybrid varieties, which uses the different fertilizers, and lots of irrigation is required, and that finally leading to the pollution to the environment. And somewhere they are affecting us directly and indirectly to our health also. So because of that, there is a time to move from the conventional farming to the organic farming. And because of that, you will see that there's a data released by the FIBL survey in 2024. There is a increase in the organic farming agriculture land from 2022 to 24. There's an increase of the around 20 million hectare land under the organic agriculture land. And this is the picture which is showing that the India is the second largest country under the largest areas of the organic agriculture land. And this is the data which is showing that the different states of the India is also engaged in the different type of the agriculture, organic agriculture farming. So when we talk about the organic farming, one of the very important component of the organic farming is the biofertilizers. So why the biofertilizers are important? Because in the conventional farming, the plants requires the nutrition. plants always requires the nutrition, but in conventional farming, that nutrition we provide through the chemical fertilizers, and those chemical fertilizers somewhere directly and indirectly going to have some kind of the negative impact on the environment as well as on the human health. So the biofertilizers are the sustainable way to give the nutrition to the plants. Here we are using the biological component in the form of the nutrition to the plants. So there are different biofertilizers available which are utilized in the organic farming, like one where we see the mycorrhizal association, another the bacteria which is from the nodule formation, as well as cyanobacteria association, vermicomposting, and apart from them, the other biofertilizers are also there, like the green manures, the normal manures, biocompost, crop rotation. These are the other thing I'm not going to talk about, otherwise I will not able to finish my presentation. So I'm going to talk about the mycorrhizal association, why it is important, and how this can be utilized as a potential biofertilizer. So basically the mycorrhizal association is the association between the fungi and the plants. It's a mutualistic symbiotic association where both the partners get benefited from each other, and this association help the plants in taking up the phosphorus nutrition along with the nitrogen, zinc, and potassium. Apart from the nutritional benefit, it also help in absorbing the water by increasing the surface area. It help to combat the abiotic stresses. It helps in soil aggregation to reduce the soil erosion because of the presence of the glomin compound produced by the fungi, and it also acts as a biocontrol agent by overcoming some of the pathogen infection. So therefore, why I have taken this topic, because the mass production of the herbuscular mycorrhizal fungi is difficult. If you compare with the other fungi, you can isolate the fungi and you can culture it in any media which is specific to the fungi. But when it comes to the herbuscular mycorrhizal association, they are very specific. They are host specific, basically. They cannot grow without the host. They cannot culture in any kind of the culture media. So their study is very, very important, and their mass production is also very important. So first of all, we need to identify which are the plants are having the mycorrhizal association. So first, for the identification where the plants are having the mycorrhizal association or not, we go for the clearing and staining technique, through which we get these structures like that. Here, as I've told you, this is the herbuscular mycorrhizal association. So you will able to see the herbuscules and vesicles, which are a specific character of this group of the fungi. If these structures are present, it means the plants are having the herbuscular mycorrhizal association, and you can use this plant for the mass production or as an inoculant. Okay, this is from one of my published paper, which is recently published in June. Here I have used this clearing and staining technique to identify the
Sorry, please come to the last slide. Time is already over.
Okay, mycorrhizal association or not. After that, you can identify through the SEM also, internal structure, and then the quantification is also important, how much frequency of this association is there. And at last, it requires the isolation of the spores, because the identification of the actual fungi, AM fungi is important, and that is done through the isolation and by knowing the morphological characteristic of the spores. And this is the main thing where how we can go for the mass cultivation. Okay, so basically we are going to take the roots which are having the mycorrhizal association along with the rhizosphere soil. We are going to cut down and mix it with the rhizosphere soil, and then we are going to inoculate this with the sterile soil and having the seeds of the other plant. Once it will grow, and you can take out and cut the roots again with the rhizosphere soil having these spores, and you can store it for the future uses. And these are some research work done by the different people, which shows that the herbuscular mycorrhizal fungi have lots of potential as a biofertilizer and can be used as a green and sustainable in organic farming. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Pratibha.
Yeah, sorry. Yeah. Hello, Pratibha. Sorry, it was on mute. Now you plan to have a mass, use it for mass cultivation. Now, how does one plan to, to transfer it to farmers and to horticulturists? In what form will you transfer it, and how will you identify whether they're using the plants which can host it? So what is the plan around that?
Ma'am, there are many research institutes which are working on it, and these are available also. Specifically, the Terry Institute. They have done the mass inoculation and mass production also, and it is available for the farmers, and it's available for the research work also.
So that means the farmers can't, the inoculum has to be done by some expert. The farmers can't do it themselves.
Ma'am, it's difficult because the identification is difficult.
Yeah, so mass spread will take time unless you have a technology by which you can transfer, right?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Okay. But it's available in the different institutions. Many farmers are using it. In fact, in the different research institute, we are using this inoculant for the production of increasing production of the secondary metabolites in the medicinal plants.
Okay. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you.
May I start, ma'am?
Yes, yes.
Please start.
Good evening, myself Dr. and I am here to present graphical abstract on the plastic-induced cancer. So basically, what are the cancers? Here the cancer is a mass of the it is a mass of the cells, and those cells are basically have the characteristic of the uncontrolled, unlimited, unregulated growth. So this mass is also known as tumors, and the tumors are also known as a neoplasm. So basically, neoplasm, or it can be called as a cancer. Tumors. And tumors can be of two types. These can be a malignant tumors, or these can be benign tumors. Basically, the benign tumors are the localized tumors, whereas the malignant tumors are the spreading or the metastatic tumors. So here, I just want to know, or just try to answer that question: how the plastic induce the cancer? As we know that most of the stuff that we are using, these are the plastics, and these plastics are doing the most of the harmful effects. So what are the harmful effects of these plastics, and how these plastics are inducing the most important harmful effect, that is a cancer? So here I'm just as these plastics are called as the carcinogens. So what are the carcinogens? Basically, the carcinogens are those substances, chemical, physical, or the biological substances which can induce the cancer. So plastic can induce the cancer. So what is the mechanism of inducing this cancer? Before going to that, I just want to do that. What are these characteristic of the cancer? So this slide is basically showing how the normal cells, the cancerous cells, are different from the normal cells. So here this shows that, just a second, ma'am, last slide. Yeah, this slide shows that the normal these cancerous cells are different. Like, they have a sufficient amount of the growth factor. They can produce the growth factor, therefore they grow enormously. They can grow ultimately, and or in the n number, you can say. They have the anti-apoptotic factor. Therefore they are not going to die, but they can induce angiogenesis. Most importantly, they can invade the immune system destruction. They're not going to destroy by the immune system. And also they have an unstable genome, therefore they can be mutated easily, therefore they can be transformed easily. Next slide, ma'am, please. Neeti, ma'am, next slide, please. Hello. Yeah, so basically in the next here, I just want to know how we are protected from the cancer. What is a normal mechanism by which we are protect or we get the cancer? Next slide, ma'am. So there are the two terms that we use. One term we use the immunosurveillance. Secondly, use the immunoediting. So immunosurveillance is basically a mechanism by which our immune cells do the surveillance and they protect us from the any of the damaged cells or the cancerous cell. Basically, if there is any of the virus infected cells, they remove those cells. Therefore, there is a no formation of the cancer. Then next comes another term that we call as immunoediting. Let us see if the immunosurveillance is done by the cells, but if someone or the single cell remain there, these can brings about the change in the immune. So it is a process by which the immune system is suppressed, and not only the suppressed, but it also works for the cancer itself. That means that it help in the establishment of the cancer. Next slide, please. So here this shows that if all the cells are normal or the healthy, and if there is some of the carcinogens, they may induce some changes in the some of the normal cells, and these normal cells become the cancerous cells. But we already have an intrinsic mechanism by which we can control the cancer. So we have a tumor suppressor genes. So, or we have some of the apoptotic mechanism by which these cells, first of all, there is these genes. So tumor suppressor gene, they suppress the tumors, and if there is a no repair of the some of the mutated cells, they can go under the apoptosis and these cells are removed. Basically, this immunoediting has a, ma'am, last slide please. We have a 3 E's. One we have a E, that elimination. Second, we have a equilibrium, and third, we have a phase. Elimination is a phase that all the immune cells are able to remove if even a single cell is cancerous or the precancerous cells. So if all the cancerous cells or the precancerous cells are basically removed, we are protected from the cancer. If there is a some of the cells remains there and they modify themselves and they start to reduce their tumor antigen expression, therefore they are protected and the number is increased. But if immune number of the immune cells is greater than that, or the immune cells are over dominant these tumor cells, we are protected from the cancer, or we can say the cancer remains in the dominant. Third is the escape phase. Escape phase is the most important phase in which the cells, cancerous cells, starts to establish themselves. So in this case, the cells starts to reduce their tumor expression gene, tumor antigens expressions, and they also starts to provide some of the cytokines and the chemical factor which work on the immune cells themselves. Yes, ma'am. Just a second. Ma'am, please go to the next slide, please. Yeah, just a second. This is a ma'am. Next slide, please. This is a microenvironment showing the where the tumor cells are present and are surrounding by the immune cells. And this diagram just show the how the this tumor cells spread from the primary to the secondary to tertiary. Next slide, please. So basically, this is the main mechanism by which plastic induce the cancer. So here these are the plastic. When these plastics are degraded, they form the small particles that we call as a microplastic, or we call as a nanoplastics. And these nanoplastics or the microplastic, when enters to the cell, they produce the different types of the conditions. For example, they induce the chronic inflammation, increases the reactive oxygen species, or they also may suppress the tumor suppressor genes, or may increase the oncogenes expression. Therefore, and sometimes they may induce the DNA damage. This DNA damage may be double-stranded DNA damage or the single damage, or there may be damage or the oxidation of the base pair. This leads to the transformation of those cells into the cancerous cell. So this is the basic mechanism by which the plastic can induce the cancer. Next slide, ma'am. And these are some of the selected references, and thank you so much.
Thank you. Now, this is such a broad topic. So has there been some study? Have you been some study? Have you reported some study here on linking plastics with cancer?
Yes, ma'am. This I have prepared from the study only. I have studied to so many papers. I also gave some of the references here. So I prepared, though, ma'am, this is not specific for a particular plastic. The plastic may induce the different type of responses. I just it is generalized that this is the main or the simple or the principal type of mechanism.
Okay, okay.
by
Thank you.
which-
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Dr. Aradhana Yadav.
Yes, ma'am. I'm here. Is my PPT visible to you?
Yes.
So, Radha, this is your published work?
Yes, ma'am. This is my published work. Just a second, ma'am. So, first of all, pardon me for means I have a sore throat and I'm under weather conditions. So I'm very thankful to you all, and you have given me opportunity to share some part of my research work. And the aim of my study was to develop sequence characterized amplified scar marker for the identification of Bacopa monterey elements. So the study design was RAPD based scar marker, and I have mentioned the methodology here. This was my published work in European Journal of Medicinal Plants, and my work was basically on Bacopa monterey, which is a very popular plant. So basically, Bacopa monterey belongs to a family of Plantageneaceae, and it is a very small prostrate herb. We can see this here and there. And basically, for my research work, I have grown this plant in the herbal garden, not here, but in the Jamia Hamdard, where I was doing my research work. And it is a very important plant because it has been used in nervous disorders. It is a very popular nootropic drug, and it has been used for antipyretic, analgesic, anti-inflammatory, and anti-cancer activities. It is also used for cognitive impairment, and it is used as a cure for Alzheimer's as well as Parkinson's disease. Now, it has been topped, and it is said to be the second in the most priority list of Export-Import Bank of India. And this plant basically is attributed due to its bacosides component, that is A, B, C, and D, and it is having memory chemicals. Now, these memory chemicals are very important because these are the only chemicals or bacosides which help in the treatment of the nervous disorders. Now, due to its very popular demand, it is basically substituted by or adulterated by its counterpart or adulterant candidates, that is Centella acetica, Eclipta alba, and Malva rotundifolia. Now, basically, if you see, I can see the next slide. This is Bacopa monterey, a small prostrate herb. This is also a small prostrate herb, but we can morphologically distinguish them. Bacopa monterey basically belongs to Plantageneaceae, and this Centella acetica belongs to Apiaceae family, but the components are different, as well as the efficacy and the actions, therapeutic actions are different basically, but they are named Brahmi only, or vernacular in the vernacular way, and they are sold as substitutes. So for my research work, I have procured different accessions of Bacopa monterey and also taken different plant samples from different regions of India, and also the samples of Centella acetica, Malva rotundifolia, and Eclipta alba were taken, and the saplings were grown in the herbal garden. Whenever I just ought to take the samples, I took the leaves and I froze in liquid nitrogen and stored in -80 degrees. So these plant samples were basically sample coded as B1, B2, B3, B4, B5. These are just ordered in different, basically attributed to different regions: Delhi, Bangalore, Chennai, Lucknow, and Guwahati. There were n number of plants to that, and therefore they were coded as BA1, B1A, B1B, C, D likewise. And also morphological features of each of them were noted. For example, means there were different geographical regions and therefore different geographical variations also. For example, if there is prostrate, it is semi-prostrate, it was marked as PR or SPR. So likewise, it was quoted. Then in the same way, the Centella acetica, Eclipta alba, and Malva marked, as I have given this in this table. Then some market samples were collected under the name of Brahmi to see whether it is the genuine one or whether it is the adulterated or substituted one in different forms, whether it can be tablet form, leaf form, coarse form, fine powder form, and they were sample coded. Now, the isolation of genomic DNA was done by CTAB method, and because it is a medicinal plant, the utmost care was taken that the DNA which was obtained was free from any impurity, and because this medicinal plant, it has large amount of bacosites, I had to, work hard on this. Then, when isolation was done in PCR amplification, the PCR cycle was standardized to these denaturation steps, 95 degree, 2 minutes. This was also standardized, and PCR mixture was taken as follows, which I have mentioned here. Then for this RPD analysis, approximately 50 random 10-mer primers were taken from different Bangalore, Chennai, and other companies. And we can see that only 15 out of 50 random primers showed the amplifications from 102 to 910 base pair. And in this, you can see in this photograph, there was a 589 base pair marker, which was seen in Bacopa moneri, but it was absent in other of its counterparts. That is, either it is Centella acetica, Malva rotundifolia. It was absent in others, but it was only present in the Bacopa moneri. Now, these sequence was eluted and cloned, and the sequence data basically was submitted to GeneBank. A section number was taken for this, that is JQ4-29286, which was said to be the sequence of Bacopa moneri, and it was listed. Now, from this, I developed a back forward and back reverse primer, and out of 589 base pairs, it was readily identified 406 pairs of band, and back forward was of 23 base pairs, and back reverse was of 25 base pairs. So when it was used for amplification of Bacopa moneri, Centella acetica, we can see that only 406 base pair of scar marker was developed in Bacopa moneri, but it was not present in the other counterparts. We can see here, this photograph shows that when commercial crude drunkard samples were taken, it could only identify those samples in which Bacopa moneri was taken, while it could not show the scar markers in the samples where Bacopa was not present at all. So in small, it was a very large work which was done, and random PCR standardization was
Dr.
done.
Aradhana, time is
Yes,
already over.
yes,
We have
I'm
come
on
to
the
the last
conclusion
slide.
part. Yes, I'm just a second. So this conclusion was that a primer was developed, and whenever I used to see that whether this plant is of Bacopa or not, I could readily PCR it and find if there is a 406 base pair marker, scar marker present in that, then it is a authentic one. Otherwise, it is not. So this was the small part of work which was basically published in this European Journal of Medicinal Plants. And thank you so much. Any questions? I hope I was audible.
Yes, thank you, Aradhana.
Thank you, ma'am.
Yeah. So I think, that would be of relevance to find out what is which plant is actually Bacopa moneri, and
Yes,
there's
ma'am.
so many papers published, so maybe they will able to then scan and see whether, right. Okay, thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much.
Next presentation, Dr. Meena.
Yes, I'm sharing.
If possible, please on your camera, as we have to send your pic while presenting also for each of the participants.
Sure.
Am I presenting?
Yes, ma'am, it's visible.
Okay. So good. I am Dr. Meenam Bhatia, Associate Professor in Botany Department, Daulat College, and today I'll be talking on hydroponics, a future of.
Neenam, can you be a little louder? Can't hear you.
Okay, ma'am. Actually, the speakers are all on 100. I think I need to raise my volume. So I'll be talking on hydroponics today, and this is a new future for the urban farming. Much has been talked about the agriculture and different types of agriculture and addition to the agriculture and many alternatives to the agriculture, and there are many steps to increase the yield from the agriculture, which we are conventionally using. So this is again related to agriculture, and but this condition is in under control. It is all under human control. So hydroponics, you have seen. You must have seen these type of setups in case of vertical farmings also in many malls and so many areas. You also come to know about these things. It's again a type of vertical farming only, but here the plants are being raised in liquid medium. Basically the hydro and ponus means as literally meaning of the hydroponics is raising the plants in water, but instead of water we are using the medium, growing medium, but that is in liquid condition only. So the substrate is not the soil. Any medium other than the soil we can use here. So it is a soilless agriculture, and this was first demonstrated by a German botanist, von Sack, in 1980, and it was the technique was designed to get to know the effect of different elements. He was a physiologist, and he designed this technique to get the effect of individual element, nutritional elements, and their effect on the growth and development of the plant. So but later on this technique is now being used for growing different commercial crops also. Though the technique is not new, it is also existed thousands of years ago, where we can see in the Babylon and in the Chinas where the hanging gardens are there. But the exact exact infrastructure is not the same that we are using nowadays. So hydroponics, I have told you, it is why hydroponics we are switching to why we are seeking for the new alternatives of the for the farming or getting or agriculture, because post COVID we all face the situation and we all want to get self-reliant at least in some way. So this is a small setup, and we can grow at least a family yield within a small space that we have in our homes. So that is why it is important, and we with this we have access of fresh and healthy fruit, organically produced fruit. We will build community relationship through social interaction. Also, some economic opportunities will be also there, because these things are now coming into as an entrepreneurship, and people are developing a large hydroponic setups and these hydroponically grown crops, they are now commercially available on different online as well as offline platforms. And according to a World Report 2020, the industries was valued approximately 9.5 billion in 2020, and it is predicted that it would raise to 22.2 billions by 2028. So it is a growing area, and we should look for it to tap the economic benefit from it, and also to tell our student to take this opportunity to set up some entrepreneurship. Now the crops, the common crops which are being raised in today's in day-to-day life, these are the lettuce, spinach, these are the leafy greens. and kale and tomatoes and bell peppers, cucumbers, radish. These are and cannabis and strawberry. These are the most common crops which are usually raised with this system. And there is some system, it may be mixed with fisheries, fish culture, and in some of the countries this has been amalgamated with fish culture, and the technique is then called as aquaponics, means the growing the crops along with the fish. And these fishes are tilapia and crayfish, which are generally grown with these crops. The whatever the waste material of the crop fish they release into the water tanks, they that has been consumed by the plants. So in this way, it is a sustainable system without putting any much nutrient to the medium. We are getting the yield high. This is the basics. These are the some setups which are being established at the IARI, and this is the basic setup where we have the trays in which there are some sockets to hold the plants, and the holding medium should be soilless, should be anything without the soil. They may be arranged vertically, they may be arranged parallelly. As this as we whatever the space we have, we can make the such type of, we can design such type of setups for hydroponics. So the components of this hydroponics, the primary components of the hydroponics, these are the reservoirs and growing trays, then growing medium. The medium that is for holding the plants. They may be stand, pumice, perlite, or vermiculite, or coir, coconut coir, or clay pellets. Except the soil, it can be anything. And then the nutrient medium. There are many mediums which are already there and having different composition of the different elements, nutritive elements.
I'm 5 minutes already over. It's 7 minutes.
Very jaldi. Okay, I try to wind up. Just give me a second. So components, these are the medium. Then these are the basic elements which are required for the growth of the plant. Growth and
I think
development of
come to the
plants. You can
conclusion,
do.
if there's any study that has been done, any
No,
comparative
ma'am.
study or something.
No, ma'am. These are the different types, but we have a setup in our department, and we are trying, and we will start. Right now, we do not carrying any research project, but we are planning to frame to design the different problems
Maybe you
regarding
can
the
work on the
different
economics
combination and
part of it,
permutation of.
I
Yes,
would
ma'am.
suggest you work on the economics part, how, comparable to soil, how economics works. And
Yeah,
why
yeah,
would
yeah.
anybody go in for hydroponics and advantages? In which case we should go in for it? And, that.
Yeah, we are planning to use different permutation and combination of different elements, combination of the different nutritive media, and how the change in the nutritive media will lead to the growth and development of the plant, and finally to the yield of the yield of anything. If it is a leafy plant, then leaf
Nutritive media, the
biomass.
cost is a big factor, You can
Yeah,
maybe
ma'am.
go
This is
for a
the
cheap.
disadvantage. The high initial cost is the disadvantage, but otherwise, this technique is totally soil pollutionless. No soil, no eutrophication in the water, no chemicals are being used, and this is very moreover, the water we are using, it is recyclable. So in minimum resources, we can generate the yield. So that is the advantage of this plant, this thing. And if we do not have much space, it can be set up in a small space. So although it is not an alternative to our conventional agriculture, but truly it will assist, it will definitely add value to our agriculture, because every area of the land is not suitable for getting the for cultivation of the plants. So there are many success stories also in worldwide. These are some of the top companies in India which are providing the all setups. These are success stories from the many countries, especially Philippines, US, and Singapore,
The
Korea.
companies in India profitable? Are they working on profit, or they are just maintaining? Any idea?
Ma'am, to that commerce, so I did not research much, but they are doing good in their areas.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Minu.
Okay. Thank you.
Next, Dr. Naren, please present.
Meena, you can stop presenting.
Yes, ma'am.
नमस्कार सभी को, शुभ संध्या। मेरी स्लाइड्स दिख रही हैं?
Yeah, we can see it.
अच्छा, तो आज मैं जिस टॉपिक पे बात करूंगा वो कैंसर के निदान, कैंसर के डायग्नोस्टिक्स पे विषय रखूंगा और कैसे कैंसर का डायग्नोसिस अर्ली स्टेज में की जाए उसके ऊपर चर्चा होगी। तो सबसे पहले हमें समझना होगा कि कैंसर क्या है। ये स्लाइड आगे नहीं बढ़ रही मैडम? मैं आगे बढ़ा रहा हूँ ये। अच्छा, बढ़ गए। ठीक है। तो जो बायोलॉजी बैकग्राउंड के उनको तो सबको पता है कैंसर क्या है। जो नॉन बायोलॉजी बैकग्राउंड के हैं उनको पता है कि भाई कैंसर एक बीमारी होती है और जो बड़ी खतरनाक है, आज तक कोई इलाज नहीं है। बेसिकली आप लोगों ने देखा होगा जब गाड़ी चलाते हैं हम लोग तो पूरा एक कंट्रोल होता है, क्लच का, ब्रेक का, रेस का। और अचानक से अगर इसमें से कोई भी तीनों में से एक चीज हट जाए, क्लच, रेस या ब्रेक, तो गाड़ी अनकंट्रोल हो जाती है और कहीं ना कहीं एक्सीडेंट करती है। सेम ऐसे ही हमारी सेल्स जो होती हैं, सेल्स में भी ऐसे चेक पॉइंट होते हैं, ऐसे कंट्रोल होता है सेल्स का। जब सेल्स डिवाइड होती है, अगर उनका कंट्रोल हट जाए तो अनकंट्रोल ग्रोथ होती है, और जो अनकंट्रोल ग्रोथ होती है वही कैंसर होता है। अब देखेंगे जब यहाँ पर दो स्लाइड, मतलब स्लाइड में कंपैरिजन देख सकते हैं। मतलब यहाँ पर एक लेफ्ट हैंड साइड पे नॉर्मल सेल्स हैं और जो कैंसर सेल्स होती हैं वो एक तरह से ट्यूमर बना लेती हैं। तो इन जनरल कैंसर इज ए डिजीज कॉज्ड व्हेन सेल्स डिवाइड अनकंट्रोलेबली एंड स्प्रेड इनटू सराउंडिंग टिश्यू। जब एक जगह से दूसरी जगह फैल जाते हैं उस कंडीशन को मेटास्टेसिस बोलते हैं, और जिसका कोई इलाज नहीं है आज तक पूरी दुनिया में। लोग बोलते हैं ना कौन सी स्टेज है, वो स्टेज होती है अलग। अगर शुरुआत देखते हैं, अगर नॉर्मल सेल्स उसमें क्या नंबर ऑफ सेल्स थोड़ा बढ़ जाता है तो वो कंडीशन होती है हाइपरप्लेसिया। और अगर उसके बाद न्यूक्लियस बड़ा हो जाए वो डिस्प्लेसिया होती है। और उसके बाद अगर ज्यादा चेंजेस होते हैं तो वो कैंसर में तब्दील हो जाता है। यहां से डिस्प्लेसिया से और हाइपरप्लेसिया से चांस है कि वापस नॉर्मल हो सकते हैं अगर कंट्रोल किया जाए। लेकिन जब एक बार यहां से डिस्प्लेसिया पोजीशन से अगर तब्दील हो गया, कैंसर में अनकंट्रोल ग्रोथ में चला गया, फिर उसका कोई वो नहीं है इलाज। अब होता कैसे कैंसर, क्वेश्चन ये होता है। हमारे सेल्स के अंदर जीन्स होते हैं, डीएनए होता है, डीएनए में जीन्स होता है। अगर उनमें अचानक उत्परिवर्तन मतलब म्यूटेशन हो जाए, और उस म्यूटेशन की वजह से, उस उत्परिवर्तन की वजह से ये कर्क रोग होता है जिसे कैंसर बोलते हैं। अब ये उत्परिवर्तन होता कैसे, म्यूटेशन कैसे होते हैं, तो उसके कई कारण हैं। एक आनुवंशिकी, हेरिडिटी, और यूवी रेडिएशन, अल्ट्रावायलेट जो किरणें आती हैं वहां से, पराबैंगनी जो किरणें ऊपर से, क्योंकि हमारी आजकल ओजोन लेयर खत्म होती जा रही है, पर्यावरण पे ध्यान नहीं दे रहे, उसकी वजह से पराबैंगनी किरणें नीचे तक धरती पर पहुंच रही हैं। उन पराबैंगनी किरणों से भी त्वचा के जो कैंसर होते हैं, स्किन कैंसर होने के चांसेस रहते हैं, जो पश्चिम के देशों में बहुत ज्यादा होता है। कुछ रसायन होते हैं, केमिकल्स होते हैं, उससे भी उत्परिवर्तन हो सकते हैं। कुछ विषाणु, वायरसेज होते हैं, उनसे भी कैंसर हो सकता है। जैसे महिलाओं में एचपीवी विषाणु की वजह से सर्वाइकल कैंसर होता है। स्मोकिंग, धूम्रपान, उससे भी हो सकता है। और जो कोशिकाएं द्रुत गति से और अनियंत्रित गति से अगर ये विभाजित होती हैं तो भी कैंसर हो सकता है। अब मेटास्टेसिस, मेटास्टेसिस क्या होता है, जब कैंसर की कोशिकाएं एक जगह से दूसरी जगह फैल जाती हैं। अभी पहले बताया था जहां पर कैंसर का उत्पत्ति होती है और वहां से उत्पत्ति, जहां उद्गम स्थल होता है उस कर्क रोग का, वहां से दूसरी जगह जब ये कोशिकाएं या ऊतक चले जाते हैं तो वो कंडीशन होती है मेटास्टेसिस, एक जगह से दूसरी जगह स्प्रेड हो जाए। अब होता है कैंसर के टाइप क्या होते हैं, एक होता है कार्सिनोमा, और अब ये होता है ओरिजिन के बेसिस पर कहाँ पाया जाता है उसके आधार पर कैंसर। एक होता है ऑर्गन्स के बेसिस पे और एक होता है ओरिजिन के बेसिस पे। तो यहाँ पे जो दिखा रहा हूँ, जो विभाजन जो है कर्क रोगों का, वो है ओरिजिन के आधार पर, उत्पत्ति के आधार पर। कार्सिनोमा, सार्कोमा, ल्यूकेमिया, लिम्फोमा, मल्टीपल माइलोमा, मिलेनोमा, ब्रेन एंड स्पाइनल कॉर्ड ट्यूमर्स। अब समय की बड़ी वो है बाध्यता, कम समय में मुझे ज्यादा विषय रखना है, इस वजह से इसमें डिटेल में विवरण नहीं दूंगा। अब कैंसर की स्थिति क्या है भारत में, आप लोगों ने देखा होगा 2018 का लगभग 135 करोड़ लोगों में, आदमी जो पुरुषों में जो है लगभग 5,70,000 लोगों में कैंसर है, महिलाओं में 5,087। अगर ओवरऑल देखा जाए, पुरुषों में मुंह का कैंसर, लंग्स का कैंसर, और जो स्टमक अमाशय का कैंसर, और कोलोरेक्टल बड़ी आंत का कैंसर, और यहाँ पर ईसोफेगस का। महिलाओं में देखा जाए तो स्तन कैंसर सबसे ज्यादा है, फिर सर्वाइकल का कैंसर है, फिर ओवरीज का और मुंह का कैंसर भी जो गुटखा और तंबाकू खाते हैं, और कोलोरेक्टल। अगर इन सबको मिक्स किया जाए तो सबसे टॉप पर ब्रेस्ट कैंसर अभी नंबर 1 है इंडिया में, सबसे ज्यादा जो कैंसर होता है। तो महिला को अब मान लो डायग्नोसिस कैसे होते, कोई भी डिजीज हो, कभी कोई मरीज जा रहा है हॉस्पिटल में, अब हॉस्पिटल के अब मरीज के साथ उसका अटेंडेंट भी जा रहा है, 2 लोग जा रहे हैं, तो जिसके सिम्टम कुछ हो गए भाई, अब सिम्टम्स के आधार पे कुछ महिला जा रही हैं, तो महिला को क्या हो रहा है, बहुत मतलब ब्रेस्ट में कोई लंप वगैरह, तो वो दिखाने के लिए जा रहे हैं कि कुछ गांठ है मेरे, या कोई परेशानी तो नहीं हो सकती, या बहुत ज्यादा एक्सेसिव ब्लीडिंग हो रहा है, या कोई मुंह का कैंसर हो, कोई तंबाकू वगैरह खा रहा है, छाला हो रहा है मुंह में, तो क्लिनिकल सिम्टम्स के बेसिस पे प्राइमरी डायग्नोसिस बनाए जाते हैं, प्राइमरी निदान किया जाता है। अब मान लो दूसरा अगर कंफर्म करेंगे तो उसका सीरोलॉजिकल ब्लड सैंपल लेंगे, ब्लड सैंपल में कुछ बायो मार्कर होते हैं, कर्क रोग के कुछ मार्कर होते हैं, उन मार्कर के आधार पर भी हम कंफर्म कर सकते हैं, उसकी डायग्नोसिस कर सकते हैं। अगर फिर अंदर कोई ऐसा फील हो रहा है पेट में या कहीं शरीर के अंदर जो बाहर से विजिबल नहीं है, उसके लिए कुछ रेडियोलॉजिकल टेस्ट होते हैं, जिसमें अल्ट्रासाउंड होता है, एक्सरे होता है, सीटी, एमआरआई, पेट स्कैन, इसके आधार पर प्राइमरी डायग्नोसिस बनाते हैं। लेकिन कंफर्मेटरी डायग्नोसिस होती है हिस्टोपैथ के आधार पर, जब उस गांठ का टिश्यू लेकर के उसको अवरंजित करके, स्टेन करके, और जो सूक्ष्मदर्शी होता है उसके अंदर देख करके, जब ही जा करके उसका कंफर्मेशन होगा, उसका पता चलेगा हाँ जी कैंसर है या नहीं है। अब आता है एसिम्प्टोमेटिक, अब कब पता चलता है भाई कैंसर का, शुरुआत में तो पता ही नहीं चलता, अब कब कैसे करें, क्योंकि पता जब चलता है जब उसके लक्षण पैदा हो जाते हैं। तो जो उसके साथ अटेंडेंट जा रहा है, मान लो उसकी ब्लड रिलेटिव है, वो कहे जी मैं भी जांच कराता हूं, तो उसके भी स्क्रीनिंग टेस्ट कर सकते हैं, हो सकता है उसको कैंसर होना हो, पर लेकिन एसिम्प्टोमेटिक है, कोई लक्षण नहीं है उसके, तो स्क्रीनिंग टेस्ट करेंगे, उसके बाद लेबोरेटरी टेस्ट करेंगे, कुछ बायोमार्कर होते हैं, तो जो एसिम्प्टोमेटिक मरीज भी होते हैं उसका भी पता चल जाता है। ये जो डायग्नोसिस होती है वो किसी भी मरीज के लिए जनरली यही स्टेप होते हैं, पहले बीमारी के लक्षण के आधार पर क्लिनिकल जुकाम बुखार खांसी के आधार पर पता करते हैं, फिर ब्लड टेस्ट करते हैं, और उसके बाद रेडियोलॉजिकल टेस्ट करते हैं। तो ये किसी की भी बीमारी की डायग्नोसिस करने का यही मेथड होता है। अब मेन मेथड ऑफ कैंसर डायग्नोसिस, क्लिनिकल सिम्टम्स, सीरोलॉजिकल, हेमेटोलॉजिकल, रेडियोलॉजिकल, साइटोलॉजिकल एंड मॉलिक्यूलर डायग्नोसिस। अभी जो हमारे एडवांस जो आजकल चल रहा है वो मॉलिक्यूलर डायग्नोसिस, इसका सबसे ज्यादा एडवांस लेवल पे चल रहा है। अब यहाँ पर कुछ सिम्टम्स आप देख रहे होंगे, ये कि एबनॉर्मल ब्लीडिंग, मुंह में छाला या पेट में दर्द, ये कुछ लक्षण होते हैं। कुछ ट्यूमर मार्कर होते हैं अलग अलग कैंसर के, जैसे ब्रेस्ट कैंसर के लिए CA-125, स्टमक कैंसर के लिए CA, कोलोन कैंसर के लिए CA, पैंक्रियाटिक कैंसर के लिए CA-125, ओवरीज कैंसर के लिए कुछ ये बायो मार्कर है जो ब्लड में ब्लड टेस्ट करते हैं, सीरोलॉजिकल टेस्ट करते हैं, उसके बाद जैसे लिवर कैंसर के लिए AFB मार्कर है, प्रोस्टेट कैंसर होता है PSA मार्कर, इन मार्कर के आधार पर पता लगाते हैं। अगर नॉर्मल सामान्य जो रेंज होती है ब्लड में, अगर इन प्रोटीन्स का स्तर ज्यादा है तो उसके आधार पे हम कर सकते हैं कि ये चांस संभावना है इस कैंसर की। लेकिन कंफर्मेटरी कैंसर का जो होता है कंफर्मेशन, वो हमेशा याद रखना हिस्टोलॉजी और FNAC से होता है, साइटोलॉजिकल टेस्ट, उसके बिना कोई भी डॉक्टर ट्रीटमेंट स्टार्ट नहीं करेगा। रेडियोलॉजिकल में अल्ट्रासाउंड से पता चल जाता है। फिर अब काफी लोगों को यह शंका रहती है एक्सरे, सीटी, एमआरआई में जो नॉन मेडिकल बैकग्राउंड से होते हैं, जैसे, तो उनको पता कई बार कंफ्यूज रहता है इनमें अंतर क्या होता है। एक मैंने सिंपल एक कार्टून दिखाया यहाँ पर, केला को अगर नॉर्मली देखेंगे तो उसका शेप पूरा पर दिखता है वो एक्सरे, और डीपर लेवल पे जाते हैं अंदर का जो लेयर्स दिखती हैं वो सीटी होता है, और मॉलिक्यूलर लेवल पर बहुत और डीप जाएंगे तो एमआरआई होता है। तो ये डायग्नोसिस के स्तर होते हैं, सिंपल लैंग्वेज में ऐसे बोल सकते हैं, एक्सरे जो है मोटा फिल्टर है, सीटी उससे छोटा फिल्टर, और एमआरआई बहुत ही फाइन फिल्टर है। तो ये टेस्ट इसके आधार पर भी हम पता कर सकते हैं। साइटोलॉजिकल क्या होता है, जहां पर जो गांठ है या टिश्यू है वहां से निडल, ऐसे निडल डालते हैं अल्ट्रासाउंड गाइडेड, और वहां से वो लेते हैं, कुछ सेल्स लेते हैं, फिर उनको स्टेन करके सूक्ष्मदर्शी के नीचे देखते हैं अंडर माइक्रोस्कोप, जो FNAC होता है, फाइन निडल एस्पिरेशन साइटोलॉजी। FNAC बहुत सारे लोग सुनते होंगे, FNAC बायोप्सी, FNAC बायोप्सी, तो वो ये टेस्ट उसके लिए किया जाता है। हिस्टोलॉजिकल टेस्ट में बायोप्सी क्या होता है, कुछ भी जो ऊतक होता है, टिश्यू होता है, जो ट्यूमर होता है उसका छोटा सा हिस्सा लेकर के, और उसको स्लाइड कट करके माइक्रोटोम से स्लाइड पे उसको स्टिक करके, और फिर ISC करते हैं, इम्यूनोहिस्टोकेमिस्ट्री। उसके बाद पहले तो HNE करेंगे, हेमाटोक्सिन और यूसिन स्टेनिंग, उसके एबनॉर्मल सेल्स देख लेंगे। फिर उसके बाद कंफर्मेटरी और मार्कर्स होते हैं KI67 और जो एंटीजेंस होते हैं। यहाँ पर कई बार अंदर स्टमक में कुछ प्रॉब्लम है तो कोलोनोस्कोपी से, या कुछ गांठ बन रही है, या कोई कोलोन के अंदर कुछ एबनॉर्मल टिश्यू है, तो कोलोनोस्कोपी और एंडोस्कोपी से भी हम ये उसकी डायग्नोसिस कर सकते हैं। ये HNE अभी IF। अब यहाँ पर देखेंगे आप लेफ्ट हैंड साइड पे KI67 एक प्रोलिफरेटिव मार्कर होता है सेल्स का, कि सेल्स किस गति से डिवाइड कर रही हैं। तो अगर मान लो राइट हैंड साइड पर बहुत ज्यादा KI67 का एक्सप्रेशन ब्राउन कलर D कॉलम में देख सकते हैं, तो KI67 का एक्सप्रेशन ज्यादा, इट मीन सेल्स में जो है डिवीजन जो है बहुत ज्यादा है, अनकंट्रोल डिवीजन है। और यहाँ लेफ्ट और यहाँ पर भी देखेंगे A और C में, तो ये इसका HNE है ऊपर का, और नीचे का ISC है। HNE हेमेटोक्सिन एंड ईओसिन स्टेनिंग है, नीचे इम्यूनोहिस्टोकेमिस्ट्री का वो है। अब मॉलिकुलर डायग्नोसिस में क्या करते हैं, जीनोमिक्स, प्रोटियोमिक्स, मेटाबोलोमिक्स, ये मेन इंपॉर्टेंट पार्ट है। अब यहाँ पर हम जो मॉडर्न मॉलिकुलर डायग्नोस्टिक टेक्निक्स में सेंगर सीक्वेंसिंग, पीसीआर, क्वांटिटेटिव पीसीआर, डिजिटल पीसीआर, अब जो करंट में चल रहा है एनजीएस, मतलब नेक्स्ट जनरेशन सीक्वेंसिंग, इससे भी हमें काफी
Sir, please come to the last slide, conclusion
बस मैं
slide.
कर रहा हूँ। ये फ्यूचर
Sir,
डायग्नोसिस में आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस बहुत बड़ा रोल प्ले कर रही है कैंसर की डायग्नोसिस में। जैसे मान लो कि यहाँ पर अगर कोई हल्का सा माइनर सा भी लंप बनने का चांसेज है, लेकिन 5 साल पहले ही आर्टिफिशियल से स्टैनिंग से हम ब्रेस्ट कैंसर का पता कर सकते हैं। जो करंट एडवांस चल रहा है एआई का आ रहा है, क्योंकि टाइम मेरे पास बहुत कम था, 5 मिनट में ये सब करना था। अब साइंस क्या होता है, ये रिसर्च क्या होता है, रिसर्च ये नहीं होता कि बस पिपेटिंग करना, टेक्निक सीखना। इमेजिनेशन इज मोर इंपॉर्टेंट देन नॉलेज। बहुत सारे लोगों के पास नॉलेज होता है लेकिन आइडियाज नहीं होते, आइडियाज बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट होते हैं। Education doesn't cease when you leave college or leave the university. Education is a lifetime process. Thank you very much. These are the references. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Narendra. Now, I just want to, because there's so many, there are many, startups are coming up, and every day we hear that you can do early diagnosis of cancer. We can do a urine test, and you can do a blood test, and you can do early diagnosis. So that can also create fear. And then, is there going to be a time that everybody will be required to go through these tests, mandatory tests, so that cancers are preventable?
बिल्कुल सही बोला मैम। सबसे पहले तो मैं आपको बधाई देता हूं कि आपने वो क्लिनिकल डायग्नोस्टिक्स का वो स्किल प्रोग्राम लिया है। आपको बहुत बहुत बधाई। इससे बहुत हेल्प मिलेगी हमारे, ना केवल इंस्टीट्यूट को, हमारे स्टूडेंट्स जो हैं, यंग गर्ल्स हैं, उनके लिए बहुत हेल्प मिलेगी। और दूसरा बात यह है कि नेक्स्ट जनरेशन जो आ रहे हैं, क्योंकि टाइम नहीं था मैडम, वरना एक एक को मैं डिटेल में एक्सप्लेन करता पूरा जो मोलिकुलर जो वो है डायग्नोस्टिक का जो पूरा पार्ट। ठीक है ना, कभी अगर मैं चाहता हूँ कि खुद एक टॉक रखा जाए इसके ऊपर, मोलिकुलर डायग्नोस्टिक के ऊपर, उसमें फिर मैं डिटेल में बताऊँ सारा कि कैसे डायग्नोसिस की जाती है। बहुत अच्छा आपने बोला है कि अब नए नए टेस्ट आ गए, उससे बेसिस पे कर सकते हैं मैम।
So thank you very much. I think I should congratulate all the presenters. They have done a wonderful job. And I think the organizers of this FDP, they should be congratulated for motivating all these participants to present. And I think the FDP's purpose is successful. So congratulations to the organizers and to all participants. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
is anyone left for the presentation? Because today is the last day. Anyone who is left and want to present today? Thank you, everyone. So
Thank
now
you so
you
much.
can leave.
जी मैम, थैंक यू।